as Roland Jones bowls, and Rothesay sends it back in the same direction through mid-off, this time rather better timed, and will pick up the first boundary of the match up the River Taff end. His mate as Tribe edges this one, and he's off the mark with a lucky 4 down to third man, wide of the slips. Bowls. Rothesay is caught behind, pushing forward, and didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Roland Jones has the breakthrough. Jack Davis a routine catch,
which is what is happening now. That squared the Labuschagne up, and that was streaky. That's gone through the vacant third man area.
Roland Jones bowls to Tribe, who's driving nicely back past the bowler, and will get 4 runs through long on. The ball, Roland Jones in to bowl to Tribe, edges and is caught low down at slip, and Middlesex have their second. It's 27 for 2, and they've got rid of both openers, and Roland Jones has both wickets to fall. Roland Jones in to Labuschagne. Leg glances will get runs here, 4 of them down to fine leg as the ball clatters into the ropes. Roland Jones is in, bowls turned on the leg side by Labuschagne. No run. Overthrows completely unnecessary, and 4 of them as the ball races away to the fence. Well, that was a bonus for Labuschagne.
And bowls. That's cut nicely to the vacant third man area, and it's going to run all the way down to the River Taff end for 4.
Fair old baptism of fire, this, isn't it? First away game, Labuschagne and Northeast.
Come into
Bowls edged and taken at second slip. That is the end of Labuschagne, gone for 23. A little dabble just outside off stump. Higgins strikes in his 4th over. 21 into the piece on this first morning.
Nice square drive by Carlson through the offside, racing away through point, and will beat the pursuing fielders. Patterson bowls, and that's run down by Northeast. A sharp intake of breath from my Middlesex colleague here, but
Higgins in bowls and flashing at that one. They've just taken out the 4th slip, and Northeast picks up a boundary. Where did they move 4th slip to cover again?
Who is under the lid there, and Zafar bowls, and Carlson has to watch that one carefully on the bat, defends it on the leg side. End of the session, 71 for 3. Carlson has 7, Northeast has 18.
Patterson in, bowls fullish, and that's struck firmly, and that evades mid-off, and will go all the way for 4. Struck sweetly by Kieran Carlson. Here comes the South African, bowls, and that's whipped through square. That's a lovely shot from Kieran Carlson. It'll speed away through the square leg boundary for 4. Absent, and that's square cut ferociously through cover for 4 off the bat of Kieran Carlson. He's not going to miss out. He had some width to work with. Yeah, always good to have a left armour.
As that is shot driven hard by Northeast. Well, that one is almost feel the release of pressure for Sam Northeast. His first scoring shot in the as Higgins bowls, and Carlson drives off the back foot through the offside. A flashing
past the umpire and bowls. Fullish that time. That's guided down, and it evades third slip. It'll run down all the way. No third man for 4. Sharma in, and that's wide, and that might go all the way. Yes, it will. Just too much width. He got his arrows wrong there, did Sharma, and
delighted in the Lords, as we all did. This is clipped away beautifully, wide of mid-on. That's a lovely shot by Northeast. Here's Roland Jones bowls. That's heaved up in the air over mid-wicket, who is up. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and then a trickle over the boundary rope for 4 for Northeast, and that is his 50.
As Sharma comes in, bowls. That's a beautiful shot. It whizzes past mid-off for 4, and these two starting to get into the groove here. Zafagora, and that's way over the top, clubbed over mid-off for A great strike by Carlson, and that is the way to bring up your 50. These two at the moment, as Zafar Goa comes in, that's a cut, and that'll go through the vacant third-man area for 4. I was going to say, are looking very comfortable in this afternoon session. Goa, that's whipped through mid-wicket, that'll go all the way for 4. Still glorious conditions here at Sapphire Gardens as Goa comes in. Full delivery, and that's swept by Carlson all the way through mid-wicket for glorious shot for 4.
Roland Jones bowls. That's a beautiful punchy drive from Kieran Carlson that should reach the ropes in the longest sector of the ground. It does so in front of the indoor cricket school.
Last ball of this session by Zafar Goha. Forward is Northeast. That is the end of the afternoon session, which has gone Glamorgan's way. They were teetering after the lunch break. 71 for 3. Sharma comes in, and that's pulled, and that'll bisect everybody on the onside and go all the way for 4, and it evaded square. Sharma in, and that, did he get the toe end of the bat on that?
Yeah.
He did. It flew over Jack Davis.
He wasn't.
Oh, he was with Leicestershire in those days.
Quite possibly, yeah, still at Leicestershire. He is, a length ball which is thumped back over his head for 6. And Northeast has moved to 99.
They're not going to let him get to 3 figures easily as Zafar bowls, and Northeast steps back and cuts, and they will take the single. Carlson has to hurry, but it's well timed, and Sam Northeast comes through for his first century of the season. It's taken 226 balls. Zafar left arm spin into bowl. Carlson nudges it on the leg side. This will be a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps, but he's home at the non-strikers and raises his bat in delight. And Kieran Carlson has his second century of the season.
It's 2 slips and a gully. He bowls, and Carlson has nicked him, looking for a late cut through. It goes, yes, he is given. Carlson stood his ground, and he still stands his ground indeed as the finger goes up and looks back at the umpire. He's not convinced. Middlesex thought they had him straight away.
Matches in between as Patterson bowls, and Northeast works it immediately away on the leg side. That has been...
Roland Jones comes in from the River Taff end. Squares him up, and that's out. LBW. Tom Bevan falls. He never looked really happy out in the middle. Came in after that long partnership, coming in and bowls, and that's driven straight through the covers for 4. What a way to get off the mark. Last ball of Toby Roland Jones is over. That's driven, and exactly carbon copy through the covers for 4 once more off the bat of Chris Cook. So good start from the new batter who's just come out in place of Tom Bevan.
But Higgins passed the umpires. He's passing the umpire the other way now to bowl, and he's cut hard for 4. Cook moves to 14.
Patterson bowls, driven back past him very straight indeed. It only just skimmed the stumps, but it's gone for 4.
The Middlesex boy at heart, not that I could ever get him to admit it. Here's Higgins, bowls him! Northeast gone for 122, and whether that chance carried or not, Sir Robson, a couple of overs back. Middlesex have to make it count at this stage as Higgins is in. Bowls edged, gone at gully. Higgins has 2 in the over, 1 first ball, 1 last ball. Van der Houten goes for a 4th ball duck. It's 319 for 7, and the late evening fight back on this first day is very much on from Middlesex.
Sharma coming in, bowls full again, and that's given the treatment it deserved, really. Wide outside off stump, and there was no way Chris Cook was going to miss out.
Higgins now, you'd imagine, very tight on the top of off. 2 slips and a gully go down. He bowls. It's outside the off stump and it's edged away.
That's going to go.
Deep backward points giving chase. Max Holden, he won't get there. Gully.
Sharma coming in, right arm over, and that's wide and left, outside off stump. That is stumps on day 1 here at Sapphire Gardens, and compelling day's play.
It's Good Morning Florida to our two-match umpires, Ian Blackwell and James Treffler. And it's also Good Morning Florida to the Middlesex team led into the field by captain Toby Rowland-Jones. And Good Morning Florida as well to the not-out batters from Glamorgan, Chris Cook and Andy Gordon.
Very good morning, Borodar, from the BBC Sport team here at Sapphire Gardens on a grey and overcast morning for the second day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 game between Glamorgan and Middlesex, where Glamorgan resume on 334 for 7. Well, who else? The Middlesex captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, who did so much to keep his team in the game on day one. And, well, we're back to what you might expect around April time weather-wise. After weeks of sunshine, it looks like a bowling day, Kevin Hand.
Well, it does. Morning, Nick. Morning, everybody. This could play nicely for Glamorgan, couldn't it, in terms of the weather? They lost the toss. Glorious sunny day yesterday. Overcast today. Middlesex very, very keen to wrap up these 3 wickets. Ryan Higgins overnight talking about there being a big difference between 350 and 400. They need to get out there and they need to finish this job with the second new ball. But equally, you wrap it up even if Rowland-Jones takes a hat-trick now. The Middlesex openers are walking out under cloudy skies, replying to 350. So, yeah, this should be a fascinating spell of play the next hour or two.
Could be a day on which Glamorgan wonder why they haven't played the extra seamer, but there we are. Here comes Rowland-Jones into Andy Gordon, who's forward defending back to the bowler, and there is no run. So it'll be a sparse crowd today because the forecast really was not great in terms of light, potential drizzle here and there, and of course counter attractions with the rugby taking place down the road. Some will be going, no doubt, and others will be avoiding the area because of the likely traffic issues around the ground. As Rowland-Jones is on his way in and bowls, and Gorvin is beaten, and there's an appeal from cover, which is somewhat enthusiastic. Over-enthusiastic, some might say.
One of the other lines, and reminded of it by that particular delivery from Rowland-Jones, seaming away. It's a new ball pitch, Ryan Higgins said. Definitely, it's a new ball pitch. So, 17th over of this ball. Middlesex will not need any reminding out. They're a very long team talk this morning, and I'm sure they know this morning session could be very pivotal to the match.
Rowland-Jones is in to bowl to Gorvin, who's beaten by one that keeps a little bit low, and Davis has to go down on one knee to take it.
The opening game of the season against Lancashire, they were really toe-to-toe all the way, and it went back and forth, who was in the ascendancy in that game. But I'd say Division 2's tightened up a bit. One of the things that used to be hung on Division 2 was you can afford to lose a session but still win a match. But in Division 1, you lose a session, if you get beaten up badly in a session, of course you'll lose sessions.
Rowland-Jones in to bowl to Gorvin, who's forward, getting bat on it, thinks about a single, it really isn't there as the ball trickles out into the covers. Well, you're in charge of fielder identification today, Kev, because all the fielders have got sweaters on, and the Middlesex cable knit sweaters. Cable net, that sounds something like IT needs to deal with cable knit sweaters, which is not dealt with by IT. No numbers on them, apart from the keeper, who isn't. We know who he is. As Gorvin runs one down into the slips, but it's well stopped at third slip, and there's no run.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins in there at the third slip. Who it'd be interesting to see now. I mean, you'd imagine it'll have to be Patterson at this end. He bowled beautifully yesterday. That was a little bit of the chat at close yesterday. Patterson, none for. He bowled beautifully yesterday. He really did. Beat the edge so many times, just wicketless. Which again, I think whether it was yourself or Ken that was on with yesterday and said it's just summed up his stint with Middlesex. Bowled absolutely beautifully, but for the life of him, they won't edge it.
Roland Jones in, bowls, and Gorvin is again running this one down, but this time it's gone through the slips, and it's run away for 4 to the vacant third man position, where I see a gentleman with a Northampton Saints shirt on, so no doubt where he's heading this afternoon. The Champions Cup final between Northampton Saints and Bordeaux Bègles at the Principality Stadium. It's 338 for 7. As Northampton try and add their name to the European Honours Board, which last night bore the name of Bath. Half the West Country was in Cardiff to see their 37-12 victory over Lyon, and you will be completely uninterested to hear that I managed to just about get there before kick-off, along with a number of the players from this game.
Yes, Ryan Higgins was leaving the interview. Let's go straight to the rugby.
Yeah, Mark Wallace, the Glamorgan Director of Cricket, was shepherding Labuschagne and Kuhneman's day out.
Here's Patterson from the Cathedral Road end. He's right arm over, he bowls, and look at that seam back in. Oh, that started a long way wide, and Cook had no need to worry about it at all, but just the amount of movement off the surface of that one. And we mentioned it yesterday, I think the ball that Higgins picked up Northeast with, look at that. I mean, that's
extraordinary movement off the pitch.
I mean, if that was the slope at Lord's coming into the right hand, you'd still say, look at that go. There's no slope here at Cardiff, and that has jagged back in from a long way wide outside the off stump. The interesting one now will be back in if he puts it in the channel, whether that's got into the mind of Cook or not. He's in now, Patterson, and there he is into the channel, and the only thing in the mind of Cook is to get on the front foot and drive. In between cover and mid-off, he'll pick up a couple here. Think about the third, and back they come. 35 for Cook, and 341 for 7 Glamorgan, and they nudge towards a third batting point, which again is all part of this morning.
Yes, I think a third batting point would be the realistic aim. They'll be struggling to get to a fourth. I think 400 runs in 110 overs, so we've got another 12.4 to go, 59 runs. It's not impossible, but given that run rates have not been that high so far, unlikely, you'd say.
Patterson in bowls, and that one seems back in slightly from outside off. Nothing of great alarm. Just looking at that slip cordon. Is that Ben Geddes at slip? Have they taken Robson out of the slip? They have. Robson's got in at cover.
Okay.
Oh, he's been demoted. He shelled one yesterday, didn't he?
Yes.
A pretty comfy one as well. So Geddes, Deploy and Higgins are first, second and gully. Backward point, Zafar Gohar. Robson is at cover. Mid-off Sharma. Mid-on Roland Jones. Mid-wicket Holman, and long leg is Max Holden, as here's Patterson. Up to the crease now he bowls, and length ball left alone outside the off stump by Gorvin.
You can tell Kevin Hand is a number of years younger than I am, because I certainly wouldn't be able to give you a Glamorgan team without the numbers of that degree of speed and
Are you saying it's time I went and got a proper job, Nick?
Well, the opticians are no longer sponsor of this competition, so I'll have to pay full whack.
I'm going to have to bring out the Robert Croft story again now, aren't I? You must have heard the Crofty one at Lord's when he went clattering into the boards at the pavilion end trying to stop a boundary. Patterson's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track by Gorvin. There's no run. Championship game, and chases it back up the slope. Hard chase. Uphill. The old boy clatters into the advertising board. It goes for 4. The sponsor on the advertising board, the sponsor that year, retirement packages.
Oh, no.
Poor old Crofty.
Yes, heard him on the TV the other night.
Oh, what was he doing?
I was doing the women's game at Canterbury the other night. I didn't catch last night's game.
Patterson to Gorvin. Oh, that starts wide and goes wider. The umpire hasn't called it, but you'd fancy that seam the other way. He did drag it down somewhat, and I think he's just made the signal to the umpire. It seemed a bit, i.e. thanks for not winding me on that, umps. But 3-4-1 for 7 is the score here at Cardiff, and Cook 35, Gorvin has 6. Cook will have the strike. It is gloomy. The other, it's quite. The other conversation that's been happening the last couple of years is, would we have more play in the county championship if the floodlights were not used anywhere?
Right.
The theory being that if you turned on the floodlights now, the artificial light would quite clearly overtake the natural, so they'd have to come off. So would we actually be playing now if the floodlights were on? Whereas you got more chance of staying out there. It's a conversation that is happening high up. Chief execs and managing directors of cricket, and so I don't know if it's ongoing still, but it certainly happened a couple of years ago.
Here comes Roland Jones then from that River Taff end, running towards us and bowling to Cook, who's pushing forward and driving back to the bowler.
So, if you want to logically break that down, the point being, if the ruling is that the artificial light has overtaken the natural light, rather than just enhanced it, then you come off the field. But the point being, you might actually stay on there longer for the natural light, because it wouldn't be that bad. It's a seriously, it's a greater minds than you and I, which isn't tough to be fair with you, but.
Here's Roland Jones in to bowl to Chris Cook, and he's beaten by that one, missing edge and stumps, and as yesterday morning, it is a torrid time for the batters.
Well, Ryan Higgins talked about 330, up to 350, but the difference between 350 and 400 being quite a lot. So Middlesex need to get on with it this morning. Which is a very honest appraisal, I think, wasn't it? And it absolutely right. We'd all echo it, but you don't often hear the players being that honest on interview, do you? Not that they're being dishonest, but.
341 for 7 as Roland Jones bowls to Cook, who takes a step down the pitch and works it into the leg side for a single, and that will be all as the throw comes in from deep mid wicket and is well backed up because it's eluded Roland Jones. 342 for 7, but surely the light with the floodlights on at any point has to be better than the light with the floodlights off. So it's just a question of how you interpret the regulation, surely.
Well, I think if the floodlights are on now, we would quite clearly see 4 shadows around each of the players.
In which case, should that be the determinant? Roland Jones is in and bowls, and Gorvin is squared up carefully. Everything behind that, defending on the offside, no run.
I don't think anybody at the ground right now, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but I wouldn't suggest this was bad light right now. If the olds...
It's marginal, it's only just about playable.
What was the old one? You used to have those 5 lights, didn't you, on the ground, and then if it got to 4, you were off. So if it was hovering on 3, it just got up to 3 and everybody would hold their breath, wouldn't they? And please don't go to 4, please don't go to 4. And then it'd go to 4 and the umpire said, we've got no choice, it's gone to 4, we have to go off.
Roland Jones in, bowls to Gorvin, who gets a thick edge down past the slips. Will pick up a couple of runs here as Glamorgan move gratefully towards that 350 target. It may not have seen much at the start of play, but given the conditions, they'll be grateful to have scored even 10 without losing.
Because Glamorgan as well, right now, they're out there with the bat in hand, so they're the ones most at risk. Of course, a fielder could argue if he was a short extra cover and the ball's middled at him, But then on any given day, if the ball's middled at you, short extra cover, you're in trouble. So, but Glamorgan wouldn't want to go off right now. They're in a very good position in this match.
As in comes Roland Jones and bowls, and Gorvin is forward, dead batting it back to the bowler. There's no run. 344 for 7 at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online. From BBC Sport Wales and BBC Radio London, the Balconeers are, unfortunately, the intended trip to Leicestershire is not going ahead, but they are planning trips to the games at Lancashire and Derbyshire, and details of those are on their website, thebalconeers.co.uk. That's thebalconeers.co.uk, and best of luck to them in getting the numbers together for those 2 trips.
Patterson, his 19th over of the innings, 20th indeed. None for 51 so far for the South African. His last game for Middlesex in this stint. In now he bowls, and forward defence from the right-handed Cook. There was a cry of anguish thinking that Cook was a little late on that.
Good morning to Kevin Higgins, listening from across Europe, hoping for a good few days for Glamorgan. It's my birthday on Monday, and it would be a nice present. Happy birthday to you, Kevin, in advance, just in case we don't get round to it on Monday.
Will he send us cake?
I believe that's the gentleman who's in Istanbul, so possibly not.
Baklava then? Here's Patterson, he's in, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside of the off stump through to keeper. That's lovely, isn't it? Do you like a little bit of baklava?
I do, yes. But it might not get here until the end of the season.
It keeps though, doesn't it? We'll have it for next year, Kev. We'll have it.
Unlike the infamous Lord's pork pies incident.
Oh, goodness me. Did anybody ever actually dare open those? There was a challenge, wasn't there?
We left them thoroughly alone. In case you're wondering, this is a story every time I tell Glamorgan play Middlesex.
It's a bit like me and Crofty crashing into the advertising boards.
I'll do it after this ball.
It's Patterson. 100th over of the innings. 2 slips in a gully go down. He bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. You must have heard me tell that Crofty crashing into the
No, I haven't actually. No, it's a new one on me. Yeah. So we rock up in the Test Match Special box, the main radio commentary box for the BBC at Lord's for a championship match. I think it may have been the first one of the season. And there is a large consignment in a polystyrene container at the back of the box with the name of a pork pie manufacturer on it, and addressed to Aggers and the TMS crew.
Patterson in bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on by Cook. Toe into the bat, no run.
The trouble was that it was a good 7 or 8 months since TMS's last visit to Lord's, their last broadcast there, so the pork pies must have been that old. So, no, we waited for them to run out the door by themselves, I think, rather than investigate. They're probably green and steaming by then.
A bit like the Middlesex bowlers at the end of that 4th wicket partnership yesterday. Here's Patterson. Past the umpire, he bowls, and a wafty drive from Cook, a wide one outside the off stump from Patterson. Trap set, 2 slips in the gully. There's a deep point, covered a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. I can understand the deep square and the long leg. I'm not quite sure the deep point's needed at the moment, unless they're thinking give Cook the single and they want to bowl at Gorvin, which is quite possible actually, rather than have him unfurl a drive through the covers for 4. They've got that protection of deep backward points. 3-4-4 for 7. Last ball of the 100th over. Patterson in, bowls, and forward goes Cook pushing to cover. There's no run. 3-4-4 for 7 it is. So Cook 36. Gorvin will have strike on 8. The little committee on the side of the field yesterday that you described, those 3 chairs, they kept quite the council, I understand, yesterday. You didn't want to be within earshot of them, because if they knew you were in earshot, you were going to cop it, and that included Zafar Gohar, deep backward square, Stephen Eskenazi, Henry Brooks, and Tom Helm. Apparently anybody within earshot copped it yesterday from those 3 down there on the...
Can you point out that you meant to sledge your opponents, not your own teammates in cricket?
Yes.
Here comes Roland Jones from the River Taff end, bowling to Gorvin, who plays defensively. I've had an email from David Griffiths, who's the Glamorgan representative on the County Cricket Members Group, in response to that chat I had with James Harris. That was the subject of the BBC online article, and the potential reduction of 2 games in the Championship calendar from 14 to 12.
Skull and bones now. He's a pirate as far as everybody's concerned.
Here's Roland Jones bowling to Gorvin, and that's gone a long way off the pitch and beaten Gorvin's defensive prod through to Jack Davies.
I'm going to interrupt you. Sorry, Webby. Who of the Glamorgan attack would look at that particular delivery from Roland Jones with relish the most out of anybody? Because that's done a lot. That's gone off the surface and boom.
That has swung a long way, and they'll all fancy the chances. Of moving the ball a bit in these conditions. That is remarkable movement after it's passed the bat.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the swing came after it seemed, didn't it? But
Roland Jones in, bowls, and Gorvin defends. Right, David Griffiths of the County Cricket Members Group says they reject the assertion that 78 playing days spread over a 6-month schedule is too onerous. All jobs have busy periods. This is one of these pinch points in the calendar could easily be rectified by better scheduling, including using the month of August for championship games. Wonder about the wisdom of coinciding any championship with the 100. I'm not sure that's going to happen. More in a moment as Roland Jones bowls, and Gorvin again has got runs through the slips, and he's done well in getting on top of the bounce and angling it down. And how he's found a hole through the slips, I'm not quite sure, but he's got 2 more runs to take Glamorgan to 348 for 7 and the verge of that 3rd batting bonus point. There's a bit of a hole there between 2nd and gully, or 2nd and 4th.
Yeah.
And Gorvin's found it a couple of times.
Well, there was one put down at gully. There was one that went perfectly to Higgins at gully yesterday, wasn't there? So in terms of shutting that gap, they've had a few go to hand there, but I think we mentioned it yesterday. They're going to send gully to. They're going to send it to deep 3rd now, are they? I was just about to say what I'd do is bring in another catcher. I'd just put, rather than close it down to 3 slips, I'd go 4.
Down to 2 as Roland Jones bowls, and Gorvin gets more runs, and this time, believe it or not, he's beaten 3rd man on the inside as well. So they've put a 3rd man down there specifically to cut that off, and Gorvin's found the gap anyway. 352 for 7. Kevin can't believe it. As the replay shows, that might have actually have just about carried to a 3rd slip.
No, I think it would, because they'd be staggered, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
But
he wasn't quite as on top of that one as the previous one.
It's a very easy game for up here, isn't it? Just yeah.
There we are. They tried to close the stable door, and the horse got out the other way.
Well, yes, they forgot the other one was open. Yeah.
352 for 7. Roland Jones is in to bowl. Gorvin glances for a single down towards fine leg. 353 for 7. Gorvin moves on to 17 and will retain the strike. Just to whisk through a couple of other points made by David Griffiths of the supporters group. We accept that 7 games in 8 weeks is hard going, but insist this is for the management of the club to assess individual workload. He refers to the championship schedules of the past, acknowledges that the game is very different, but player welfare has increased, he says. Sports science and monitoring, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And talks about the world of team sport is a more squad approach. So yeah, this is the argument that I tend to go with, David, is that resting players is essential, and you chop and change the players rather than resting the whole team.
Agreed fully. Here's Patterson, bowls to Gorvin, and this is beating the bat on the back foot, but he didn't really push it too hard, did he?
There is
dropped the hands a little.
Apparently a petition requesting a general meeting to discuss the issue, so whether they will
well, the problem
is to get that special general meeting.
Yeah, but is that a
see.
special general meeting of Glamorgan members or of all
Glamorgan
county
members?
Because it needs to be all county members, doesn't it?
So that they can shape the club's response, or at least have a significant input.
The members have shaped the club's responses for 10 years now, but it's fallen on deaf ears, hasn't it, across the country? So here's Patterson in bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. There's no run. 3-5-3 for 7. But my point being, right now, there's no point blaming the current incumbents, because this has been a mess nearly 10 years in the making.
Oh, the schedule's been a mess for years.
Well, it has and it hasn't. I mean, the schedule's always been debated, hasn't it? I think, there were points where we got to a relatively good position with it all. The problem was the expanse of T20, really. When we started playing championship games on a Sunday morning or a Saturday morning, and the Friday nights were... I mean, that year when they spread the T20s across every Friday night, across virtually an entire season, as is Patterson in bowls, and a little bit of shape into Gorvin, but it holds its line on pitching, and through it goes to Davies. It's a bit early for this on a Saturday morning. I feel like I'm getting on the soapbox here, but... But yeah, I mean, yeah, as I said, there's almost a melancholy feeling for me at the end of last May. When you get to the end of the May, you're like, well, that was fun, but then you realise, hold on a minute, we're only 2 months into our 6-month season, and half the championship's done. Or as good as, whether it was 6 or 7 that were done by the end of May. It'll be 6 done by the end of May this year, won't it? Or will it be 7? Here's
7.
7, there you go, half of it done by the end of May. And this is what people ultimately do. I mean, I know the bums on seats of a T20, but that's the modern world we live in. It's 3 hours, turn up, see a little bit and go home.
Yep.
And you get the result one way or the other. It was like the old...
That's what pays the bills, though, Kevin.
Well, no, it doesn't. It's to be fully embraced in that sense.
Without T20, without the 100, we wouldn't be sitting here watching Glamorgan Middlesex play over 4 days.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fast forward 10 years, that was one way I was going to look at it. Fast forward 10 years, there will be one T20 game in this country. There won't be 2. So here's Patterson, and this ball's pushed back up the track by Corvin. I know the 100's only 16.4 overs, but ultimately it's a T20. There will be one T20 in this country, I'm sure, in 10 years, but unless the 100 becomes a T10. Then you could have a T10 and a T20, and well, that would significantly reduce the amount of game time and play. You could play 2 or 3 matches in a day in T10 as they do in other parts of the world, and then it's done much quicker. Then you could spread the championship back out across the season. And here's Patterson turning again to Gorvin. Bowls now, and this ball's full in swinging and pushed back up the track, and there's no run. And then, everybody's happy. They've got their extra franchise competition. It's a T10. The blast carries on happily for the counties. Nobody at the counties wants to see the blast come to an end. But you're not going to be able to sustain this of having 2 short format competitions, both being T20s. It's going to come to a breaking point, isn't it? And pretty much as James Harris has said there, and what none of us want is for the championship to be reduced.
No, but I suspect it was what is reasonably likely to happen next season, I think. But
you think so?
Yeah, I think so.
We're down to 12 games next year?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
I would. I'd be furious.
I didn't say I'd be happy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. We have to realise that we're watching Championship cricket in front of a few hundred. All right, thousands more are watching and listening. As Roland Jones is in to bowl, and Cook drives but doesn't really time it to mid-on.
I mean, what I'll take it down to a micro level then. Look at Middlesex right now. You've got Sharma in for his 2nd championship game. Tom Helm's into the squad the first time this season because of injury. Half the season's gone by, championship season, and he's not played a game because of injury. Now half the championship season's been played in 7-8 weeks.
As Roland Jones is on his way and bowls to Chris Cook, who takes a step forward and then dabs at it but doesn't make contact. Well, this is where I think the Professional Cricketers Association is risking things, because if they are arguing strongly for a reduction in fixtures, that's going to mean a reduction in squads, and some of their numbers will end up unemployed on the professional cricket front anyway as a result.
So you've got Sharma in for this, you've got Ishan Kaushal, Noah Cornwell, Tom Helm has just mentioned, Henry Brooks, Blake Cullen.
Cook drives nicely, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Now, between development, injury, selection at the moment, all of those just mentioned are crying out for games. So you're saying to me next year, rather than have 7 games to this stage, we'll have had 6, and then we'll have lost another game probably, or maybe we'll have only had 5. It will be in April and May that we lose the 2 games. So we'll have had 5 at this stage. So at that point then, Sharma hasn't played these 2 games in his development. We play across 6 months in this country for so many reasons, most importantly the weather, because we never know when it's going to lash with rain.
Roland Jones bowls, and Cook pushes into the offside, finds a gap this time and wanders through for the single. 354 for 7.
I'm on a roll here now, folks. I'm off.
Kevin Hand off his long run.
I'm off in and over, so you can sit at ease. There's only one more over this. But you look at this season so far now. How many 3-day finishes have there been? Middlesex 3 days last week, Glamorgan 3 days last week. It was 3 days down at Canterbury.
Yep.
So straight away, You lop that off. How much time has been lost to rain? Lop that off.
Not much.
How much time has been...
Very little
Well,
this year,
actually, to be fair, yeah, that's a good point. This year, very little. But in any given year.
Roland Jones is in to bowl to Gorvin on 17 not out, and Gorvin defends into the offside.
How many times has each day's play had an extra hour been added to the 6 hours of play? How many hours has it been? 7 hours of play, where we finish at 7 o'clock instead of 6. So every single day, someone do the percentage on that for me, 6 up to 7. Every single day, they're doing what percentage more work than they need to. You could be off the field every single day at 6 p.m. So when you're talking about player workloads and everybody doing too much and they need 5 days rest in between games, I'm sorry, but there are better answers than reducing the championship.
As Roland Jones bowls and hits Gorvin on the thigh pad. No run. End the over 354 for 7. Cook has 37. Gorvin has 17. You don't need to convince me. Edward Bevan refers to the 40 overs games on the Sundays, which were had excellent attendances, which then helped to swell the coffers. Now that is another argument as well, that I actually like 40 over cricket. I mean, I was brought up watching that.
Well, that was what I was going to say.
That isn't played these days, and I think a 40 over game at county level is a better product than a 50 over game, because the 50 over game at county level tends to be a bit soggy in the middle of the innings.
Well, yeah, it's improved a lot. I think the list A is the best I've ever seen it right now because of the way that the power plays work. I think they've settled on a formula for list A that that finally works for the modern era, that it's not as soggy in the middle as it used to be. I mean, there was a painful period where it was just so apparent that list A was going to have to stop, but I think they've probably got to, in terms of 50 overs, I think they've got to a nice level now. But indeed, for everything you're just saying, there's another 10 overs that you could take off per game.
Yep.
But then at the rate we're going, they need those 10 overs because, again, there are how many seam bowlers have I just mentioned who haven't had a serious bowl yet this year? Here's Higgins, change of bowling from the Cathedral Road end. He's in right arm over to the right-handed Cook, who leaves alone outside off stump.
The point that one of the points James Harris made in that interview was that there are a lot of injuries around, and if you had 2 or 3 leading seam bowlers injured for each county, they'd be struggling to, some of them, the smaller staffs, would be struggling to field an 11, and we've seen that at Kent in the last couple of rounds. They've had to take a couple on loan.
Higgins in, bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone. 3-5-4 for 7. I mean, yeah, it happens. But you look at Middlesex. Like I say, they've got 5 seamers I've just named who are queuing up to get into this side at the moment. So it goes in circles like that, and you've just got to suck it up. We're not talking about career-threatening injuries here that are happening. And, again, the old adage, which, you always have to be careful of these things and things evolve. You can't live in a bygone era, but bowlers need to bowl. And it's very different bowling in a net to bowling in a match. Here's Higgins, bowls, full, straight, and he's driven just wide of mid-off. Sharma comes around, he shies at the non-striker's end. There might be an overthrow, but it flies along that, skids along that Sophia Garden surface out to a man backing up at deep swear, and it is just the single.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a sports scientist, but they don't. There always seems to be difficulty in getting the balance right between how do you keep bowlers fit, and there are very few around of the likes of Glamorgan's Michael Hogan, for example, who just liked bowling to keep fit, to do some more bowling, to keep fit, to do some more bowling.
James Harris and Tim Murtagh had a stint for Middlesex, and I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, so sorry for Middlesex fans repeating it, but I think it was at Leicestershire. They'd had about 5 or 6 weeks where Harris, Murtagh and Sam Robson didn't play because of the blast. 5 weeks later, 6 weeks later, they come back into the side. It was extraordinary. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and he's bowled him! Nips that one back in, beats the inside edge. It might have taken a little tickle on the way through, but either way, through the gate it goes, and Gorvin departs. Middlesex have their 8th wicket. Higgins has his 4th, and he's on the verge of a first fifer for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins, would you believe? But 4 for 45 in his 19th over. It's 355 for 8, and that was pretty emphatic.
Yeah, Yes, well, Gorvin's done his job in getting Glamorgan past the 350 mark. A little stand of 36 for that 8th wicket. As we see the replay, that's just gone through the gate. It's a decent ball. The shot's not quite good enough. I don't think there's inside edge involved.
Yeah, he just didn't get his foot across, did he? It might have been a little inside
maybe
tickle
just a little tickle.
But there's a huge gate there, which is where whether it beat the inside edge or took it, that's where the error came from. The foot just didn't get across to the ball. But Middlesex needed that, didn't they? It's taken 33 minutes to get the 8th. And Ryan Higgins talks about there being a big difference between 350 and 400. Well, they're 355 for 8. So here he comes, Harry. I can go with him now. He's out in the middle, so he's not listening anymore. But yeah, Harris and Mercer came back for this game at Leicestershire, and I said, "You must feel fresh. You've just had 5-6 weeks off." And they said, "Well, actually, we're absolutely exhausted because bowling in the seconds isn't the same as bowling in the first. That was hard work for 4 days at Leicestershire because they hadn't bowled for that period. Now there are periods, one where you have injury, you have rest rotation, you might then come back and you're back for this game, but it's a 4-day washout. It genuinely drives me mad, as I'm sure listeners can probably tell. There's got to be some common sense to this now, because we can't let it go much further. Because the problem is, when things go, they don't come back, as we know. Once something is cut, whatever walk of life we're talking about, it doesn't come back. And the Championship is something that we must protect. Two balls left from me.
So Higgins best for Middlesex previously. Let's check that one up. 4 for 31.
Yeah, he hasn't taken a 5 for is the thing, so he's on for it now. And Harris, the man as such that he replaced. Harris, the all-rounder for so long for Middlesex. 2 slips and a gully behind the right-hander as Higgins runs in, he bowls. Oh, that's a lovely ball, just beats the outside edge. Harris, like all of us, I expect, so probably reckoning on that ball clattering back into the stumps. But he prods away at the surface now, Harris. Higgins has a smile, so does Roland Jones. Roland Jones hunting. They're both on 4-fers at the moment, aren't they? So, it could be a 5 for each.
It could be.
Roland Jones also, I've stumbled across a stat. He is racking up the 5-fers for Middlesex.
Yeah.
And I shall save this. I shall tease for my next stint. He's fast approaching another Middlesex. I don't use the word lightly. Legend, who in the 5-foot count. Here's Higgins. Last ball of his over, he bowls outside the off stump. It is the end of the over. He picked up the big wicket of Gorvin there to break that pairing from overnight. 355 for 8 it is. Harris has 0, Cook has 38. That's the end of Higgins' over. He has 4 for 45, and to the relief of all of the listeners, I'm sure, that's the end of me as well. For now.
Giving hand off his long run, ladies and gentlemen, and at 25 to 12, Glamorgan have added a further 21 runs to their overnight tally. Middlesex have added another 1 wicket to their overnight tally, and Roland Jones will continue. He and Patterson bowled for about an hour yesterday morning. Patterson's already given way to Higgins as Roland Jones runs towards us from the River Taff end and bowls, and Cook with a flourish of the bat leaves outside off stump. It's a pleasure to welcome to BBC cricket commentary for the first time a voice you may well know from the world of football commentary, Dylan Griffiths. Good morning, Dylan.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, I've enjoyed the last half hour listening to yourself and Kevin.
Wondered what the heck's going on.
I felt like a therapist behind you, and hopefully enjoyable day's cricket, because I left North Wales yesterday afternoon. I was listening to you, and Glamorgan were 3 down, and didn't expect to reach what they did at the end of play.
Here's Roland Jones bowling to Cook, who squirts it away through the offside. They think about coming back for a second, but decide against it. 356 for 8. And I suppose, well, these debates about formats and schedules some extent in a lot of sports, but cricket seems peculiarly prone to them.
That's exactly what I was thinking and listening to both of you, because it's an argument that's been doing the rounds, certainly in football, for the last 12 months or whatever, 18 months. Certainly at the higher end, people saying players are playing too many games, and that's where the long-term injuries come from.
As Roland Jones is in to bowl outside off stump, and that's allowed to go through by James Harris. Yes, it seems that cricket teams are, on the whole, less willing to do the rest and rotation that's pretty common in football.
Possibly they've got larger squads as well in football. They've got more games, more cup competitions, so there is the option there to rest players and bring in the squad players when needed.
As Roland Jones bowls and Harris is forward, defending. Ball trickles out towards mid-off, is intercepted by cover, and there's no run.
How do you see the next hour or so going, Nick, from Glamorgan's point of view?
I think, well, now realistically they're not going to get to 400 by the 110 over mark. Middlesex have got just over 5 overs to take this 9th wicket and get maximum bowling points, which I think is considerably more likely than Glamorgan getting another batting point, as Harris is forward, defending to cover, and there's no run. So at the moment it's 3-2 on points, is reasonably likely to end up at 3-all, I would suggest. But at least we're playing, and I think we're going to get a few borderline moments today. I tell you what, I wouldn't like to be among some of my club teammates who are actually playing on a pitch at Pontcanner about a quarter of a mile away, and obviously without sight screens there, because they don't have that sort of luxury on the Parks pitches. As Harris drives nicely into the offside, but it's fielded at backward point and there's no run. And the over, 356 for 8. Roland Jones and Higgins have 4 apiece, so they're vying for 5 wicket hauls. It would be the first time that Higgins has done it for Middlesex. So Dylan Griffiths, if Higgins is continuing to bowl, which he looks as it is in charge of an important moment for Middlesex supporters, potentially, if he gets this 5th one.
Yes. Longish run-up from Higgins. Strong breeze as well here in Cardiff this morning, as Higgins comes in and had a little nibble at it. Did Harris let it go through to the wicketkeeper Davis.
So everything on Chris Cook really to steer Glamorgan. Haven't seen Matt Coonham bat, the last man. He's got first class average of about 10, so not expecting too much from the last man.
Cook though has scored 250s already this season, as Higgins comes again and strikes it well, but fielded in the covers there, no run. 356 for 8. But James Harris decent with the bat as well, Nick.
Yes, not so much as he was in his Middlesex days. He has slid down the batting order a bit, so half centuries from in this spell with Glamorgan have been a bit sparser on the ground, but I'm sure Middlesex supporters will remember him doing pretty usefully for them.
Higgins comes again, and that'll be pushed away for 1 run. For Cook, takes him up to 40. Glamorgan on 357 for 8.
Yes, question of how long these. Well, we've already seen a change at this end. We've had Higgins on for Patterson. Roland Jones bowled for the first hour yesterday, so he's probably got a good few left in him. Gosh, the trees are really rustling round this morning.
2 slips and a gully. As Higgins, right arm over the wicket. Oof, good ball. And Harris pushing forward, but just let it go through to the wicket-keeper again.
Probably see a few rugby fans flocking down the riverbank later on. It's an afternoon kick-off this time between Northampton Saints and Bordeaux Bègles in the Champions Cup. I shouldn't think we'll hear the roars because it's closed roof.
Eighth ball of the over. Well defended. Thought about the run. Cook, I think, was prepared to go for the quick single. Decided against it.
Yeah, what's Cook doing? Fiddling around in the crease at the non-strikers, and maybe Higgins kicking up a bit of dirt and a few marks that Glamorgan want to keep for the time being as flat as possible on that crease. Though they're no doubt they expect to be bowling in the morning session, you would have thought.
Higgins, after wiping and cleaning the ball on his shirt, and again pitched it up well. And Harris thought about going for the square cut, but again decided against it. And the end of the over, 357 for 8. Cook 40 not out. James Harris yet to get off the mark.
So Neil Thornycroft has been on touch via X. Nothing against a franchise competition. What I do object to is a format that changes the game so much, and the use of Welsh in the name with no Welsh involvement in our region. Yes, it's a subject on which my views have been firmly expressed in the past. As the next over starts with a wide delivery from Roland Jones that's well taken by Jack Davis, tumbling to his right in front of first slip. It does seem bizarre that there isn't a regional input, whether it would be Wales and the West Country that made up the domestic players in the franchise. I would have thought would have been a more attractive proposition, but that debate has probably been and gone. As Roland Jones turns at the end of his metronomic run-up from the tall figure and bowls, and Cook drives to mid-off. This time he wants the quick single. The shy comes in at the non-striker's end, but Cook had judged that one well. He was well home, and Jack Davis spotted the risk of overthrows and scampered across.
Positive play from Cook though, Nick.
Yeah, Glamorgan, it seems, are just going to take the all the runs they can get. They're not worried about getting to 400 as things stand. Them being very few shots really played in anger. Harris yet to get off the mark. Started his season somewhat late because of a calf injury, so this just his third game. As Roland Jones is in to bowl to Harris, who leaves outside off stump. Through it goes. Scores so far 12 and 13 not out. Only had to bat a couple of times in those two games.
Forecast is good tomorrow, isn't it? For the weather, not so good for Monday.
Yes, we should get most of a day at least tomorrow. Monday, light rain likely all day, so that might be in the back of the captain's minds. As Roland Jones is on his way, bowls, and Harris defends up towards mid-on. You hear a lot from cricketers that they don't really plan too much on the possibilities of bad weather, but I'm not sure that I entirely believe them. I think if I were a cricket captain, I'd be beating the weather apps on my phone half the day.
You're looking at the forecast, aren't you? You've got to be.
Yeah. If you think there's going to be no play on Monday, then if you're in a good position, you think, well, can I win it in 3 days? Roland Jones bowls, Harris on the defensive, playing out to cover point, and there is no run. 3, 5, 8 for 8. So if you want to contact me via X, NickWeb2017, that's also the Blue Sky handle as well, if you're on that. Shubman Gill, captain of India against England, former Glamorgan player, briefly in September 2022. June the Tea Lady, Professor, says he was terrific from the start for Glamorgan. As Harris is beaten outside off stump, pushing forward, and there is no run. And Dylan is on X as well. Your handle, Dylan?
at Dull Llanfair, Nick.
Good luck with that, Middlesex supporters.
Yes, because Llanfair Pwll Gwengell go Gerrit Wyn Rob Santa Cecilia go goch. I'm not swearing. That's
Day on.
that is where I live, and have resided for the last over 20 odd years now. But it's great to come back to Sophia Gardens and watch some cricket. Actually played here, Nick. I'm not sure if you were in that game in a BBC Wales match all those years ago. As Higgins comes in, and a quick single again from Cook takes him up to 42.
Was that the game against the Assembly, as was?
I think it was even before then.
All right.
I think it was in a period where we actually played games against ITV Wales, S4C, BBC Wales.
I have played here a couple of times, once at the old stadium, once with the new one. Wickets at the edge of the square, I have to hasten to add, nothing serious.
Higgins into Harris, beats him again on the half stump. Beaten quite a few times so far, James Harris.
Yes, always a thrill to play on these big grounds when you're a low-level cricketer.
Oh yes, low is an apt word there, Nick. I'll be honest, one of the highlights for me as a spectator, as a fan, was when Glamorgan, he was taking him up all those years ago up to Colwyn Bay, as Higgins to Harris again, appeals behind the stumps, but Harris will take 2 runs on the leg side.
Yes, I'm not quite sure why they were getting excited, because he played that, well, it may have been off a thick inside half of the bat, but it was pretty safe, and certainly pat before pad, if there was any pad involved.
361 for 8. So Harris is off the mark with 2 runs. Higgins, straight to ball, and that's dispatched beautifully out to the boundary on the leg side from Harris.
Yeah, a little punch of gloves with Chris Cook. Feel better for getting that one away. His first boundary after a few plays and misses earlier on, and that was nicely turned the wrists on it, and as you say, firmly dispatched through mid-wicket for 4.
365 for 8. Cook 42 not out. James Harris 6 not out. Just the 1 wicket to fall this morning. That of Andy Gorvin. Bowled by Higgins for 17. A lot of work going on the ball. More work. By Higgins. Harris on strike. Little bouncer, ducks through to Davis, the wicket-keeper. No run.
Yeah, Kevin Hunn's been doing his best to talk up the pace of Ryan Higgins, who's listed in most of the reference books as right-arm medium rather than medium fast, but I'm not sure that even if he is on the far side of medium, he's going to get much joy with short pitch balls. We saw a few of them from Sharma yesterday when they were trying to induce catches on the boundary, but that really didn't work either. Final ball of the over then. Solid defensive stroke from Harris. So Glamorgan on 365 for 8. Cook 42 not out. Harris 6. And Glamorgan, I'd imagine, Nick, are quite happy with the start they've had this morning. Yes, I mean, they've got past the 350 mark, which was the immediate target. Lost the wicket of Gorvin. He got a few boundaries away through third man. Mostly under control. Has quite an animated conversation between Cook and Harris mid-wicket, and light levels are not great. I mean, I know we're peering through glass here from the commentary box, but it's probably slightly better than it looks to us here. But Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the umpires took a reading at some point during the morning, as Roland Jones will continue, and Cook is forward, bat and pad stretched forward, and the ball trickles out.
If they were off with it, Nick, do you reckon Glamorgan would come off, or are they happy to stay on?
Well, it's these days it tends to be very much directed by the umpires, and Middlesex wouldn't want the alternative bowling spin to stay on, so I think they very rarely see batters given much choice in it these days. As Cook drives, fishing for that one outside off stump, through to Jack Davies. No run, 3-6-5 for 8. And after weeks of unfamiliar sunshine in April and May to greet the start of the cricket schedule, we now see the ball moving all over the place under cloudy skies, and even a guy who's been in for some time like Chris Cook was beaten there outside off stump.
It was a shock to the system waking up this morning and seeing rain.
Well, we could do with it, to be fair, overall. As Roland Jones is in to bowl, Cook pulls it away and has timed that one nicely. It's well saved on the boundary down at backward square, and they're through for a couple of runs. Could do with rain, just not on weekends and cricket days generally. And a bank holiday, of course, coming up, whatever that is, having worked in broadcasting for all my working career. You get used to ignoring bank holidays, really. You're as likely to be working on as a bank holiday weekend as anything else.
Means nothing.
Oh, Vienna, it means nothing to me. Roland Jones bowls, and Cook turns another one, this time to a similar position, but this time turned off his hip, and it'll be just the single down towards backward square.
It's one of those, Nick, you enjoy working on, for instance, Boxing Day, New Year's Day. It's part of the sporting calendar, and once you've done it for so long, it's strange if you're not working.
That's it. I mean, I've done lots of Boxing Days, and a couple recently where when I've gone part-time and gone off the BBC staff where I haven't been working, and you think, oh gosh, what am I to do? As Roland Jones is in and bowls, and Harris is forward defending. My answer is usually to drag any willing members of the family along to the rugby with me and go and watch it anyway, but there we are. 368 for 8 for those that don't know Dylan's work. He's frequently involved with the coverage of Wrexham football, which has been quite the journey over the last few years.
Crazy, Nick. Absolutely crazy. When you're thinking 3 years ago you were commentating, Wrexham against Maidenhead, and now you're looking for Wrexham against Southampton or Leicester.
Then comes the next delivery, and Harris leaves it outside off stump. 368 for 8. Cook has 45. Harris has 6. Yeah, in the county circuit, obviously there's pretty much 17 opponents that you get used to every year. Now you're having a different 20 clubs every year.
Well, it's you've gone through League 2 and then League 1, and League 1 was a league really, or a division you weren't really that familiar with, because Swansea and Cardiff have been in the Championship for so long, with the Premier League, and Newport in League 2. Now obviously with Cardiff down to League 1, and it's all changed again, and it's going to be a Swansea-Wrexham derby, which
as
is
the Welsh derby in inverted commas.
Yes.
For people who don't know that it's a blooming long way between Swansea and Wrexham.
Good 3.5 hours if you can class that as a derby. As Higgins starts the new over from the Cathedral Road end, wide, very wide.
Not given wide.
No.
Would have been probably in one-day stuff.
I think the fixtures are out middle of June, so
start planning your year.
Exactly. First weekend of the season on August the 2nd, I think.
Always seems ridiculously early to those of us who are not football aficionados, but I guess you get used to it.
Higgins again to Cook, has a little look, leaves it through to Davis, the wicketkeeper, and I know a lot of the clubs in the Cymru Premier League will be back in pre-season in the next few weeks because European football will be starting in the next month or so. So it's a very, very short break.
Yes, I imagine you'll be looking up how to pronounce Lithuanian and things like that.
368 for 8. Higgins looking for his 5th wicket. Defended till it comes by here. Cook, no run.
Yeah, so we're approaching danger point for Middlesex. We've got 3 balls for Middlesex to get this wicket for their 3rd bowling point, which may be a reason for Glamorgan not to take any risks and hand Middlesex that extra point unless they have to. They're being made to work for it. So yeah, that crept up on me. 110th over, 3 balls to come.
Pressure on Higgins then to deliver in the final 3 balls of the over. Turned away off the pad. On the leg side, the keeper, wicket keeper Davis, is the Middlesex player who goes to retrieve it.
2 balls to come. Ryan Higgins needs to strike now. It might be the point that's vital at the end of the season. You never know which point is going to count most. Especially in a division like this where it has seemed that everyone is liable to beat everyone.
A few of the players having a word with Higgins just to make sure that he knows. Appeals, well, half-hearted appeals for leg before.
Yes, they really weren't too interested in that one. There may have been an inside edge onto it, but last ball of the 110. Glamorgan will finish on 3 batting points. Can Middlesex grab a 3rd bowling point?
Now this is the bowl. More work done. Higgins' final ball of the over then. Well defended, and they'll get possibly 2 runs, no, just the 1 run out to that girly area. So Glamorgan reach 370 for 8. Cook 45 not out. Harris 7 not out as they have a little conflab again.
Yeah, Cook, well, he's got 3 previous half-centuries this season. 55 against Leicestershire, 56 against Gloucestershire, 69 against Middlesex, and a 49 not out as well on the declaration against Derby. So Cook potentially reaching the half-century for the 4th time this season, but Middlesex, as they did yesterday morning and evening, forcing Glamorgan to work hard. Dane Patterson takes over from Toby Rowland-Jones, so just the 3 seamers being used early on as Harris clips this one off his legs and will take a single down to fine leg. I'll give way to Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London at the end of this over.
You're working me hard, Nick.
3-7-1-4-8. As Patterson is in bowls, and that's squirted away by Cook down towards backward points. There's just the single, 3-7-2 for 8. The over rate is -2. Middlesex used a bit of Zafar Goha in the middle overs yesterday, but didn't get in the wickets column. So it might be something that they'll need to address. -1 can usually be smoothed away, -2 not so. As Patterson is in and Harris defends that one down towards backward point. There is no run.
Not sure if it's me, but is it getting lighter, or are we just getting acclimatised to the to the cloud?
Yeah, it could be just a little bit higher from a few minutes, but I think it's going to be hovering around this for most of the day. And frankly, from past seasons, I'd be surprised if there wasn't a problem in the last session at least. As Patterson is in to bowl, and Harris defends to mid-on. There's no run. Definitely the trees on the banks of the Taff are at their busiest for weeks with that stiff breeze that you referred to. Flags on the pavilion.
I'm just slightly concerned because of the road closures around
Yes.
Cardiff this evening with the rugby final down the road.
Yeah, I think most of those have already come into operation. Anyone heading here this afternoon, be prepared to come down Cathedral Road from the top end. As Harris is hit on the pad and the ball bobbles away on the leg side, there's no run. Expect the road in front of the castle is already shut off, and as I say, my club side is due to be playing about a quarter of a mile away up there. I might sprint out and say hello and surprise them in the tea interval. Well, I say sprint, I use the term loosely. Last ball of the 111th over, a bonus points, 3-2 to Glamorgan. And, well, Middlesex will be a bit disappointed missing out there, I think, given that they've looked threatening with the ball for long periods. As Harris is forward, working away on the leg side, they'll take the single. That'll be all down towards backward square. 3-7-3 for 8 then, as Glamorgan tick ever onwards towards a potential 400 total, which should be very useful. Next half hour is in the hands of Dylan Griffiths and Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London.
Thank you, Nick. So Glamorgan more than happy with the morning's work so far. Just a 1 wicket to fall. Andy Gorvin bowled by Higgins for 7-2 for 17. As Higgins continues from the Cathedral Road end. Middlesex desperately needing another breakthrough. Lifted a bit. But Harris just pushes it out for another single. He moves on to double figures and 10-3, 74 for 8.
Morning, Dylan.
Morning.
Well, it's afternoon, but
Afternoon.
it's a cricketing morning, isn't it?
Exactly.
Morning
exactly.
session still. Mine's turned to lunch, of course, at 11:15, but as they do. Oh, we had a good one yesterday. Cottage pie.
Well,
It was real. Well, actually, it was good and bad. There were good and bad points. There was a lot of potato.
Well, I was listening to you, Nick, and Kenneth yesterday morning as Higgins comes in again and forward defensive to the covers. And was it talk of a Sunday roast tomorrow?
Indeed. I know. Well, I don't.
Don't tease me now. You know.
Hopefully, it's the word from the back of the. Well, I don't know how we're going to get through the afternoon session if it's a Sunday roast for lunch. I mean, any given Sunday roast for me results in a snooze thereafter.
Well, yeah, exactly. But 2:30 I'll be gone.
I know. It's going to be. We're going to have to time this well tomorrow that we can all nip next door for 20 minutes. They say that's what the round the world sailors do, isn't it? 20 minutes.
Higgins. No run.
Are you across this theory of the 20-minute nap? If you go beyond the 20 minutes, you start to go into a level of sleep that makes you groggy for the rest of the day. So
Exactly.
Sports science, as we all love and loathe in equal measure. The 20 minutes it is. So the round the world sailors, they will set their alarms, and I do this as well now. I have a nap for 20 minutes.
You
set
feel
the
better
alarm.
for it?
Well, as soon as you wake up, bang, you're ready to go. You're refreshed, but you didn't go into that deep sleep.
Higgins to Cook. Full defensive again.
Titty, you not. You'll be trying this out tomorrow. We'll all be there timing up.
Other days when you get up early in the mornings and on the early bulletins and
Well, yes.
and then you
Well,
have
I
a 2-hour kip.
I used to do the morning bulletins years ago, and I wasn't across this into the office at 5 a.m. and you finish at 12 or 1. You get home and have a couple of hours sleep, and you feel pretty rubbish for the rest of the day after that 2 hours sleep. But you need it, otherwise you end up going to bed at 8 p.m. every night, or going to sleep at 8 p.m. every night.
374 for 8. Higgins, fullish delivery, and he scampered through for a quick single to mid-off.
But what we should have been doing was having 20-minute naps, getting up and then going again. Well, you'd still be going to bed at 8:20, wouldn't you? But you just don't feel as poor for the rest of the day. So yeah, that might have to be the tactic tomorrow after the Sunday roast. A 20-minute alarm set, close your eyes.
But who goes first?
Oh well, I'm the visitor, so I mean, the Welsh hospitality is famed. There's no question there. I'll leave you boys to scrap out who goes second.
Final ball of Higgins over to Harris. Solid defensive again. End of the over. 375 for 8.
And there's another hack for it, which I've then because your phone gets inundated with these things, doesn't it? You start talking about it and your phone starts telling you all about it. You can super boost your power nap, that 20 minutes, by having a shot of coffee, a shot of espresso, or however you take your coffee. Have it just before you close your eyes for that 20 minutes. It takes 20 minutes for the caffeine to start working. So when you wake up, not only, you're away. I mean, this is, clearly worked so well. This is why I've taken over the world in recent years.
I'll be going home on Monday. I'll be experimenting with everything.
There you go. It's the only way I can envisage me getting through this Sunday roast tomorrow and still be on air at 4-5 o'clock tomorrow evening. Passing out. His Patterson changed up for the first time in the match to the River End. I can't recall him being up there, and there was a slight mention of it at Stumps yesterday. As he's in now, right arm over the wicket. He bowls and forward goes Cook. I thought a little belatedly on that for a moment. He looks back at the surface. The ball went squarer than he anticipated. He was looking at a straight drive, and it ends up in the hands of cover, where Ryan Higgins is polishing away on this second new ball now. 32 overs old, so one side of it should start to feel a little rough. One of the sides Middlesex will hope is a nice, shiny, new and assisting movement. The movement's mostly been off the surface in this game, though, as Patterson's in again. He bowls and he's trapped him. LBW. There we go. Patterson has his wicket. That has nipped back in. Cook hasn't got forward to it. And the only thing that could have saved him there is if, in falling across as he did, that he fell across enough outside the line of off. But the whole thing about it's the first look looked as plumb as could be, and Cook's gone for 47. Patterson has one for 54, and there'll be a little bit. You can see the teammates coming around. Now, he's bowled beautifully in this game, as he has throughout the season so far for Middlesex, and just hasn't had the reward. But this time he's taken the edge out of the equation. That's maybe kept a fraction low in nipping back as well, but that does happen when a ball seems it can affect the consistency of the bounce. But equally, I think we'll look at that again, and so will Cook, and he'll think he should have been forward to it. But that is the end of Cook. 47, no 50 for him in this one. 375 for 9. And Middlesex are nearly there, but the 9th wicket falls 2.2 overs outside the bonus points. They will only take 2 bowling points on this game.
Yeah, it did keep low. That ball from Patterson to Cook. So he departs for a well-made 47. And Kuhneman then, final Glamorgan batsman in, signed just for this one game, I think.
Do you have a one test wonder? Is this a one glammy wonder?
You might as well go out in a blaze of glory.
Well, Harris at the other end will have aspirations of a century still, because it's James Harris. So he will, and then he has over the years. Harris always sets lofty ambitions, quite rightly, because he's a wonderfully talented cricketer. And he hasn't scored anywhere near as many runs as he should, but as you say, he's got number 11 with him now, so it's a very different.
Well, he's out to meet him, isn't he? And words of advice.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's coached him through it already, isn't he? Look at this. He's doing this, he's doing that, watch that. I'm telling you, Harry's planning on being there at tea. He's talking Kuhneman through this. You could well see middle stump uprooted here.
Just give me the strike.
All of that. Well, exactly. I don't know Kuhneman's ability with the bat. We'll soon find out. But for everything Harris has said to him, look, it's nibbling around a bit. Whatever you do, get forward, get on that front foot, and try and get bat on it. 375, and I know those are the famous words to John Embry, and I'll come back to that in a moment. It's his Patterson in bowls, and Kuhneman squared up by this one. The ball deflects to points as his whole body squares up to the onside. Those are the famous words to. I've forgotten his name. Now it's gone from my head. Well, John Embry was the words. The words were famous, but Norman Cowans was walking out to bat, I think at number 11, Just get forward, get on the front foot and get back on it. You'll be fine. No helmet on in these days. Uxbridge. Bowler that was running in, Malcolm Marshall. Thumped him on the side of the head. Here's Patson in bowls and forward goes Koeman pushing away into the offside. 375 for 9. Sorry, Norman. We were talking about Norman loads last week because it was ex-Players' Day, former Players' Day at Lords for Middlesex. So all the great and the good were there. And Norman got a good number of mentions as well. Mainly because he looks ridiculously well, annoyingly well. I think it upsets everybody. Yeah.
Sunday roast.
Well, yeah, exactly. In comes Patson. Koeman is backing across, dabbing into the offside, and
Looked quite solid there, didn't he?
yeah, better effort on that one. But one ball left of the over, you can almost 100% guarantee this will be 2/3 of the way up. Off stump, Patson thinking at least give me 2, which would also deny Higgins and Roland Jones the fifers. Whether Roland Jones will be coming on to replace Higgins at the Cathedral Road, and if this goes on much longer, we'll have to wait and see. They haven't gone to Sharmy yesterday evening, which I did think was admirable from the skipper, throwing the ball at a pressured point like that. 3 or 4 overs from this end before stumps as Patson in bowls, and it just angles across. It went a little bit. There was shape on that across the right hand. I don't think he intended it to be quite that wide, but it was that 2/3 of the way up off stump length, but the angle of it jagged across. Higgins to continue then, looking for this 5. That's going to be the conversation. So Roland Jones is rapidly approaching Tim Murtagh in fifers, which is quite remarkable, bearing in mind Murtagh played well into his 40s and is one of the foremost wicket takers in the history of the county. Roland Jones dogged by injuries throughout his career. I mean, had he have not had those injuries, he wouldn't have been racking up fifers for Middlesex because he'd have been playing for England, so it's kind of a moot on that point. But yeah, on the 5 count, I'll give you the stats of that in a moment because it is quite an interesting one. 275 for 9.
Koeman.
375 for 9, sorry.
Koeman survived that over, so it's Higgins, as Kevin was saying, looking for his 5th wicket, and Harris out to 3rd man. Takes him on to 11, and Glamorgan on to 376 for 9. So now Koeman will be facing Higgins for the first time. Left-handed batsman. Wonder if this wicket will turn for him when Middlesex do get into bat. Run rate 3.32 and over. Around the wicket now to the left-hander. Solid again.
Yeah, it wasn't much for Zafar Gohar, but that's not to say. Well, I mean, if a pitch seams, it will spin. That's I think most famously attributed to Shane Warne. So we don't need to go any further than that in establishing it. So if a pitch seams, it will spin. It didn't do a great deal for Zafar Gohar yesterday. Holman had a little go as well, but as the match progresses, and fingers crossed the weather doesn't intervene greatly, then that may be a big part in this.
Higgins again to Koeman, gets forward, body behind the ball.
But it has seemed a lot, that movement has been seam hitting the pitch and off it jags one way or the other. There's not been much swing before the ball's pitched throughout the game. It's all been about that seam hitting about that grass. All the wind's picked up. One of the advertising boards for the sponsors of this competition just got it over.
You're right.
Hope they're insured.
Turned round off his legs. Might get 2 Koeman here. Yes, he does. So he's opened his Glamorgan account with 2 runs.
Just bellowed into there's a netting, isn't there, over the back of the seats on that far side at the river ends, where the sight screen just doesn't go all the way across, so it covers the blue seats, the white netting, and that's getting, or it did a few moments ago, it got really, as though it was going to be ripped off. Really got buffeted by the wind. That's what took that board as well. But you see all the trees along the river there. I say blowing pleasantly, but it actually looks chilly, doesn't it? So it doesn't look pleasantly at all.
few in the shorts here today. Not quite sure if it's shorts weather, but Higgins.
Ken came in shorts yesterday, didn't he? Instantly regretted it. It was a nice day yesterday. Although, to be fair, I think by afternoon I've got thick jogging bottoms on. I was regretting those.
Higgins to Kunneman, who's on 2. It's bat on ball again. To the covers, no run, 378 for 9. 2 wickets have fallen in this session's play. Cook out for 47. Gorvin out for 17. Patterson trapping Cook. LBW, as he was hoping to reach his 50. Changing to around the wicket again. Over the wickets, rather. Higgins. 3 slips. Higgins. Foolish delivery. And Kunneman survives again. So 378 for 9. Harris 11 not out. Kunneman 2 not out, and Higgins still waiting for his 5th wicket.
Yes, so that's the game now, isn't it? I was going to give you those stats, that's reminded me, thank you. So that's the game now. How long does Roland Jones give Higgins to find his fifer before Roland Jones replaces Higgins, attempting his fifer? So, yeah, Tim Mercer. Let's have a look at Mercer first, because his stats were and remain extraordinary. Player who wasn't England under 19, but made his Test debut for Ireland. Scored a 50, didn't he, for Ireland? Picked up a fifer as well against England at Lord's. Wonderful day. Here's Patterson in, bowls, edged! Oh, it's put down at slip. Geddes goes to his right and he throws one hand at it at slip. Patterson looks less than impressed. Well, Middlesex are shelling a few at the moment, and they have done in this innings, and how much that'll come back to cost them. It cost them, I'd say, missed opportunities against Leicestershire cost them. Counted for, enough passages of play as much as runs. And this ball was a length ball just outside off. It wasn't really there, the width for Harris to cut at it, and he's chopped a late fine cut straight to slip. I was hesitating because Geddes went to his right, and that generally means if slip goes to his right, yeah, it should have been second slip's catch. I think that was Deploy's catch. I have to look at it one more time, but having seen that outstretched right hand, my instinct was that second slip's catch. As forward goes Kunneman, he's got a leading edge all along the floor to.
Yeah, it's probably your instinct just to go for it, but did that put him off?
Well, the theory being, as we sit at the perfect angle here, looking down on it. But for listeners at home, if the keeper's, you got the left-hander at the moment, then slip is in position, then second slip, pretty much slip. They've got a gun barrel straight channel that is theirs. So anything to their left is second slips, as it is for the left-hander. Now anything to their right is the keeper's. And just my instinct was, when I saw how far his hand had gone to his right, as here's Patterson in, bowls, and forward goes Kunneman defending, there's no run. I have to have a look at it for one more time, because the only replay that I saw of it was from behind. So you probably need to see it front on a little bit more, but yes, the slips are the other side for the right-hander as well from where we're sat. We're at a long leg position, but
the replay as yet hasn't.
See if I can do it on the stream. There were a couple that went up, weren't there, on the live stream inside the ground, but yeah. Well, let's put it this way: it was on the margins, wasn't it, as to whether it was seconds or slips. As Patterson bowls, it has brightened up now. It's just even in this split second, I just looked up from the laptop and had to blink my eyes a little because it's brightened, which is lovely news for the game. You can see much darker clouds in the distance and indeed on the horizon. That's where the weather's coming in from, annoyingly. So hopefully this isn't the quiet before the storm, the lull before the storm.
All the talk of the 5 wickets for Roland Jones or Higgins or Patterson will be bitterly disappointed.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to get to that. I might before the end of the innings at the rate I'm going. Cricket in the middle's getting in the way. Here's Patterson. He's around the wicket from the river end. He bowls. Oh, it's a beaut of a ball. And that, well, there'll be many a top order batter that would have struggled to nick that from Patterson. Around the wicket to the left hander, angling in, swerves away. He's batting outside the line of off with Patterson around the wicket, and well, these are two that could be paired up in the World Test Championship final in a couple of weeks. Patterson certainly hopes so. Koeman expected to play, which is why he's in for this one. But yeah, completely done by a Jaffa there. Last ball of Patterson's 24th over. He's in and he's cut, and it's through the covers. Brooks diving to his right, went down low with one hand trying to get something on it, but it pops over the boundary rope just below the pavilion, and 4 more to Glamorgan. Koeman moves to 6, 3, 8, 3 for 9, and annoying for Middlesex now. This these last 3 wickets overnight. The word from Ryan Higgins was 350. The difference between 350 and 400 is a lot. They're nudging towards the 400 now. 383 for 9.
Yeah, Koeman will be delighted to get his first boundary. Takes him on to 6, and it will be Higgins to continue.
Just rewinding back on the stream. It was first ball of the last over, wasn't it? I think probably was slips actually because of the angle, the way that it angled in between the staggered pair.
In comes Higgins then, foolish delivery and hit it on the up. James Harris, no run, survives.
No, it was slips. Yeah, it was slips catch.
Was it?
Where it's actually he's put it down above his right knee, but what happened then was his arms then extended and followed the ball as he dropped it, which made it look as though it was much wider than it was. It was slips catch all day long. Second had no right to be getting involved in that at all, and he quite rightly didn't.
4 for 59. Higgins, foolish delivery again. Dealt with. And as you said, Kevin, it's just an annoyance now for Middlesex, this last wicket partnership. Want to get it done and dusted, get the pads on and start their innings. Going through a lot of work this morning. Higgins, not quite where Harris wanted to play it. On the offside, no run again. 3 dot balls.
Tim Murtagh. Stop it. We've been busy. There's been things happening in the middle.
We'll get there after this ball.
He's mean, Webby, isn't he?
Higgins again. Ooh, appeals for leg before given, and Higgins eventually does get his 5th wicket of the innings, and Glamorgan are all out for 383. Trapped there.
James Harris.
So Harris, the last man out. And went for the big swing, didn't he? Harris, nowhere near it, struck the pad. Easy decision for the umpire. So that indeed is the end of the Glamorgan innings, first innings.
Yeah, it was not the greatest looking shot from Harris in the world. He's almost cleared that front foot, swung, missed, and it's just clipped the inside of the front pad, I think, or maybe it clipped the back pad, but either way it was a pretty ugly one, and it's a 5 for Higgins, so there we go. That settles that one. Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Roland Jones, or is it going to be Higgins? 5 for 59, and a really well bowled for him. Look at the innings rate, 3.3 the run rate, and Higgins in his 25th over conceded 59 runs, so brilliant from Higgins as well. We were just about to go through Murtagh and Roland Jones' stats, weren't we? That's what I need to do. Every time Middlesex need a wicket, I'll save this for the second innings now, and every time they really need a wicket, I'll say Tim Murtagh, and then the wicket will fall to stop me going through these stats. But no, brilliant stuff. Higgins is the man of the moment as he goes off with his first 5 for Middlesex, and applauded off by his teammates, who will all be delighted, because it was actually with a great deal of shock that everybody kind of said, wait, you've never taken a 5 for Middlesex. He's been player of the year for the last couple of years. He's Middlesex's go-to man, bat and ball, Mr. Reliable. They've really been I say blessed to get him back. Well done on them for getting him back, and they really wanted him back as well from Gloucestershire. But that was an innings all about one partnership, really, wasn't it? Northeast and Carlson, 122 and 109 respectively, from 52 for 3. They pushed that score on substantially, and I'd suggest that is what now Middlesex have to do. They've got to get a partnership, because the way that ball has continued to seam this morning, you would have thought that Glamorgan would very much for 30-40 overs themselves be seaming that ball around a fair old bit, with a fair lead on the board. They'll keep going. We'll take a short break, I think, in the interval. I'm looking around. Yes, we've got the thumbs up, or the fingers across the throat, which I assume that means we're okay to take a break on the stream here. But join us back in just under 10 minutes' time, and I think it may even be Nick Webb who'll be here to greet you.
Toby Rowan Jones, 27 overs, 2 maidens, 4 95. Dane Patterson, 24 overs, 8 maidens, 1 59. Ryan Higgins, 24.4 overs, 4 maidens, 5 59. Nadia Sharma, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 0 75. Safa Gohar, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 0 70. And Luke Holman, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 13. There are 74 overs remaining in the day's quota. I should also add that given the slight drizzle that we've had on and off this morning, there will be no pitch access at lunch or tea. If you are looking for somewhere though to visit during the intervals, why not try the Museum of Welsh Cricket? It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. Lots of brand new displays for you to look at, as well as to watch some archive film and video. One for lunch today celebrates the evolution of women's and girls cricket here in Wales. There are also a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, plus other items and souvenirs which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And if you're looking for refreshments at lunch, don't forget a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Just to keep you up to date as well, with events from Trent Bridge, where Zimbabwe are following on against England. They're currently 121 for 2 in their second innings. They're in the 30th over. Zimbabwe is still trailing by 179 runs. To open the batting for Middlesex, Sam Robson and Max Holden.
Welcome back on BBC Sport Online for
bowling for Glamorgan at the River End. Tim van der Goen.
This 24-minute session or thereabouts before lunch, where Middlesex have a crack at the getting the scoreboard going, and Glamorgan have a crack at getting a wicket or two. Van der Hoogten, as you may have heard over the PA, will be bowling from the River Taff end on this very overcast and breezy day. Cool in the centre of Cardiff. And Robson and Holden will be opening up. A completely changed opening pair from the first game between these two sides, when it was Fernandez and Eskenazi doing the duties. So it is Sam Robson on strike and Van der Hoogten to bowl, and the first ball brings the first run as it squirts away off a thick inside edge down towards square leg. Asa Tribe is the fielder, and Middlesex are underway. This in reply to Glamorgan's 383 all out, where Ryan Higgins, 5 for 59, finished as the star of the show, and Toby Rowland-Jones, 2 big wickets with each new ball, 4 for 95, bit more expensive, but very important wickets. 4 slips posted by Glamorgan as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's turned Holden inside out. The left-hander, ball runs down into the gully, and as Glamorgan take the field in under these cloudy skies, they might just be regretting not having the extra seam option that they've had in recent weeks, with the Sri Lankan Asitha Fernando left to put his feet up or get an early plane home. As Van der Hoogten bowls to Holden, who's hit on the thigh pad, pushing forward. The slip cordon clearing their throats. So Marnus Labuschagne has slotted straight in for Colin Ingram in the field, and he will take the first slip position. Sam Northeast at second, Kieran Carlson at third, and it's Tom Bevan at fourth rather than Asa Tribe, who is tended to be the extra man in the cordon. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls Holden down leg side, and that is a quite brilliant take from Chris Cook, going down leg side. It wasn't the greatest of balls, but it just makes you appreciate the keeper's art. As Marnus Labuschagne chatting away as usual. That one swinging after the pitch seeming off the pitch, rather than swinging too much in the air. And Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Holden meets that one with a solid defensive bat. The ball trickles out on the on the leg side, and there is no run. Zimbabwe seem to be making a better fist of it today in the Test match, following on 300 behind. They're 124 for 2 in their second innings, leading the way Sean Williams, who's at 87 not out. Ben Curran is on a solid 30 as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's run away off a thick edge by Holden. There could be 4 runs down to third man. It's being pursued by 3 players, and it is of course Marnus Labuschagne who puts in the headlong dive towards the rope, nearly loses kicks in the process, but it's run away for 4 runs, much as we saw Andy Govind do early on this morning when he ran 3 boundaries down to the third man. Max Holden getting on top of that one, playing it down, and the sprint of Labuschagne was in vain. 5 for noughts.
So here's Harris, the last man to go for Glamorgan. He was coaching his way through, wasn't he, with Kuhneman at the other end, but his own technique sadly failed him as he cleared that front foot and looked to swing the ball away. Looking to swing the ball through the air, but a fair bit of seam as well. That's mainly what we've seen in this match. And Harris, a fine proponent of both. Over the years, he's got 4 slips behind his old mate Sam Robson, who's on 1. Robson, who put down a catch. A bit of a slow season so far with the bat. Harris is in to bowl to him, and Robson forward pushes this one away just in front of point. He was plunging forwards that one, really, wasn't he? Got everything behind it. Good foot movement, though, it has to be said. He was a long way across as he stretched to meet the ball. But had he have nicked that through, we'd have been saying, well, should he have been really pushing that far at that ball this early in the innings with under 20 minutes to lunch?
You mentioned Harris coaching Kuhneman. I mean, given that Glamorgan have had the delights of seeing Asitha Fernando bat at 11, who's been mostly shut your eyes, swing and hope. Top score of 6.
There's a full ball to Holden, who gets in behind this, pushing back into the onside.
Was there a a fanzine called Dial M for Murta?
I'm not sure there was a fanzine, but it was certainly a nickname that the fans
social account.
It was
just a nickname,
it was a
was it?
nickname that was
Dial
given
M.
to him by the Middlesex fans. As forward goes Holden, pushing away into the offside. Dial M for Murta. It's pretty good, that.
Of course, round this part of the world, or 25 miles further north, it's Dial M for Merthyr, which I believe was a fanzine. Dylan, is that a fanzine? Dial M for Merthyr, yeah.
If it wasn't, you're going to start it.
Up at Penydarren Park, yes, they've got the delights of National League North, believe it or not, next season.
Harris past the umpire, he bowls, and ball's driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Holden. One of the shots of the game, that. That's just from Holden. It's glorious straight drive, that. I've never seen too many of those, actually, have we?
Not a huge amount, no. It hasn't been the conditions for it, with the ball doing a bit, but yep, nicely timed, very straight, just wide the stumps and up the ropes in front of us.
Yeah, it was full enough for the shot, wasn't it? I guess, as you say, that seam movement perhaps has made batters tentative at pushing at straight balls. Here's Harris hitting the crease now, tied on the stumps on that one, and it's almost chipped up to mid-on by Holden. He got across looking to clip more through mid-wicket, but he was desperately keeping the bat face open in the end, and whether it was Harris just going that little tighter to the stumps on release, I'll have to watch his next couple now and see. But it seemed noticeable on that he was as tight as could be to the stumps on releasing that. He then looks to mid-wicket, and I think there's a discussion about bringing mid-wicket around a little straighter. After that from Holden, nothing has changed though. And Harris sets off again, final ball of his opening over. Right arm over the left-handed Holden has one nipped back in, but hit high up towards the hip, and then fall harmless away into the offside. 10 without loss, Middlesex. After 2 overs, Robson on 2 and Holden on 8. And we have just over 15 minutes to lunch, which should be very, very tricky for Middlesex to navigate.
Yes, it's not an ideal period for the batters, is it? Because you're thinking, I would imagine, pretty exclusively about survival over that period. Seen a couple of boundaries, so they might manage to make a little bit of headway. 4-slip saddle as Van der Hoogten races in, bowls and beats the outside edge of Robson's bat. Through to Cook it goes. Much to the delight of Glamorgan supporters and those in that slip cordon. And as I say, numbers really considerably down on yesterday, not surprisingly, because Friday's usually the better day anyway, and the weather was just so much better yesterday. Today it's gloomy and threatening, foreboding. As forward goes Robson, defends off the middle of the bat, and still the oohs and the ahs ring round from that slip cordon. Northeast has got his hands wrapped together across his chest, so if he's a little chilly. Not sure if it's entirely the liking of the likes of Labuschagne and Kuhneman. Been in action in Sri Lanka earlier this year. As forward gropes Robson in, is beaten through low down to Chris Cook. I managed to actually say hello briefly to Matt Kuhneman in a quick picture for social media purposes as he left the dressing room last night. And there have been Glamorgan overseas players who have been here so briefly that have never actually met. Think of Cameron Fletcher, a New Zealander who was called in for a week of T20 for some reason. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Robson plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. So good start, tight start to the over from the Australian-born Netherlands international, Van der Hoogten, who tends to only play for the Netherlands these days during the British off-season, as it were. Netherlands are in action up in Scotland next month. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's gone past the edge. It's gone past the stumps. It's swung back was seamed back, and Chris Cook took it going to his left. The replay will show us what that missed. Well, it's gone more or less over the top of off stump from Tim van der Hoogten, who will very much enjoy these conditions, and the lunch interval might actually allow him to bowl an over or two longer in this opening spell, because he'll have a rest after maybe 3 or 4. Van der Hoogten bowls. Robson does get a very nice shot away this time through cover. This one will run away up to the scoreboard. That's been well timed, actually. Easily beat the pursuit of Andy Gorvin. So after 5 balls that Robson was struggling to deal with, he stroked one away through a gap in the covers, and he will feel rather better for that one. Robson 6, Holden 8, 14 for naught after 3 overs. 12 minutes, maybe another 3 overs, and I suspect Glamorgan in these conditions will not bother with the traditional token over of spin before lunch.
No, I mean, this should be a testing couple of hours really for Middlesex, shouldn't it, as Harris is in beginning his new overs. He's tight to the stumps on that, and he bowls a beaut. Oh boy, that beats Holden just outside the line of off, having pitched, and well, for all the world that could have taken any one of the 3 stumps. Holden in position, playing it well, batting on, well, as the ball's released he's batting on off, but it's unplayable that from Harris. He can only play the line and hope, which is what Holden did. Hope prevailed. Here's Harris. Holden defends to points. 14 for no wickets. 4th over of this Middlesex reply, having won the toss yesterday morning. Lush green surface here at Cardiff, and well, the ball seemed, it beat the bat a lot, but it was that 4th wicket partnership at the moment that looms over this Middlesex reply. Somebody has to go big, and well, ideally they'd have it in a partnership as Glamorgan did. As forward goes Holden, he's watchfully pushing that back to Harris, and there's an example really of why we haven't seen that many straight drives down the ground. He's just played a glorious one down the ground, but the ball, a couple of deliveries back to Holden, will just put something in his mind that perhaps I shouldn't be pushing it too many of these down the ground, or the death rattle could come. He's got to play within himself at the moment. Put the shots away, as they say, for the time being. Don't go too much into a shell and let a bowler bowl at you, but equally, I think that shot's a fair example of it, as a length ball is defended into the onside by Holden.
Funnily enough, that's a phrase that no one has ever said to me.
Put the shots away.
Put the shots away, because
get the shots out, Webby. Come on.
Get the shots out is more frequent.
Four slips. Crouching down behind Holden. Harris passes the umpire. He bowls and beats Holden. A much more plunged, precise forward defence by Holden on that one, but he's still beaten. Angled across from Harris, but that's that seam movement that we've been talking about. You can't leave that ball alone. Pitching, well, yeah, maybe you could have. It was pitching around the line of off, wasn't it? From right arm over to the left-hander. But there's nothing in the world to say that couldn't come back and take the top of off stump. Probably, looking at it on the replay behind now as well, maybe he could have left it. But Harris is in. Holden pronounced in his trigger movement, getting a long way forward, both feet stomp forward just before the bowler releases. It's dabbed into the onside, and it's the end of the over. 4 gone, 14 without loss here, and Harris had it over Holden a couple of times in that over, but didn't manage to claim the wicket.
So if you are just joining us, Glamorgan bowled out for 383 this morning, with the wickets going Andrew Gorvin, bowled by Higgins for 17, Chris Cook leg before to Patterson for 47, and then James Harris leg before to Higgins for 12. As Van der Hoogten starts a new over and Robson defends. So Higgins got his first Middlesex 5-fer. Roland Jones finished with 4 for 95. Dane Patterson, the man who broke up that little duopoly. And Patterson won for 59, but probably deserved at least 2 or 3 on the strength of his performance across the day's play yesterday and this morning. Here comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Sam Robson, who pushes forward to one he probably didn't have to play, and it's through outside off stump, and there is no run. And well, this weather today, the scene in front of us feels like either early April or late September. It really doesn't look like the weather that we've enjoyed on the cricket circuit for the opening rounds of the county championship. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Robson defends solidly, and the followers of the short game will certainly be hoping that this spell of dodgy weather passes by the time these two teams meet at Northwood, the Merchant Taylor Schools ground, on Sunday the 1st of June, when you can join BBC commentary online and on BBC Sounds of that game, indeed those 2 games. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and well, I'm not sure what Robson was looking there to do, cut or uppercut, but he was beaten anyway, and through it went to Chris Cook. As Glamorgan women are playing in the T20 as well. That is one of the 2 double headers away from home at Middlesex and Sussex on successive Sundays, and then there are 2 double headers at home at the end of the schedule. Let's see, looking desperately for that schedule. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's edged and caught it slip. Robson goes, looked tentative earlier in the over, and a big thick edge was comfortably claimed there at slip, and Middlesex are 14 for 1 as Sam Northeast at second slip held on to that one.
Yeah, big wicket, Sam Robson, really big wicket. England's international in this Middlesex top order. Max Holdall will always harbour quite rightly those aspirations, having been an England under-19 captain. Luke Holman is a young player with the world at his feet. Leicester Ploy qualifies for England this year. Has qualified for England this year indeed, and comes with a high regard. Higgins, obviously player of the year the last couple of years. Ged is a fine young batter as well, but Robson's the man that's been there, done it, seen it so many times. A title winner with Middlesex, but he's out just before lunch on the first day, with Middlesex replying to a big one here at Cardiff. That partnership really was the key to that Glamorgan first innings, and Middlesex must find something similar in return here.
Yes, I don't think 383 is quite enough to talk about scoreboard pressure over a 4-day game, but it's just in the back of the mind. 234 to avoid the follow-on, that should be achieved, but it's just a minor factor, I suppose.
My point on that is that as you look across 3-6-9, the vast majority of that came from one partnership, and that in itself, for me, is inherently a danger then to the opposition, as if to say that and it was in stark contrast. The bat was beaten so much, wasn't it, by the bowlers in other partnerships, and indeed in that partnership as well. It just puts the pressure on, I think, that somebody has to do something similar.
Yep.
The way I sometimes phrase it is, in a chase, you're not going to do it in bits and pieces. You're going to have to do this in a partnership if you've got a big chase going. It's not this can't be a bits and pieces chase. It feels like this innings can't be a bits and pieces reply.
Yeah, they need at least 100, don't they, basically, from
someone.
Someone. As in comes Van der Hoogten to finish his over, bowling for the left-handed Holman, who's got a reasonably solid bat on that. Pushes out into the cover. Wicket maiden for Van der Hoogten, 14 for 1. And this now will undoubtedly be the last over before lunch, delivered by James Harris. Just looking through my notes, you can tell them sometimes I do them on autopilot because I scribble down players' ages, and I've written down that Ben Geddes is 14.
That's my favourite stat of the season.
Actually meant 23.
Close.
I'm not sure what I was looking
You
at.
were one
there.
digit out on both, weren't you? So Harris begins a new over. 2 Holden, that's over pitch and driven down the ground. There's no doubt that one was there to be put away. I mean, to say that was a half volley, it was almost a block hole delivery just outside the off stump and trapping the bat down on it. Holden, the ball rasps away down the ground. Lovely shot. And Middlesex's batter of the season so far, Holden. Century at Lords against Glamorgan. Century first game of the season at Lords against Lancashire. Harris in, bowls to him, and now he goes for the drive at a length ball there. It wasn't quite length, it was just full of, which drew him into the shot on the front foot, but that's the reason why, again, we haven't seen that many shots straight down the ground, because he was stretching for it somewhat away from him, in front of him, but also that little bit of seam movement that's around means that, and there is a fair bit of it to be fair, means that you can't really afford to be stretching for a ball in this game.
Yeah, he's quite proactive, isn't he? Taking a step forward.
Yeah, he does so now as Harris bowls and there's no run. It gets him into it gets both feet moving, doesn't it? You know, it's not just a little trigger, it's not just that some will just have a small movement at the front foot, mightn't they, and just to get something moving before the bowler releases. But yeah, it's a pronounced step into position, both feet, and it's also, as you say, forward. So starting within his crease, but then getting well out. You often see keepers coming up to Holden nowadays, but what it means is he just starts that movement that much deeper in his crease. As Harris moves in, bowls, and this is clipped away fine, backward of square. Not as fine as I thought, actually, just backward of square. They're going to pick up a couple. Fine long leg coming around to deep backward square to collect. Holden on to 14, 20 for 1. 2 to come at the over. Likely to be the last before lunch.
Yes. Looking at these conditions, which are sort of typical British early season conditions, and Asitha Fernando started fairly shakily, but then was bowling pretty well in the sunshine, and
Harris bowls and forward goes Holden, pushing back, no run.
you wonder what he would have done in today's conditions, because although a Sri Lankan, he looked as though he'd be the type who would profit from typical British early season conditions, and now we've finally got him. He's not here. There we are. Kuhneman will hopefully prove me wrong and get.
Well, I assume he is
get
here,
a
but
shade.
he's just not playing. Is he on the sideline somewhere? Is he gone? Has he hightailed it?
I wouldn't know. If he's not playing in this match, I'm not sure if he would necessarily stick around.
But this was his last, was it?
This was his last, yeah.
Brightens up again after a gloomy little patch. It's in danger of the sun breaking through as Harris comes in, and in danger of breaking through this Middlesex top order. He beats the edge of Holden's bat, and that is lunch. Holden turns and starts a brisk walk towards the pavilion, happy to get in. 14 from 22 for him. Holman none from 1. Sam Robson back in the hutch at Middlesex 20 for 1. It's you couldn't say it's been a it's still Glamorgan in front, isn't it? Noses in front. They'll be happy with the runs that they added this morning.
Yeah, 49 for the last 3 wickets might not sound an awful lot, but it was just about enough, I think, to give them a reasonable feeling of satisfaction, as will that wicket from Tim van der Hoogten. So 20 for 1 plays Glamorgan's 383. You're on BBC Sport Online, and Kevin Hand, Dylan Griffiths and myself, Nick Webb, will be back with the afternoon session from 1:40. Speak to you then.
I've got some latest scores and lunchtime scores from the other games around the country today. We'll start at Trent Bridge, the test match between England and Zimbabwe. If you remember, Zimbabwe are following on against England at lunch. Zimbabwe 141 for 3. Wicket this morning for Shoaib Bashir. So Zimbabwe are trailing by 159 runs. There's a raft of other games taking place in the Rothesay County Championship, which run here at Sapphire Gardens are all in their second day. We'll start at the Utilita Bowl, where Sussex have moved on to 228 for 5 against Hampshire, so Sussex are leading by 74 runs. At Northamptonshire have moved on to 423 for 8, that's against Gloucestershire. At Chesterley Street, Durham in their second innings are 18 for 2, leading Somerset by 123 runs. At Headingley, Yorkshire are currently 119 for 7, trailing Nottinghamshire by 109 runs. And at New Road in Worcestershire are 112 for 5, trailing Warwickshire by 115 runs. At Grace Road, Leicestershire in their first innings are 189 for 2, still trailing Lancashire by 17 runs. At Derby, Caleb Jewell has made a double hundred in Derbyshire's 483 for 4, that's against Kent. And in the other game at the Oval, where Surrey have moved on to 203 for 7, trailing Essex by 14 runs. A reminder that the Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. As always, selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a scorecard for this match, they're available free of charge either from the club shop or from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. As far as refreshments are concerned, a reminder that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and Glamorgan members and season ticket holders get a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casper Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, and snacks can be purchased as well from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And with the sun threatening to come back out this afternoon, don't forget, if you have a water bottle that needs refilling, there are various recharge points around the stadium. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today during the lunch and tea intervals. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and like the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, has benefited from a very generous grant from the Welsh Government, which has led to an ongoing project which so far has seen a refurbishment of those facilities, with much more to follow during the course of the coming year. There are a host of new information boards, as well as bilingual films for you to watch and enjoy, and those being shown at lunch include a history of women's and girls' cricket in Wales, as well as memories from the 1977 Gillette Cup final. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks and other items and souvenirs which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Good afternoon and welcome back on BBC Sport Online, where we were hoping for the players to be going out for the afternoon session around about now. We're a minute away, or we are now on the scheduled resumption time of 1:41, but there is no resumption for the time being. There's light rain in Cardiff, it's no more than that, and several of the Glamorgan bowlers are out there actually warming up and making sure that they're ready to go as and when required. But the hover cover is over the wicket itself. The sheeting hasn't been extended over either side, so it is very light rain, but we might have light issues as well. So that might be a factor in when the umpires, Ian Blackwell and James Treadwell, get back out there. It doesn't look likely to be in the next few minutes. Harris, Van der Hoogten and Gorvin are out there in their whites, the first three Glamorgan seamers likely to be called into action, but the action will remain frustratingly on the horizon for the time being. So on BBC Sport Online we'll be back with you when play is about to resume. The match situation is that Middlesex are on 20 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 all out, with Ryan Higgins taking 5 for 59, his first Middlesex 5 for. Roland Jones 4 for 95, Patterson 1 for 59, Chris Cook with 47 was this morning's main contributors, and then Sam Robson fell caught at slip off the bowling of Tim van der Hoogten for 6 in the 6 overs that were possible before lunch. So we'll be back on commentary as and when there is something to report. Good afternoon. If you are just joining us here on BBC Sport Online or on the Glamorgan or Middlesex websites, I'm afraid the disappointing news from Sapphire Gardens is that the rain, which was light when we were due to be restarting, is now intensifying slightly, and the ground staff are just starting to unroll the sheeting across the square off the sides of the hover cover that's been there for the last half hour or so. So it looks like there is going to be a slightly longer delay than we had perhaps hoped, and match situation is that Middlesex are 20 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 all out, but it is now raining reasonably significantly in central Cardiff, so we'll be back with you as and when there is any prospect of play.
Roger Brackett, yeah, he would tell you, they got in their car, and we were 5 miles away, he said, "If you go on, then we're back." Well, he didn't, he just saw the sun come down.
And then if you all remember when we want to stop away from the public on the shadow. Yeah. Or the pit front right in front of it. And let's take a walk to the shadow. The power in that long. So this is that all. Okay.
Oh,
Yes. I can't read them all. But we don't follow the ball, the 10-1. The 10-1. I can't read one. Yeah. There's only something about me,
I've got some good news from the middle following the inspection by the umpires. Play will be restarting in a fraction over 20 minutes time at 10 to 3. We've lost 10 overs, which means that there are 58 overs remaining in the day's allocation. Tea will be at 4:30, and the close of play is rescheduled to 6:30. I should add, of course, that we also have some extra time tomorrow to make up for the loss of time to the weather. So play to restart at 2:50.
Just to update listeners and viewers who may be expecting a resumption around now, we were scheduled to get back underway at 10 to 3, but another shower has delayed that hope. And while the umpires are making a very tentative appearance outside the pavilion, they don't look to be going anywhere in a hurry. So the news here from Sophia Gardens is that we remain off the field with the scheduled resumption pushed back. Middlesex 20 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 all out. And once again we will update you when there is any definite news, but the scheduled resumption at 2:50 is not happening.
You understand the signal? That's great. That's only of dancing. You can give me place.
I've got some further news from the middle. That short, sharp shower has changed things. Not too drastically though. In a restart at 3:10, tea will be taken at 4:30. We have 52 overs in the day remaining, with a notional close of play at 6:30 or whenever those 52 overs have been completed. So play to start 3:10. To resume Middlesex's first innings after lunch, Luke Holman and Max Holden, and to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the river end, Tim van der Gooten.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have some cricket to talk about. A mere hour and a half late after the lunch interval, and Middlesex 20 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 all out. We had various frustrations: light rain, medium strength rain, a pause in the rain, a resumption of the rain,
Lack of biscuits.
We have got our tea time cake and biscuits supplied. I've gone for a slice of Barra-Brith, but...
Pardon?
Barra-Brith.
I thought I used mouthwash this morning.
In comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to the left-handed Luke Holman, and he is forward, playing that back to the bowler. To the usual roar of approval from the slip cordon.
Is that Welsh for Welsh cake? Barra-Brith.
No, it's Welsh for that sort of cake. What it is?
And what is Barra-Brith? What is it?
Is there an English for Barra-Brith? Not sure there is. It's sort of fruit cake.
Ah, there you go. Good man.
As in comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Holman, who's defending that one on the leg side. Tell us about Luke Holman at number 3.
Oh, we're back on. Sorry, I didn't realise. Yeah, he's good, Luke Holman. He's when he came into the side, he was announced to me as he's a quality batter. He's a genuine all-rounder. He's a leg spin bowler, and we genuinely don't know whether he's going to be a better batter or a better bowler. Well, here he is, elevated to 3, so that's a hint as to where he is. And they've brought in a frontline spinner for this year, of course, Middlesex.
In comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and that's driven through the offside, and that'll be runs, 4 of them. That's been well timed by Holman, racing away to the ropes up at deep extra cover. And the crowd, which was sparse in the morning session, after an hour and a half of being rained on, has gone down to whatever less than sparse is. Minimal, I think, at Sophia Gardens, and probably numbered in a few dozen.
What would be fewer, minimal or sparse? Sparse, minimal, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go for minimal being less than sparse. 24 for 1. Holman off the mark in nice style.
Can you have less than minimal?
Vestigial. Van der Hoogten in to Holman, who's forward defending. And there is no run.
Don't use words like that, you'll just get silly comments from me. Have you seen the doctor?
Nothing new there then.
Can anybody tell that we were getting bored in the rain today?
Yeah. It's not just me. I thought it was my devices. There do appear to have been a few problems with X updates, so apologies if you're getting anything at the wrong time on the BBC account or on mine. As that's angled away by Holman on the offside, but fielded by Ul Hassan at gully with a very large tea towel or equivalent that he's using to dry the ball with on occasion. It's lobbed back to him. No further drying necessary, says Ul Hassan. He sticks it in the back of his trousers, where it's not quite the fashion item. 24 for 1 Middlesex. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl and hits Holman somewhere in the thigh area, I think. Not too painful, either that or Holman has an ironclad box on, or a very good poker face. 24 for 1. We're meant to be playing now. We're meant to be playing now through till 4:30, and we're meant to be having a further 51 overs now. But I think the chances of 51 overs being bowled in these overcast conditions are fairly minimal.
Yes. Yeah, there was more rain scheduled for this evening, wasn't there? Here's Harris, who was bowling beautifully to Holden before the delay. And he's in now, Cathedral Road end. Right arm over the wicket, he bowls to Holden and lifts one past the edge. Well, he beat him a couple of times on the front foot. I mean, that was a length ball. It'd be interesting to see the replay of that one now, because that really felt as though it climbed. And maybe a bit of rain spiced up the pitch out there. A little bit of sweating under the covers. It was short of a
back of a length, but it has seemed quite a long way.
Yeah. Oof. That lifted, I'd say.
Yeah.
A bit of lift in that.
Yeah,
No, I mean life as opposed to naughtiness from the surface. Life in the surface. Here's Harris. 4 slips crouched down. He bowls and he's forward prodding, poking, squared up slightly Holden, and the ball deflects off a thick edge to backward point. There was a cry of catch, but I don't think that optimistic or hopeful. It was more excitement, I would suggest.
Indeed. Then on the polishing trail. So Glamorgan with the 4 slips. 2 saving the single either side of the wicket, and a deep fine leg in the distance.
Harris bowls just full of a length forward defence from Holden into the offside, no run.
In the Test match, Zimbabwe 241 for 7. They are still 59 runs short of avoiding the innings defeat. With 3 wickets remaining, Sean Williams had an exciting 88 off 82 deliveries with 16 fours, which I'm sure would have given the Nottingham crowd something to enjoy.
Harris bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Holden. Goodness me, that ball races even across the slightly damp now outfield. Certainly just had a sprinkling of rain on the top, but the ball bobbles and bumps its way across the outfield at great pace for 4. Lovely, lovely off drive.
There's been a wicket apiece for the pacemen Atkinson, Tongue and Stokes, and Glamorgan supporters. Well, this is true. I'm not joshing you. Shoaib Bashir has 4 wickets.
6-3 field for Harris. 4 of them on the offside are in the slips. They crouch down now as Harris bowls, and down the leg side there was a cry catch once more as Holden steps across and dabs at that one, but through it goes to Cook on the bounce. So
Bashir has now claimed 7 wickets in 1 Test match after taking 2 wickets in 3 entire Championship games for Glamorgan.
Well, I mean, it speaks to the strength of the County Championship, doesn't it?
Explain that.
Generally, all the running down of the County Championship, it's a tough competition, this. It really is. Harris hits the crease now. He bowls and forward goes Holden, pushing back into the offside. I mean, look at Division 2 this year, the competition in Division 2. Leicestershire top, Lancashire struggling, Middlesex the other favourites who are at the moment looking to keep pace. Lancashire fair way behind. And Glamorgan, who had a tough start, now put a Middlesex to the sword in this one. 28 for 1 after 8 overs, still trailing by 355.
Thankfully there is action in most, if not all, the Championship games around the country today. In the 2nd Division, Derbyshire racked up a massive 587 for 5 declared. Kent 29 for 1 in reply. Joe Denley's gone early. Van der Hoogten bowls and run down by Holman, down towards 3rd man, but not very far as Al Hassan keeps them down to a single. 29 for 1. Derbyshire had 232 from their Aussie opener Caleb Jewell, whom Kent thought they had outcaught at short leg before he'd got 100, in a decision that, from what I read, did not go down hugely well. The umpires believing the ball may have gone down into the ground. There's a century for Wayne Madsen as well. as Van der Hoogten bowls and Holden is forward defending. And there's no run. At Grace Road, Leicestershire in charge to prove the point that Kevin was making. Lancashire were dismissed for 206 yesterday. Leicestershire in reply 295 for 4. Rian Ahmed has just gone for 136. And Lewis Hill made 119. Big stand between those two. As that goes past the outside edge of Holden's bat from Van der Hoogten through to Cook. And at Northampton, Northants made 469 all out. Gloucestershire 30 without loss. Saif Zaib, who looked in good nick here last week, well, he went on to make 159. Sales made 81. Harrison, the leg spinner, batting at 9, got 63. Van der Hoogten on his way in. Bowls outside off. Holden plays no shot. Nice bit of lift and carry there for Van der Hoogten. Division 1. Well, Durham had a first innings lead over Somerset, but are in trouble in their second. They're 90 for 6. That's 195 runs ahead. With the Somerset Seamers enjoying themselves up at Chester Street. That game well advanced.
Is that allowed?
What, enjoying yourself at Chester Street? Well, I think I've done it now and again. As that's played down into gully by Holden, and there is no run up at Lumley Castle in the evening, when on the rare occasion or two when it fell within the BBC budgets, and dodging the ghosts and the ghoulies, because you don't want to get caught by the ghosts or the other lot either.
No, exactly. Stop setting me up, Webby.
Van der Hoogten bowls Holden, is forward playing it on the onside, thinking about a quick single and then thinking again, and the over 29 for 1, just the single off it. Hampshire against Sussex. Hampshire were bundled out for 154. Sussex in reply 292 for 6. Century there for John Simpson. Where else have we got in Division 1? At the Oval.
You've just gone from a John Simpson century to the Oval. Could you try to upset Middlesex fans anymore?
Yes, quite. Essex 30 for naught, still 6:32 behind Surrey. That's the start of Essex's second innings. Well, Welsh listeners don't have quite the same aversions as the Oval as your lot.
Who's your greatest rival? Glamorgan's. Who's the one that you really thought, oh, come on, get it over him? Don't say Middlesex. Here's Harris, he's in, bowls, and leading edge down the ground from Holman. He'll pick up potentially 4. It's a long old chase this for mid-off and mid-on. It really raced a long way. It was a long time in the air back past Harris. On the other side to Harris, bowling right arm over. Had he been around, it would have been straight back down his throat, but just looking to turn into the onside, he was clipping, driving, closing the face, and that leading edge could easily have dollied back to the bowler, or indeed it wouldn't have been too far had the line have been right of carrying to mid-off. As it is, it's 3 runs to begin the over.
Yeah, the chase for Matt Kuhneman there, who appears to be wearing, unless I'm mistaken, a very optimistic pair of shades.
Harris to Holden, and that's it may have even been met on the full onto the heel of Holden. That was, I think he managed to meet it on the full, closing the face. He picks up a single down, 2 down to long leg. 34 for 1.
I did query the propensity of cricketers to wear shades on the gloomiest of days, and Mike Powell, the former Glamorgan and Kent batter, said, well, actually, yes, it does help
Light
over the
enhancing,
course of the day, just to reduce the glare, and helps things along, even on a gloomy day.
Harris bowls and forward goes Holden, pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run. But they're light enhancing, aren't they? Is that not correct now? They're light enhancing as well.
I'll take your word for it. How can you enhance the light as well as reducing the glare?
Oh, you see. The marvels of modern technology.
It's probably AI.
Ask AI, yeah. Here's Harris turning down below as Cathedral Road ends. Still not going to beat that line from yesterday. You won't get AI's mum baking us cakes next door, will you? Still upset we haven't got those cakes that year. What was the lad's name?
Jack.
Harris is in, bowls, and this ball's left alone outside the off stump. Can I write a letter of complaint to Jack's mum? Where are the cakes this year? Well, he's at Sussex now.
Yes.
Lovely lad in the streaming room next door. Is there still only 2 next door today?
Yep.
Have either of their mums made us cake?
No, not that I'm aware of, anyway. Any relative would do it. It doesn't have to be the mum.
Was it Linda, Jake's mum? I'm trying to remember last year.
Jake's mum,
Sure it was.
Something
Jake's.
like that. As Harris bowls, and that's turned away down to fine leg for a single, and I've stolen one of Kevin's deliveries.
That's because we were both thinking of a name like Linda. Belinda?
At not Grace Road, New Road, some road, Worcestershire.
It really was a long rain delay, wasn't
Been
it?
bowled out for 181 in reply to Warwickshire's 227 all out. 4 wickets for Chris Rushworth, formerly of Durham.
Rushy? Here's Harris in bowls, and this ball's pushed in front of point for a quick single, and yes, they are through as all the sand comes around.
And up at Headingley, another low-scoring match in the first innings. Yorkshire were bowled out for 159, Notts 70 for naught in their second dig, 139 runs ahead, and there were 6 wickets for Mohammed Abbas for Nottinghamshire.
Good sign in that. 6 for 11 he took against Middlesex once for Hampshire down at the Aegeus, as it was then. .36 for 1 after 10 here after that latest Harris over.
And
The sun's coming out.
Van der Hoogten will continue in brighter conditions. Yeah, a little hint of shadow here and there, as that's played on the leg side by Holman, and there's no run. The T20 Women's County Cup, the Blaze thrashed Kent women by 106 runs. Glamorgan women's side, their interest ended last weekend when they came up against Lancashire, and the little cup run came to a juddering halt, with Lancashire comfortable winners by 86 runs at Brecon. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Holman is forward defending to mid-on, and there's no run. But certainly it was a venture that seemed to be enjoyed to the Christ College ground at Brecon. Not one I've been to myself, but it did look very picturesque. Outground cricket. Not much of it in Wales for Glamorgan at the moment, for the men's team anyway. 2 matches at Neath. Van der Hoogten is in, and bowls, and a play and a miss from Holman. Groping for that one outside off stump through to Jack Davis.
He does this little thing when he plays and misses. You watch him. It's like Babe Ruth in reverse. He points through the covers where he wanted it to go. You know, Babe Ruth used to point, that's where I'm going to hit it, and then he'd hit it. Holman misses the shot and then points to it. Should have gone over there. Oh, it's brilliant. That's the second time I've seen him do it now. I'm going to have to pay close attention to see if he does it every time now.
Makes a change from the hand showing which way the ball went.
Yeah, that's where it was meant to go.
Van der Hoogten bowls, turned on the leg side by Holman. Straight to mid-wicket. Tribe is the fielder there.
There you go. There's the hand movement to say the ball moved. He made connection with that one, so now he's back to the hand movements of, yeah, just did that.
Just do that. Just like that.
It's like Tommy Cooper with the bat in hand. Oh, I was telling Griffin Fletcher when I was up at Derby, it's going on tour. They've got a show at the moment called The Last Laugh, which is Tommy Cooper, Eric Morecambe and Bob Monkhouse.
Right.
And they're put together in a dressing room together. The 3 actors, they pull it off brilliantly.
Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and again beats the edge of Holman's bat, and with the angle that's been taken by Chris Cook, going down leg side, even though it missed off stump and the outside edge. Is this a celestial dressing room, or an actual earthly one?
Earthly.
An earthly one.
Okay.
Earthly. A fictitious earthly dressing room.
There you go. I don't want to say too much, but I promise you it is really worth the watch. The three of them, they pull it off amazingly. Amazingly.
Van der Hoogten into bowl, edge, thick edge, safe edge, down towards third man. Holman will pick up a couple of runs and move into double digits. He's on to 11 as Tom Bevan does the fielding. And Middlesex at 38 for 1, making tentative progress. Zimbabwe have lost. Zimbabwe have lost. Full stop. I was going to say Zimbabwe have lost another wicket, but I think
you did that to me on England the other day. England have lost another wicket. So, blimey, they collapsed.
Yes, I was going to say Zimbabwe have lost another wicket. Their 8th, but they've now lost a 9th, and because they're a man short, I think that's 8. Is it? Yeah, they're 9 wickets and all out since they're. Injured man was unable to bat. Nagarava.
Harris begins his 6th over. He bowls full straight and he's driven down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Glorious on drive, that one. We've seen a couple of 3 straight drives through him now. 2 more to the offside, but that one just straight of mid on and a beaut. Harris putting it up there to attack the stumps. Look for that little deviation, be it away or in. See movement in play, but so's the drive of Holden, and we marked the first one indeed, saying we haven't seen that many shots down the ground. We said his first one was one of the shots of the match. That'll be up there, I'd suggest. Yep,
that was sweet. That'll be worth watching out for on the close of play highlights.
Harris in bowls and a little dabble. He's around the wicket now, Harris, and Holden followed him slightly there outside off.
If the Middlesex social media team are dozing back at HQ, clip that one up. Well, there's 2 straight drives.
Ollie Thorpe, Middlesex social media team, snooze him.
Oh, I'm sure he won't.
There's every chance. We've set ourselves up there, though, Webby, as his Harris bowls, and driven wide mid off. That's 4 more. Oh, the drives keep coming from Holden. That's away through extra cover, and glorious drive by Holden again. You'd make paintings of these and hang them on the wall, wouldn't you? They're absolutely lovely shots, these.
Hang it in the Louvre.
Yeah. And that place over in France.
What was the Lord line? In the back, but still in the Louvre. Can't remember what song that was from.
Here's Harris. 3 slips down place for Holden. As he's around the wicket, he bowls full straight, and he's turned through mid-wicket. They'd sent back a deep backward square leg as well as long leg, but it's mid-on who has come round to a retreated straight mid-wicket to collect. 47 for 1.
Just if you are joining us relatively recently, we have had an hour and a half's delay, and of course as a result of that we lose about an hour's worth of cricket, and it may well be more in the evening session because the light, although okay at the moment, I'd be surprised if it lasted for a further 46 overs to be bowled.
Harris to Holman now, still around the wicket. From the Cathedral Road end, he bowls and straight through him, around the wicket, through the gate. And Holman, I think, might have eyed a few of those Holden drives. He's just wafted at that one on the off stump. Wasn't quite well either. It was neither a defensive shot nor a full-blooded drive, was it? It was somewhere halfway in between, and the ball got fully between the bat and the pad, and Holman departs for 11. Bowled Harris, and a lovely ball, but Holman will be disappointed. He's missed something of a straight one there, hasn't he?
Yes, Harris is bowling with a little bit of an angle from around the wicket.
Was bowled by James Harris.
Might have flicked was it the inside edge or the side pad?
Or
Flicked
both.
something on the way through.
This will give us the best idea. Yeah, might have done. One or the other. Didn't give us the best idea.
Anywho, it's hit off stump as Lewis Deploy comes in with his 89 against Glamorgan in the first meeting of these two sides.
His best so far of the season. Out with a foot injury for a round. Middlesex had a round off, which helped the recovery after the injury sustained at Derbyshire, his former county. But Middlesex need a knock here, don't they? We did suggest that new ball pitch, and if Middlesex are 50 for 3 as Glamorgan were 52 for 3, then replying to 383. All of a sudden 383 becomes a very big score, doesn't it, when you're 50 for 3 in reply. But as Glamorgan were, and as we noted, you reply to an innings like 383, you need one big knock from an individual, don't you? You need a century and you need a partnership from somewhere, and I think that's the key at the moment. Middlesex just need to get a partnership going. So Harris has 4 slips once more for Lewis Deploy. He's around the wicket, no overlap between these two at Middlesex. Deploy gets a very similar line of length to that which Holman received, and he pushes it respectfully back to the bowler. 47 for 2, 12 done, and where are we up to? T's taking at 4:30 now, isn't it? So
England win by an innings and 40.
there's confirmation of the England win.
6 for 81.
6 for 81, Shoaib Bashir.
He learnt everything he knows at Cardiff.
There you
I've
go.
been saying that all season.
This is how not to do it.
That's bizarre. I mean, he'll finish bottom of the Glamorgan bowling averages. He's averaging 150. And all of a sudden he's been able to do it in a test match. I can tell you that Mac and seconds are chasing 214 to win. About quarter of a mile away against Friends Union. They've managed to play through the rain.
We did get a reply from Oliver Thorpe.
Okay.
Middlesex.
Is it broadcastable?
It was a waving emoji.
Oh, right, okay.
It just didn't use all of its fingers.
Thought you were going to say it begins with an F and S. Gorvin in to take over from Van der Hoogten, turned away on the leg side by Holden, and he'll pick up a couple of runs as Tribe goes sliding out towards the grandstand to retrieve, and looks down, a potential stain on his whites. It's that sort of conditions where he had probably just about enough rain to provide a bit of a muddiness on the old flannels. On his way in is Gorvin. Medium pace from the River Taff end. Grunt of effort, but it's down leg side. Gorvin coming into this match with 16 wickets in the 4 matches at an average of 18. And, opponents might be deceived by Andy Gorvin at first look, because he's not the biggest or the broadest of chaps. And he's not the fastest of bowlers, but he's been remarkably efficient so far this season. It's a change bowler, as that's past the outside edge, and that one got a bit of lift, and Chris Cook couldn't take it cleanly. Good job there wasn't an edge on it from Holden there.
Was there not? Definitely not.
Don't think so.
There was a little bit of excitement out there.
No, it's just the way the ball moved and climbed off the pitch.
Did he not take it cleanly, Cook?
It was spilt behind him at some point.
Oh no, he's been. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. No, he was trying to be clever, was he? Was he trying to flick it over his head and he
might
dropped
have
it?
been just flicking it to the slips.
Tried to.
Gorvin in, bowls, driven but completely mistimed by Holden, so he hits it against his pad and it rolls out to Ul Hassan on the offside.
I think it was an excitable juggle, which he dropped.
Could be.
Well, there have been many incidents, haven't there, in an international game, where the catch has gone to the field and they've gone to throw it up in the air and they've dropped it, haven't they? Or they've thrown it up in the air too quickly and been told, well, you didn't have control of the ball. Look at how quickly you just threw it up in the air.
Gorvin is in. Bowls turned on the leg side by Holden.
The point being, don't do that cookie if he doesn't edge it.
Indeed.
No excitable juggles. Just hold it, show you've taken the catch, and then throw it up in the air.
Yes. 49 for 2, Middlesex. There has been one catch taken. That Sam Northeast, who had, I think, 5 in the last match at slip, has got another one today to get rid of Robson. Gorvin was on his way in. Holden was not ready. Now he is settling. And Gorvin's in and bowling down leg side. Good take by Cook. Just 2 runs off the over. One absolute snorter that beat the bat. Couple on leg side. Bit of a mixed intro from Andy Gorvin. So James Harris is going to continue into his 7th over, but there was a long gap in the middle after the first 3, so it's effectively, you'd say, the 5th over of his spell. I'm a little surprised that Van der Hoogten has departed relatively soon from the attack, but here's James Harris as he's in to bowl, and that's driven hard on the offside by Deploy, and there is no run. Dylan Griffiths will be back with us to describe the action.
Thank you, Nick.
Very shortly. Oh, you're here already. Marvellous. Do you want to take over the Harris over then? Why not? Since Kevin was...
I'll just give you an update on the rugby score, Nick. I'm sure you'll be interested.
All right.
Bordeaux Bagel 20-18 up against Northampton as Harris comes in down the leg side. Close game.
Yes. Closer than last night when Bath were more or less always in control against Lyon. Apart from when they had 2 yellow carded at the same time. One could have been red.
I've also got the Barra Breath recipe for you, but I'll give you that later on.
I better tell Kev about that since he's baffled by the whole concept.
Harris comes in to deploy. Oh! There's a bit of excitement behind the stumps, and was that caught on ball? Well, Harris certainly thinks it was. Not much reaction from Deploy.
Well, Harris went diving forward to make sure he caught the ball on the full, obviously in the expectation that it was inside edge onto pad.
No. Well, the umpire...
Well, it wasn't an inside edge onto the pad. I think the question was whether it might have flicked the gloves on the way back up off the pad. But difficult to tell even from the replays. Harris obviously thought there was a fighting chance.
Great reaction as Harris comes in again, full of delivery, good pace. And it's a tough start for Deploy at the moment.
20 all down the road now. Northampton and Bordeaux.
There's also the playoff final, the championship playoff final this afternoon, and Sheffield United lead Sunderland by 1-0. Welshman Kiefer Moore starting for Sheffield United. Harris again, blocked by Deploy as Harris prepares to bowl the final ball of this over. Minimum remaining overs today, as Nick was saying earlier. If we'll get there, we don't know. 44 after this ball from Harris. Certainly brighter conditions. Still a strong breeze. Harris, good length again, and just blocked And that is the end of the over. So 49 for 2, Holden 32 not out, and Deploy still waiting for his first run.
Isn't that a game known as the richest in football?
I think it's worth about 200 million.
Wow.
In all.
Yeah, there we are. You can look forward to covering it next season.
Well, at least if Sunderland go up, it's one less long journey, but if not, it'll be Swansea and Wrexham going to the Stadium of Light.
Here's Andy Gorvin then to bowl from the River Taff end, and turned away nicely by Holden on the leg side, singled down to backward square. Kuhnemann is the fielder there, the Australian spinner making his debut.
When will we see him in action then, Nick?
How long have we got to see? 45 minutes, over or two before tea, probably, just to get him into the attack. Might be next on, I suppose. They might juggle Van der Hoogten back to change ends. Might get Ul Hassan on. Just extra reinforcement to the slips as Carlson goes back in at third slip, that is, rather than third man. Gorvin into bowl. Holden Deploy rather, playing up to mid on, and there's no run. A plethora of left-handers in this Middlesex top and indeed lower middle order, with Holden, Holman, Deploy, Davis and Gohar, all left-hand batters. As Gorvin's on his way in again on this grey afternoon. Bowls, nice covered drive from Deploy. That was a really classy shot, racing away through the covers for 4 to get Lewis Deploy off the mark. 54 for 2.
Yeah, that's the way to get off the mark, isn't it?
Very satisfying indeed. So on the championship circuit, is it the case that most people want Sunderland to go up because they won't have to spend those motorway miles?
They're a team that have struggled certainly over the last few seasons at Sunderland, and when you talk about documentaries, you know, I think Sunderland was the one that got everyone interested in sporting documentaries over the last few seasons.
Gorvin bowls, Deploy drives to mid-on, no run. And it would, of course, reignite that great Tyne-Weir derby, one of the great rivalries of English football. Newcastle.
Why, aye.
54 for 2. Here at Sapphire Gardens, Middlesex replying to Glamorgan's 3-8-3 all out. 2-3-4 to avoid the possibility of following on, as Gorvin bowls and deploys forward, defending to mid-off.
You're right about Gorvin, Nick. He's deceptively quick, isn't he?
Quicker than he looks.
Yeah.
So Glamorgan will be able to take all the credit for that England Test win, of course, with Shoaib Bashir taking 9 wickets in the match. Bizarre. Gorvin bowls. Deploy plays this one to mid-wicket. Bevan fields, and there's no run. 54 for 2. Middlesex. Deploy has 4. Holden has 33.
Still no change of bowling from this Cathedral end, with James Harris wide after his wicket, 1 for 31 off 7 overs. Little sand on his hands. Slightly greasy outfield after the earlier rain we had. Pushed away, no run from Holden.
Yeah, Holden's looking reasonably solid now for his 33. He's timed a few drives very nicely indeed, faced 49 deliveries, nothing outrageous in terms of scoring rate, but certainly a positive approach.
Yeah, they need him to build a big score to Middlesex. Holden, he has done that earlier on this season as Harris, that's whipped away, could go all the way for 4, which it does. Down towards that define leg boundary.
Yes, just to explain the lack of reaction, we are playing to a minimal crowd after an hour and a half rain delay. The conditions have not been hugely pleasant for watching today. The players look as though they're a bit on the chilly side.
It's a valiant effort from Ace of Tribe, but the ball just evaded him as Harris comes in again to Holden. Solid defensive.
I suspect it's one of those days where players will welcome the chance to chase things to the boundary just to keep themselves warm and everything moving, because if you stand still too long you might be suffering. Note then the 12th men are out on the boundary edge today as they were yesterday.
You know, playing till 3:10 this afternoon after the lunch interval. Harris, good delivery, good length. Go for a quick single. He was scampering. Was Holden as that throw came in from Tribe.
Yeah, it was well backed up as well by Tom Bevan. About 20 metres away from the wicket, otherwise that one could have been buzzers. Overthrows.
Yes, important partnership here between Deploy and Holden. 5th ball of the over, and that's dispatched as well. Perfect timing, and that will race all the way through 4-4 through deep extra cover. A little fist pump between both players, and just gathering a bit of steam now.
Yes, Holden's hit a couple of cracking drives for his first 2 scoring shots. There has been some high-class batting, but 2 wickets down relatively early, so Glamorgan will still feel hopeful as well.
To Deploy on 8. Runs have come from 2 boundaries. Final ball, and just came up a touch on him. On the end of the over, and a good over as well for Middlesex. 63 for 2, Deploy 8 not out, and Holden 38, and it's all about reaching tee now for Middlesex without losing another wicket.
Yeah, 39 minutes to go. 10 overs, so the last session will be scheduled around about 32 overs, starting at 4:50. 10-7 scheduled finish, I would have thought now, rather than the 6:30 official. Gorvin starts a new over and worked off his legs by Holden down to Van der Hoogten. Fine leg, just the single is taken. Surprised that Van der Hoogten didn't bowl longer in the afternoon, 6 overs, but 3 of those were before lunch and just 3 afterwards. 1 for 16, so wouldn't be surprised if Van der Hoogten has a crack from this Cathedral Road end when Harris has had enough. Gorvin bowls very wide outside off stump. In fact, that's given wide. Don't often see those in County Championship, wide outside off stump. I think that one just slipped, as Dylan said, the slightly greasy surface. Also having an effect on the ball as well. 65 for 2. 318 runs in arrears. Gorvin in bowls and played on the leg side by Deploy. Carlson scampered in to prevent any thought of a single. So Glamorgan now down to the 2 slips. Labuschagne and Northeast in conversation. Well, imagine Labuschagne's in conversation 23 hours a day. In comes Gorvin. Bowls turned round the corner. Shouts of catch, but of course it's nowhere near any fielder, even if it was in the air for a little bit. Deploy has a single. 66 for 2. Middlesex. And with rain a possibility on Monday as well, both these teams will be conscious of the need to at least to get a good hold of bonus points. Forward presses Holden, bat and pad together, fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. Glamorgan, slightly surprisingly, won the battle 3-2. I say surprisingly on that Middlesex innings, because Middlesex chose to bowl first, but they didn't claim the 9th wicket until the 113th over, so they were just a little bit too late on that. Had to settle for 2 bowling points. Gorvin in, and Holden plays defensively on the leg side, and there is no run. The Met Office is now suggesting that there's a 70% chance of rain here by 5 o'clock, so we might not be worried about the bad light if the rain comes in early. 66 for 2.
Seems brighter.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad at the moment. Gorvin bowls, punched to mid-wicket by Holden. Fielded by Carlson, no run, and Gorvin has not quite got his mojo as yet. 2 overs for 10, but too much on leg stump in those first couple of overs to provide any sort of threat to the batters. Looks as though it'll be chucking it down tonight in the capital, but this ground dries very well. Maybe the odd shower again, possibility, the passing shower. Ah yes. Van der Hoogten is going to have a go from the Cathedral Road end.
You called it, Nick.
And the debate as the pronunciation will continue as well, whether you go for the Dutch version of Van der Hoogten or the Aussie version of Van der Gooten. Mind you, since Australia couldn't say Geraint when Geraint Jones played over there, he was known as Grant, apparently.
Grant, yeah, or Grunt.
So whichever you say, he won't be wrong, Dylan. Don't worry about it.
I'll go with you, Nick, and I'll go with Van der Hoogten. From the Cathedral Road end then. Off the leg side, no run. From Deploy. Do they have to manage Van der Hoogten then with his workload, Nick?
Yeah, I suppose that might be coming into consideration. They won't want to over bowl him in this match. I wonder whether he might miss the first couple of T20. Just pure speculation, that.
Next one against Middlesex. Next Sunday, turned around, another run. We'll do Ploy, takes him into double figures. Down to a deep fine leg. He's on to 10, Holden 39, not out, 67 for 2. (25-20) now, Northampton lead Bordeaux. At the Principality Stadium. Van der Hoogten, and that'll be another run, turned round the leg side.
Yeah, certainly they've improved the presentation and the staging. There's all sorts of music, lights, fireworks last night before the kick-off, and again at half-time with a quick bit of a DJ set at half-time as well.
I'm corrected, it was a disallowed try, so it was 20 all. Van der Hoogten again. Solid defensive, a round of applause from the slip cordon. Behind Deploy. Makes his way back to his up marker. Retrieves the ball from Kuhneman. Let's see if we will see a bit of spin before the tea interval, which is supposed to be taken at 4:30. De Hugten, then Van der Hugten underbeats the man on the off stump. Good pace, good line again from Tim Van der Hugten. Deploy well left, in fairness.
Yeah, I've got the live figures coming up. Van der Hugten in his 184th over of the season, and that is the most of any Glamorgan bowler. Fernando sent down 161 in his 6 matches.
Final ball of Van der Hugten's over then. No run. Dot ball, end of the over, 68 for 2. Holden moving on nicely on 40 and deploy on 10.
Yeah, so those overs bowled so far in the season. Van der Hugten's 184, I think these are being live updated. Fernando 161, Harris 77 in his 3rd match of the season. Gorvin 103, Callaway 94, Leonard 88 in 3. Zain Ul Hassan's more than I thought, 101 in 7. Shoaib Bashir 71. As that's worked away on the leg side and just beats the sprawling dive of Tribe, who got a fingertip on it and prevented it going to the boundary. Tim Van der Hugten mops up, but they're back for 2 runs. Holden moves on to 42 not out, and it's 70 for 2 in this 19th over. I'm sure there will be old timers who will scoff about modern workloads. As that's turned on the leg side by Holden, no run. But I think physical standards are considerably higher than in past decades these days, since the advent of T20 really into the game, that spectators rightly demand higher standards of fielding in particular, and that requires far greater athleticism. Gorvin bowls edge caught. Holden has gone. Simple slip catch for Kieran Carlson. Andy Gorvin celebrates with the vice captain, and Glamorgan have their first bowling point of the innings, and Middlesex are in some difficulty at 70 for 3 with Max Holden gone for 42. Let's have a look at the replay of this on the video stream. Well, Holden will be disappointed with that one, really. It was a ball slanted across the left-hander. He didn't need to play it if he wasn't going to go for it. In the end, he rather hung out his bat, in contrast with the rest of his innings, where he has been positive and decisive. He didn't need to play a defensive shot, and he didn't play an attacking shot.
And he knew straight away, didn't he? He knew straight away. He just looked behind him, saw that Carlson took the catch, and that's a big wicket for Glamorgan. Holden 42, scored 107 against Glamorgan back in April at Lords, and a big breakthrough, the 3rd wicket down for just 70 runs.
Well, so Glamorgan's bowlers have profited from the conditions as Higgins comes to the wicket, averaging just 25 this season, a couple of half centuries to his credit. 70 for 3.
It's a big half hour, isn't it, Nick? You know, before tea now.
Yeah, certainly if Glamorgan could get another one, it'll get in Middlesex heads, particularly in these dodgy conditions. You don't know how much they're going to play into the evening session. It's difficult to get your mindset quite right. Players talk about cutting everything down into little chunks of time. Well, 27 minutes is the immediate task for Middlesex to survive. And with 3 wickets going this early in the innings, as they did in Glamorgan's innings, certainly Middlesex in need of a big partnership in the middle order now. The right-hander Ryan Higgins is on strike, having excelled with the ball. Gorvin bowls to him, big appeal, LBW first ball is gone! Higgins goes, not much foot movement. Gorvin celebrates again. Back slaps all round among the Glamorgan troops. High fives. Higgins, a hero with the ball, a 0 with the bat, sadly for him.
Yeah, big cuddles all round.
Yes, it came in a little bit, hit in front of off stump, shuffling a little bit there. Ryan Higgins did jag back a bit, looking at another angle of it. And Gorvin once more getting the congratulations for his teammate. So a little bit of a scramble now for Ben Geddes, who might not have been entirely padded up. No, he's ready. He's on his way out. He's a well-prepared young man.
It's a long walk back, isn't it? First ball out.
Oh, it's a very long walk back on this ground with the pitch where it is, away from the pavilion as well. As Ben Geddes strides the wicket.
The incoming batter for Middlesex is Ben Geddes.
Made 83 against Glamorgan at Lords. He's averaging a fairly healthy 35 in the middle order. 4 half centuries so far to his credit. 70 for 4. Hat-trick ball for Andy Gorvin. That would be a milestone for Gorvin, who's relatively young in first-class playing terms, even though he's 28, coming into first-class cricket in the back half of his 20s, making the most of a second crack, if you like, at being a professional, having been on Hampshire's books as a youngster. His career reignited by his move to South Wales, playing for the Cardiff University's team, and on fire with the ball this season.
4 slips as well.
Yeah, 4 slips in a gully, a leg slip. Mid-wicket has crept in. Gorvin sets off, he's eager. Geddes not quite ready, now he is. Gorvin on his way, hat-trick ball to Ben Geddes, who leaves it outside off stump through to Chris Cook. Couldn't quite get it on target and force the shot. And will any of those fielders now disperse? No, it looks as though Andy Gorvin... leg slip's gone back to fine leg. That's the only real alteration.
There's a few oohs and ahs, wasn't there?
Certainly were. Gorvin on his way, bowling to Ben Geddes, who drives it back where it came from. Bowler fields in his follow through, and the applause from the small remaining crowd for Andy Gorvin. 2 wickets and successive balls puts Glamorgan firmly in the ascendancy now. Middlesex with an awful lot of hard work required. 2, 3, 4 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. They're 70 for 4, and we've got 23 minutes to go till tea. Let's see if change in commentator will affect the fortunes of the game. Clue, no it doesn't. Kevin Hand to join Dylan Griffiths.
As Van der Hoogten, the momentum certainly has shifted in Glamorgan's favour. And a lot of pressure now on Lewis Deploy. The plan was to build a partnership with Holden. He's gone. Higgins has gone first ball. And that's why Middlesex are in a bit of bother here. 70 for 4 as Van der Hugten comes in to deploy.
They're in a bit of trouble.
Didn't expect that, did he, Kevin?
Well, yes and no. You know, it's cricket. You always have to expect. You know, 3-8-3 is a good score. You know, it is. It's a green surface. There's been a lot of seam movement. The cloud cover's there today. It's been overcast. Indeed, we've had that rain as well.
Van der Hugten into deploy. Decent length. Turned away on the leg side.
Yeah, there were a couple of those deliveries, weren't there, to wrap it up this morning. You just thought, again, a bit like Higgins picking up Northeast last night, the ball nipped back in. I just thought these. In fact, I threw the question to Nick Webb. I said, which ball was it this morning? Was it a Roland Jones one which really moved? No, it was Patterson, wasn't it? Got one to really go off the surface. And I said, which one of the Glamorgan seamers in particular will be rubbing his hands at that? And Webby just said, well, all of them.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's been said, it's a game about one partnership at the moment.
Van der Hugten. Ooh, down the leg side. Well caught in fairness by Cook behind the stumps for Glamorgan. And mentioned the partnership for Glamorgan between Northeast and Kieran Carlson, but an useful knock as well from Cook over.
Well, there was, yeah. You know, there were 3:30 odd overnight for 7, weren't they? And the close of play interview, Ryan Higgins last night said there's a big difference between 350 and 400, and we've got to make sure, you know, we do the business in the morning. Well, 383 is a fraction closer to 400 than 350, but overall,
Van der Hugten back to mid off, no run.
Overall, as I say, the only anomaly in the flow of this game so far is the double century stand for the 4th wicket for Glamorgan, and other than that, the game's pretty much following a similar pattern. So Middlesex somehow have to find at least a century stand right now. Obviously, they'd ideally like a double century stand as well, but right now they need somebody to hang in there and get a partnership going.
Final ball of the over, and it's a maiden over for Tim Van der Hugten, and there remains 70 for 4.
I'm giving David Townsend far too many mentions in this game. Long time Middlesex, fan indeed as well, but you know, commentator and journalist. I remember in a situation like this getting one of his rebuffs when I said, well, he put 2 wickets on the board. Now he said, well, 2 wickets are just fallen. You can't keep putting 2 wickets on the board. But at 70 for 4. There's a long way to go before Middlesex are going to feel happy in this game. Mm-hmm. So they really do need to find that partnership. But we knew that from ball 1. There had to be a partnership. There has to be to reply to this. There's too much seam movement out there, and the only way you're going to negate that is a partnership, getting in and getting themselves into a position where they feel well set and well placed to try and negate that seam movement. Here's Galvin. He's in, bowls. He slides one through outside off stump. Geddes, the right-hander, lifting the bat up in the air, leaving alone, but there was all sorts of shape on that through the air. Skiddy bowler.
When you look at the score, but you know, when they're trailing by 313, it seems a long way away at the moment, doesn't it? There's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah. Here's Galvin turning again. Cathedral. My apologies. The river end. His right arm over to the right-handed Geddes, who drives hard through the covers for 4. Glorious shot. That was dismissive. Over-pitched from Galvin, and that's the difficulty of skiddy bowler like that. You put it right up there on that length, then it's going to come sweetly onto the middle as that one did. Lovely shot for 4.
And you've got to play your shots as well, haven't you? You've got to play your natural game. Yes, you're under pressure, but you need runs on the board. And he's off the mark, Geddes, with that boundary.
He goes Galvin again, racing in as he does. Bowls, and that's bumped back to him by Geddes, and there's no run. It's some sprint, isn't it? I mean, whatever he lacks in height, he makes up in terms of that sprint into the crease.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
packs everything into that run-up.
Yeah, it's and a very slender figure that he is as well. I think we made comparisons of kind of somewhere between Chris Wood and Tim Murtagh last season, didn't we, of Gorvin, of what kind of bowler he'd like to be as he pushes this one through at pace through to the keeper.
We haven't heard anything from Tim Murtagh since before lunchtime, have we?
Oh, if a wicket falls now. Yeah. I've done myself there, haven't I? Said I wasn't going to come back to any of that. It's tried to get that stat out until the Glamorgan second innings. Kept on bringing a wicket. Gorvin, he's midway through his run up now. Bowls and on the back foot. This is eased backward a square, through square on the onside, mid wicket. Just drops a little finer to come and collect. Oh, you've set me off now. I'm worried.
You're looking at more stats.
No, I'm worried about buying a wicket here for Glamorgan. Put that stat away. It was the death of the Glamorgan innings, wasn't it? Trying to get that stat out. I was going to tease it and just leave it hanging, wasn't I? Who he's coming quickly up upon, because I don't think Manny would have said. I certainly wouldn't. Someone, Who do you think he's very, very close to overtaking in 5-wicket hauls for Middlesex, Toby Rowland-Jones? I would not have said Tim Murtagh because Tim Murtagh took so many wickets. But in the 5-wicket column haul, Rowland-Jones rattling along. Here's Gorvin. He's in, bowls, and this is bumped back to Gorvin and Snow. And of course, both of them have taken Test 5 for as well in that 5-wicket hauls, Mercer and Rowland-Jones. One against South Africa and one against England. Well, mighty scouts on both sides.
Good knowledge.
Oh, it's imprinted that. Mercer will never let you forget that he took a 5 for in Test cricket, although he's more pleased with his 50, I think. Test match 50. The Lambeth Lara, as he was known when he strode out to bat. He was a genuine all-rounder when he joined Middlesex. Talk about so many that around that 2007 era. Honestly, if you'd have seen his batting by the number 11, by the time he finished at number 11, calling him the Lambeth Lara, it was well, he certainly tried to carve the ball, let's put it that way. 75 for 4. There's a change around in the slips here. Someone's replacing someone. It's Northeast, isn't it, who's slipward bound.
Yes, second slip as Van der Hugten comes in. Full delivery through to Cook, the wicket keeper. Another wicket for Glamorgan before team makes it certainly an interesting final session.
Yeah, it does. I think we've got a fascinating game. As soon as you get up to 300 straight away, you can't have a wobble at the start of a reply when you're applying to 300. 4-day cricket. It's the time of year generally where it's 250 to 280. Or let's say 270 to 300.
Van der Hugten again. It's just lets it go through on the offside.
On any given day, as a par. I think the last rounds they were going at about 250 a day, slightly slower Lord's surface, but yeah, they were rightly very happy with 300 on the board overnight. Middlesex a little bit disappointed. If you look at the run rate now, Middlesex at 3.5, which is up there with what Glamorgan was scoring at. However, it's that wickets column 4 down at this stage that is the most troubling.
No runs off the over as yet, and exactly the same ball, exactly the same reaction from the batsman, not being tempted at all to go after it. 3 dot balls. Bordeaux now leading by 28 to 20 against Northampton.
Keeps making me thirsty every time you two mention Bordeaux.
Spent a lovely few days there back in 2016.
Day for it today as well, isn't it? Somewhere between warm and cold, Bordeaux's perfect for it.
Van der Hugten. And groans again. How close was it to the outside edge? But Geddes was on 5. Those He's got an important role to play now with deploy to try and get Middlesex up over the century without losing a wicket. 75 for 4.
Oh, bit of sunshine breaking through.
I know. Could get a full day's play after the interval, after the rain interval we had after lunch. Good over from Van der Hugten. Closing on his second consecutive maiden. Both batsmen just doing a bit of work on the wicket. Final ball of the over then from Van der Hugten, and more or less every ball was the same.
Dribbled through a little though.
Yeah.
It's, died slightly before reaching the keeper.
75 for 4. As you were.
Yes. As I say, my overall feeling is this match is as you were, bar that 4th wicket stand, and that you know, that's why Middlesex have got to find a way of matching, at least half matching that 4 wicket stand, especially with the weather forecast. And the follow-on still, 159 runs away. 6 wickets standing, 75 for 4. They'd be very confident of doing it, but there's still runs to be scored, and you're 4 wickets down, so pressure is created. As Galvin's right arm over, he bowls and deploy right in behind this. He played a lovely drive through the covers early in his innings, deploy. He's only on 10 at the moment, but from 30 balls now, 29 balls. Arguably, that was probably the best shot that Lewis Deploy's played this season. It hasn't been his finest start to the season. The innings he hit against Glamorgan, I was trying to think, was it that one? He had a scratchy innings, where he scored, and he scored well, but it was a little bit scratchy. Here's Galvin bowls short, and he looks to cut at that bottom edge into the ground. Falls away towards gully.
Yeah, I think he scored 89, did he, against Glamorgan?
Yeah. I think it was that innings. I'm trying to recall off the top of my head. There was one of them that, he really dug in for it. It wasn't a flowing deploy knock, which you're accustomed to see him pretty much 99 times out of 100 that he walks to the middle. He'll start very positively and he'll get after bowling attacks. But that drive early in this innings boded well. As this ball brings another drive, more watchful this time as he pushes its cover, stretching for it ever so slightly. He has to deploy, so just have to be aware of it. I'm just having a look at his knocks this year. Middlesex is number 4, and he lost that position due to injury to Luke Holman, but back in now. He's a solid process in there. It must have been. There's something that's annoying me about it that I don't think it was the Glamorgan innings, but it was. As forward goes, deploy, pushing back. His only other 50 this season was in the first innings at Derbyshire, and that is not the knock that I'm recalling. It was the match at Lords against Glamorgan. So one or 2 50s, but it was a home match where you were just thinking, if Lewis Deploy is not middling it right now, timing's tough out there, but somebody had said to me, it's not quite coming out of the middle for him at the moment. But overall, I think it was a surface, that one, for the Glamorgan match, where all the batters struggled to get their timing on it. This is Galvin in bowls, and that's worked away just in front of mid-wicket, and they'll pick up 2. Nicely done. 77 for 4. I must caveat that though, because it sounds rather critical, but it's not. The pitches that we've seen at Lords so far this season, 4 of them, I mean, they're the best pitches I think that Middlesex have seen at Lords, in my time covering Middlesex anyway. They really have been, especially April, May pitches. Outstanding cricket wickets, and I know that's a feeling that's widely recognised, so well done to Carl and his staff. As Galvin's in, bowls, and he was through that extremely early. deploys well through the shot as he was looking to turn into the onside. And I reckon it hit. Well, yes, he adjusts his box at the moment. I was going to say somewhere up around the midriff. So it was an optimistic appeal, but it almost felt as though that ball stopped on him in that he was through the shot.
It was a half-hearted appeal, wasn't it, by Gorvin, and then just pulled it back a bit. 77 for 4, and Van der Hugten still going. We were wondering whether Kuhneman could be brought into the action for a few overs before the tea time interval, which is to be taken in about 7 minutes time at 4:30.
Oh, we've only just got going. Cruel cricket, isn't it?
Don't want to overload ourselves with the workload, do we? As Van der Hugten comes in, just jabbed away to the covers. No run.
Yeah, cricket can be a frustrating one with the weather, can't it? And let's say the Middlesex just need to be wary here, don't they? There's a bit of a rough forecast for Monday, isn't there? So
Yes.
you know, if it's a game of limited time, then if you're the side that have got in first and put 380 odd on the board, then you know there's a lot of runs to be scored to save the game. That's why that follow-on's so crucial. First of all,
Van der Hugten, foolish delivery. To mid-on. No run again. Can he get a third successive maiden? Tim Van der Hugten. But from Glamorgan's perspective, if they're thinking by the close of play today, if they can get Middlesex, possibly Sam down, they'll be confident they can wrap it up within 3 days again as Van der Hugten comes in. A lot of encouragement once again behind the stumps from the slip cordon.
well, this way this partnership's so crucial now, isn't it? Just get Middlesex into this innings. Really, they're not into it yet, are they? 77 for 4. Need somehow to get a substantial footing in this innings, and indeed in this match, which they had at 52 for 4, and there was a couple of wickets before close last night. We're dragging them back into it, but Glamorgan's day so far here.
Certainly is. Van der Hugten. Oof! Beats him on the off stump. Through to the wicketkeeper, Cook. 1 for 18 so far. Van der Hugten. Another dot ball.
Bit of wind picking up on the effects, might there? Boom, boom, boom. Maybe.
In he comes once again. Glamorgan's fast bowler, and was there an edge? No.
I mean, this is
Swung, didn't it?
this is something else, isn't it? Let's have a look. It's probably more off the surface, that,
Yep,
isn't it?
yep.
As opposed to swing. I mean, it swung past once it bounced, didn't it? There you go. It passes the batter and starts swinging away. But I think the movement initially came off the surface once again.
That's a good spell of bowling, though, isn't it?
So that would have been one of the big concerns today with the overheads, that the ball would be doing it out of the hand, the swing. But it's still jagging around, and that was always going to be a big threat to Middlesex here.
Final ball. Another dot ball, and third consecutive maiden for Tim Van der Hugten.
Well, that's the game at the moment. Get to tea, isn't it?
Yep. Is this going to be the final over before tea?
Yes. Surely there'll be a loose tea.
Bowling at the river end, coming on to bowl for Glamorgan, Matthew Kuhneman.
There we go. First look at Matt Kuhneman. There's surely going to be a loose lace, is what I was going to say, for one of the Middlesex boots in this over, to make sure that that is it, because that's a terrific spell of bowling from Van der Hugten, isn't it? They are testing Middlesex hard here. Glamorgan, a little payback, no doubt, for the game earlier in the season. 9-wicket win for Middlesex. Glamorgan having a rough time of it at that point. Middlesex just being wary here, not to find themselves in trouble 2 weeks in a row. Early in the game, but equally, Glamorgan have some good runs on the board, so Middlesex do need to just get themselves settled into this. It's survival at this stage, 24 overs into their innings. You know, the ball's still hard and it's still seaming as we saw in that last over. So they've just got to keep themselves afloat at the moment. As this ball's turned back, let's go on the leg side, quick single. Koeman's first ball, a little bit of bounce, there was a little bit of excitement out there. South African born deploy, of course, with a Hungarian passport, qualified for England, but as such, South African born up against Australian. There's a link in this match, isn't there? A couple of South African born on the Middlesex side, and indeed Dane Patterson hoping to be in that World Test Championship final. Koeman will be, as will Marnus Labuschagne. Koeman in, bowls, and forward goes. Geddes pushing back to the left arm seam. A tall figure, isn't he?
He is. Took 16 wickets, Koeman, in 2 tests for Australia, and hoping to get his first wicket for Glamorgan in his one and only appearance for the county.
In now Koeman, bowls and forward goes. Geddes pushing away into the onside. And run again. Yeah, tricky little passage to tee for Middlesex with pressure on them at the moment. As forward goes Geddes, driving up to mid-off. There's every ball's an event out there at the moment, Morgan, isn't it? An ooh and an ah for everything.
A lot of encouragement for the spinner. 2 balls remaining of the over for him.
2 balls of the session, and Middlesex will be desperate to get off at this stage, won't they? As forward he goes. Geddes pushing back to the bowler. Tense passage of play, 2 slips and a short leg. Here comes the last ball of the session. Koeman's making him wait. Stands tall, then steps in, bowls a very straight delivery, which has has Geddes rocking back and turning the left arm spinner through square leg for a single. So Geddes has 6, Deploy has 13, but Glamorgan have Middlesex 79 for 4, which is going to take a fair old rebuild for Middlesex, or well, I say rebuild, they've got to build in the first place, haven't they? They've got to get that partnership going somehow, and these are the last 2 recognised batters before they get to shoot the keeper. Right, we'll disappear, go and find some tea, go and find some cake. Join us back in just under 20 minutes here at Sapphire Gardens. Middlesex resuming, trailing by 304 in their first innings. They're 79 for 4.
some tea time scores from around the country. All of these games in the Rothesay County Championship, like here at Sapphire Gardens, are in their second day. Starting at the Utility Bowl, where Sussex have moved on to 295, leading Hampshire by 141 runs. At Northampton, Northamptonshire finally dismissed by Gloucestershire for 469. Gloucestershire in reply are 40 without loss. At Chesterley Street, Durham are in their second innings, they're 101 for 6 against Somerset, so Durham lead by 206 runs. At Headingley, Nottinghamshire are also in their second innings. That's after they had dismissed Yorkshire for 159. Notts in their second innings, 72 for 1, so Notts are leading by 141 runs. At New Road, Worcestershire have just been dismissed by Warwickshire for 181, so Worcestershire are trailing by 46 runs. At Grace Road, Leicestershire are currently 300 for 4, leading Lancashire by 94 runs. At Derby, Derby declared on 587 for 5, double under there for Caleb Jewell, and Kent in reply are currently 33 for 1. At the Oval, Surrey were dismissed by Essex for 279, and in their second innings, Essex are currently 40 without loss, so they're still trailing Surrey by 22 runs. And a reminder that in the Test match at Trent Bridge, victory to England by an innings and 45 runs, they dismissed Zimbabwe for 255. Sharon Bashir, 6 for 81. A reminder that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Patches Pavilion. There's also, don't forget, 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food purchases. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet House stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, and snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open until 5 o'clock today. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and as always is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they're available completely free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and also that's where you can purchase copies of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. Just looking ahead to tomorrow, don't forget, because of the loss of time today, there are going to be some revised timings and a little bit of extra cricket for us to enjoy tomorrow. So all being well, a start at 11 o'clock in the morning with lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock and close of play at 6:30, because tomorrow we will have 104 overs to make up for the loss of time today. To resume the Middlesex first innings after tea, Leas deploy and Ben Geddes. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where Middlesex are about to resume their first innings here in Cardiff on 79 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 put in by Middlesex, and being put under pressure. Now the visitors, the home side, sitting pretty. 5 sessions as we are into the game, although a much delayed and interrupted second day. Here's Tim van der Houten from the Cathedral Road end. He's got 3 slips crouching down as he runs in, right arm over to bowl to the right-handed Geddes, who's forward, driving to mid-off. And there's no run. Bit of cloud cover, that bit of sun that we saw before T has disappeared, sadly. Because it is it was a lovely moment and offering hope that we may see a full day's play from here, but that still is under threat, isn't it, Nick Webb?
It's the hope that gets you.
It is.
You live with the despair.
Hoped that we'd, yes. Hoped that we would get that cake from yesterday again instead of going to have to despair at what we did get. Here goes Van der Houten bowls, and this ball's pushed away by Geddes into the offside no run. I'm teasing, of course. Lovely bit of what was it called?
Barra breath.
I actually haven't had mine yet, but thank you, Glamorgan, for the offering. So here is Van der Houten turning again, warming up his lower back at the non-striker's end, bending down, twisting one way and the other as deployers. In comes Van der Houten, broad-shouldered as he is, but right in behind this Geddes, traps the bat down with the back foot defence and eases the ball into the offside, to the oohs and the ahs of the home side.
During the tea interval, I took the chance to exit the ground very briefly and catch up on life in Division 11 of the South East Wales Cricket League. Pontcanna pitch 4 isn't quite as near as I thought it was.
Here's Van der Houten bowls, forward defence from Geddes. Are we on the bike? Did you get a scooter? Did you hire an e-scooter?
I could have done with one. Just about made it there for about 5 minutes with brief chat with some teammates at Mackin 2s, and had to turn around and come back. When I left, there was a vigorous discussion going on between the umpire and the scorer as to how many deliveries had been bowled in the previous over.
In comes Van der Houten, bowls onto the legs. It's clipped away into the onside. A watchful little effort from Geddes, which again got the U's and the R's going. A single taken.
And whatever goes on in this match, you're not likely to see Messrs Blackwell and Treadwell exit the field for an exchange of opinions with Andrew Hignell and Don Shelley.
What a pairing. Here's Van der Houten. Right arm around to deploy, 3 slips crouching down as he passes the umpire and bowls. Just foot of a length outside the off stump, through it goes. And there is no run.
I can report that the occasion I was visiting, they did not stop playing during the rain.
Even when you arrived? Nick Webb's here, guard of honour.
Despite the fact that we lost
pressure.
90 minutes of play here because of rain, we thought if we don't carry on, we'll never get this game finished.
Yes.
So well done to the gentlemen of Friends Union and Mackin's second 11s, who were battling it out on Pontcanna 4 as we speak. Right, we're going to see a bit more Kuhneman, so it wasn't just the token over before tea.
Interesting.
Well, he's only here for a week, or 4 days.
So make the most of him.
So make the most of him, I suppose.
Get every penny out of him.
Matt Kuhneman, well, he wanted to bowl to get in some sort of rhythm. As he's in left arm spin, bowls, and that's beaten the forward lunge of Geddes. Through to Cook it goes. And this means that a bit of turn there for Kuhnemann straight away. By 1st of June, Glamorgan will have used 5 overseas players. As forward goes Geddes, defending the next delivery.
Is that allowed?
Only 2 at a time. But Fernando, Ingram, Labuschagne, Kuhnemann, and next week Hayden Kerr. Down the wickets comes Geddes. There's a very optimistic appeal for LBW, given the batter had taken 2 or 3 strides. And Kuhnemann, being an international bowler, is being given a short leg and a silly point, as well as Labuschagne at slip. Kuhnemann bowls, driven by Geddes to mid-on. Van der Hoogten fields, and there's no run. 80 for 4. 303 in arrears. 234 that I thought was fairly nominal for the follow-on is now rather less so, after the double strike from Andy Gorvin. As Kuhnemann just off half a dozen paces, bowls, and that's defended by Geddes, and his teammates are certainly giving him every vocal encouragement. Kuhnemann's last game was Tasmania against New South Wales in March, as that's driven ferociously by Geddes, but he doesn't get anything for it, as it's cut off by Northeast at mid-off. There is no run. It's a maiden for Matt Kuhnemann, his first in Glamorgan colours. His last game was in the Sheffield Shield, and he did claim 5 wickets in the second innings for Tasmania. His last 2 tests were against Sri Lanka, which I suspect slightly different conditions to Cardiff today, but he did pick up 16 wickets in 2 matches against Sri Lanka earlier this year. His first class record. He's only played 30 matches, 96 wickets total.
Here goes Van der Hoogten around the wicket from the Cathedral Road end. He's got 3 slips behind the left-handed deploy, who's shuffling forward and across, and that's before delivery, and then eases a front foot forward defence into the offside. Plenty of jibber jabber into the middle, and rightly so. Lost by 9 wickets at Lords. Middlesex, I'd be disappointed with their display against Leicestershire. They'd have been very keen to make amends here, but equally Glamorgan would have had it on mind to say, well, they'll come here under a little bit of pressure after their defeat. Well, the Flying Foxes at Lords last week, as Van der Hoogten's around the wicket. He bowls and forward goes deploy, defending into the offside. Al Hassan feels at point.
Yeah, and the Foxes really are flying high this season. Leicestershire, after several years of my taking the mickey out of Leicestershire's hashtag, it was Running Foxes they tried to introduce as a social media hashtag, I believe.
Running scared.
For a couple of years, and I was turning that into Limping Foxes.
Ruling the roost now, though, aren't they, the Foxes? Van der Hoogten bowls wide outside the off stump, left to lane by deploy, thrusting the pad forward and lifting the bat high in the air, well away from that. It's just brightened up again, isn't that nice? Let's have a look. A little slither of blue somewhere.
Just about.
Where?
Maybe not.
Lulling me into a full sense of security here, aren't you? The hills in the distance look clear. It's not quite where it comes from.
We can't usually see where the weather's coming from here at Sapphire Gardens. It's over the hockey pitch, which is behind us.
Here comes Van der Hoogten around the wicket. He bowls, and that's pushed defensively back up the track.
Well, we've got 30 overs still to go. It's still going to be 5 to 7-ish scheduled finish. Not going to get there, surely.
As the sun breaks through. Go on, the sun.
Maybe we will.
Here goes Van der Hoogten again around the wicket. Bowls, and this is worked away back at a square on the leg side. They will take... they will take 3 after a stunning piece of fielding down there. Who is that? Is that Marnus? No, he's at slip. That is... There is just a left-handed throw coming back in. Number 30.
Oh, it's Kuhneman. Minus his mate. Did he signal a 4?
I don't think so. I think that was a brilliant stop, wasn't it?
Did
his hands hit the rope?
I think he signalled the 4 because he didn't throw it in very quickly after making the stop.
Yeah.
So that's fair play. That's a bit of sportsmanship.
Here's Van der Houten bowls, and this ball is beating Deploy. They go up behind the stumps, but Van der Houten not involved.
Yeah, that was a slightly hesitant appeal, wasn't it? You've got to go straight away and hard with those appeals, boys, or don't bother. It was a decent delivery, and it did jag away, but to be fair, the bat of Laius Deploy was tucked between his legs. And Van der Houten saying to Kieran Carlson, who's always the most enthusiastic of the slip appealers, don't bother this time, Kieran. 84 for 4. Deploy has 17. Geddes has 7. 2 wickets to Gorvin, 1 apiece to Van der Houten and Harris. This after Glamorgan were bowled out for 383, with Ryan Higgins completing his 5 for Kuhneman bowls, and that's hit firmly into the offside, but it'll be just the single for Ben Geddes, as Glamorgan do have a sweeper out on the cover boundary. 85 for 4. 2, 3, 4, the follow on target. So Middlesex, with, even if they score at 5 and over, will be only round about that target. And scoring at 5 and over, well, it's gone down to 3 now, having started at a fairly bright lick. Kuhneman trying to put the pressure on and come over the wicket, but loses his stride and says, "I'll try that again, please." Left arm over, fires it in. Deploy clips it to mid-wicket, fielded by Carlson, and there is no run. As Kuhneman is in again, down the pitch, this is skied, it should be caught at cover, and Deploy is caught as he went on the attack looking to hit straight, and Tom Bevan took a good tumbling catch at cover. Had a long time to think about that one. It wasn't an easy one. Deploy looking to launch it over the sight screen, and Bevan has done really, really well to judge that one. 85 for 5.
Yeah, Deploy's an aggressive player, isn't he? And he's got that freedom, as Middlesex is. Number 4, a key batting position in pretty much any side, barring a fabulous number 3. Your best batter goes at 4, but yeah, trying to alleviate a little bit of this pressure. So it hasn't quite been his year with the bat just yet. Deploy just the 250s so far. 17 from 44 and 85 for 5. They are only just gone. Well, that's not quite right. I'm looking at this wrong way altogether. 298 they trail by, so still another 149 to avoid the follow-on at 85 for 5.
Yep. Good maths. 3 boundaries hit by Laius Deploy. Max Holden, by the way, had 7 in his 42. I think out of that Middlesex top order, he actually looked in decent nick, didn't he? Max Holden seemed to be timing the ball nicely, and then rather gave it away, I thought. Holden played a ball that he didn't need to play out defensively and didn't really play aggressively. So it's wicketkeeper Jack Davies, who's in at 7. Always have to try and elongate the E slightly, as Randy Edby Davis.
Davies. These
funny English ways you have.
Windsor Davis. He was Davis, not Davies, wasn't he?
It doesn't. Well, in Wales they're all Davis, whether they're spelt with an E or not.
But you could well imagine Windsor Davis saying Windsor Davies, as opposed to Windsor, because he had such a way of elongating everything that he said.
Well, only in the way of the character, yes. Sergeant Major.
Well, any given character. He what do they call them? A method. He was very much a method actor, wasn't he?
So, Kuhneman to the new man, Jack Davies, who's greeted with the point staring at him. Short leg breathing down his neck. Slip. Labuschagne chopsing away. Kuhneman is in, bowls and keeps a little bit low. It's well watched by the Middlesex wicketkeeper. Plays it back down the pitch. Matt Kuhneman's first wicket for Glamorgan then. In the guest test spinner spot for Glamorgan that seems to have invented as Davis defends that one back down the pitch. Kuhneman skips across to field himself. 85 for 5 Middlesex. Glamorgan taking advantage of these bowling conditions today. Kuhneman bowls. Davies defends. End of the over. 1 run, 1 wicket. And Middlesex halfway through the scheduled 58 overs that they were due to face tonight. But who knows how long we'll get into this evening session.
Is it me or is it getting hot in here? Temperature rising, temperature being cranked up.
I was slightly warm after my jog halfway around Pontcanna during the tea interval. When I say jog, to use the term loosely, by going faster than my usual plod.
Here's Van der Houten bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, no run. Listen to that chatter. It's lively this afternoon now, isn't it? Glamorgan certainly believe, and rightly so. 85 for 5. Pressure's on. As I say, for me, the pressure was there from the beginning. You know, until you get those runs on the board in reply, we haven't got them yet, have you? So the pressure's there. Yeah, how it is. It's Van der Houten past the umpire. He bowls and beats Geddes. Through to the keeper it goes. 85 for 5. BBC Sports Online together at Cardiff, BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio London. Live on the BBC Sport website and app. And available on your smart speakers.
Oh,
just
yes.
us to say, here, smart speaker, stick on Nick and Kev, will you?
Probably not what you say, to be absolutely honest. It'd be nice to get that sort of informal vibe, wouldn't it?
I thought we were meant to be down with the kids now. We just have to do it formally. Here's Van der Houten. He's in, bowls, and it's edged and put down at second. Geddes on the back foot. Back and across, thick edge. The camera focuses in on Marnus. He's slipped though, Marnus Labuschagne. For me, that was seconds. Is that the skipper?
Northeast, the skipper, who's caught quite a few in the last week.
Well, they both look disappointed. In fact, Marnus looks more disappointed, but Labuschagne is at slip. Northeast has gone across. No, it was Labuschagne who's put it down.
Yeah, Northeast possibly
put him off.
Didn't possibly put him off.
Well, it was to his right knee. Geddes himself put one down like that this morning, didn't he? Where I thought it was further to his right, and his Van der Houten next ball driving up to mid off is Geddes. He kind of, as he spilled it to his right, his arms kept extended towards the ball, which looked as though the ball was further away from him than it was. So I was thinking, was it Deploy's fault?
Carlson trying to cheer everyone up.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You see, he taps Northeast on the back there because in slightly going to Labuschagne's right, then it offers the question. Well, then was it Slip's catch? Was it seconds? Well, I think that was Slip's. I don't think Northeast has done anything wrong to put him wrong there. It was the margin where you've got to think about it. The initial movement as forward goes. Geddes pushing up to mid-on, no run, and likewise Geddes' one. It was Geddes' catch, not Deploy's.
You say think about it. I mean, it's it's a fraction of a second, really, isn't it? Whether you actually have
it's a
time
reaction, isn't
to
it?
form a conscious opinion or option or think, should I go for it? Should I? If you think, should I go for it, you'd probably be on the nose by the time that's happened.
Well, that's usually my excuse when I say something silly on commentary. Is here's Van der Houten turning away from us. He bowls and this ball's on a length and pushed back up the track by Geddes, and there's no run. And you've upset a player at the close of play. And oh well, I only had a split second to think about it. Just had to say something.
Yes, words. 85 for 5, Middlesex underneath cloudy skies, but the cloud not as low and quite as dark as it has been. Looks a little bit threatening away to our left, which is the closest we can see.
That's the analyst, isn't he? He's not had the sound on once in this game, has he?
85 for 5.
Tried to get a smirk out of him.
Kuhneman to continue. 3 overs, 1 for 3 at the moment. Outthought Layers deploy.
Match ref's got the sound on down the end. Jason Swift's.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
No, it was all right. The mic was turned off when you said that earlier.
Kuhneman is into bowl, turned to short leg by Davies, but on the bounce. Tribe doesn't take it cleanly anyway. So Bevan is crouching at silly point, Tribe at short leg, and Labuschagne at slip. All they need now is a leg slip as Davies is defending. It's a peculiarity of mine that I like to see the 4 corners covered around the bat, but no leg slip, so it's only a 3-sided thing at the moment. Oh, that one's hit straight at Bevan. It's bounced off him as he turned around. It was fairly close to the meat of the bat, and Bevan understandably turned away to avoid being hit anywhere painful. Kuhneman bowls. Davies steps back and cuts. This one he's got past Bevan. Ul Hassan is off in pursuit towards deep cover, and as the pigeons scatter on one of the practice wickets, they come back for 2 runs. 87 for 5, and Jack Davies is off the mark. The best pickings apparently for the pigeons on those practice wickets. Kuhneman in, Davies defending. 2 point.
Apparently, as in you've had good rumour of this, or apparently as in it's what we can see with our eyes?
Well, I presume the pigeons are there. Tend to gather there because you get a tasty morsel or so. As Davies was forward defending, the end of the Kuhneman over, 2 runs off it, 87 for 5. I mean, I think they'd look at me rather askance if I invaded the pitch during the course of play to examine what the pigeons were looking at. But it's a logical deduction that they find rich pickings in those areas where the top of the turf has been scuffed up a bit, and small insects or whatever.
It's a good point. What is it? Is there more grass scattered around the square and more seed scattered around the square?
Yeah, that's the other point, isn't it?
Is that what it is?
They do.
No, that was what I was. I wasn't being
facetious.
facetious.
No, there
I was probably more being daft than facetious, to be honest. But
there's more likely to be seed scattered in those areas, and I suppose any small bugs are likely to be closer to the surface and more available. As James Harris comes back into the attack.
Yes, he's right arm over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end. Big pile of sawdust next to him, and he's past the umpire now to bowl to Geddes, who was put down in the last over at slip. Pretty bad put down by Marnus Labuschagne standards. That really would have been bother for Middlesex, but still one recognised batter, and still a batter who has opened the innings for Middlesex in first class cricket, Jack Davies. And then 2 final rounders in Gohar, and Roland Jones quite put him in the genuine all-rounder category, which you probably couldn't for Gohar either, but very good lower order batters. That's his. A beaut from Harris, draws Geddes forward. The right-hander, he was kind of halfway forward just outside the off stump there as that ball nips away. I'm going to assume that's off the surface again, but it's very full if it's gone off the surface there. You almost assume at that kind of length that it was a little bit of late swing just before pitching that perhaps changed the angle to take it away from Geddes, but I don't really see too much of that in this game, particularly not late swing either. It's mostly been movement off the surface itself as it's Harris in bowls, and there you go, another one. A fraction of shape through the air on that one that might have just adjusted the line before pitching. Geddes playing inside it, playing the line of off stump again as he replays it all. And comes Harris now. The sun comes out again. Oh, it's lovely. What a difference it makes, eh? Shadow cast out in front of him to his right as he runs in and bowls, and that's clipped away by Geddes through mid-wicket. That's a nice shot, powerful shot, strong hands on that as he pushes it hard away into the onside. And he's into double figures. Geddes moves to 12, 46 deliveries he's been out there for now. Didn't quite feel that long. But double figures he has, 91 for 5 Middlesex, nearly to 3 figures themselves. Still so much work for them to do. And we have to seriously talk about the follow-on as a initial target now for Middlesex. I tentatively mentioned it early on, but at 5 down, it'll be on their minds as Harris bowls, and this is left alone by Geddes. A ball that doesn't particularly carry through to the keeper. That, I mean, definitely on their minds with Geddes dropped the last over.
And I think if it is an option, then Glamorgan would probably have to go for it, given the weather forecast for Monday. Now, it depends how much trust Sam Northeast has in the forecasts.
It's Harris hitting the crease now, tied on the stumps as he bowls to Geddes, wicket to wicket. It's pushed back up the track by the right-hander. It's a dot ball that ends the over. 4 off it. Clip through mid-wicket, 91 for 5. Davies will have strike on 2. Geddes has 12. What time did we resume? It was 10-2?
10-2, yeah.
So another over from me, and then I'll ease the listeners' ears. Get out of the way.
As we're going to get a bit more Kuhneman. Bowled tightly so far and claimed the wicket of Leas Deploy. Skying to cover for 17. 91 for 5 on this slightly murky day still at Sapphire Gardens, albeit not quite as murky as it was in the early afternoon when we had a 90-minute delay after lunch. Kuhneman is in to bowl. That's pushed defensively by Davies straight to Bevan at Silly Point. No run. Again, the 3 clustered round the bat plus the keeper, and fine leg is up short as well. It's almost a leg gully position as that's ball ball, and it's treated accordingly by Davies, stepping back and cracking it through, scattering the pigeons through the offside and running away for 4 runs. There's far too much width offered by Kuhneman for once, probably the first bad ball he's bowled, and luckily the ball struck a large blue roll of sheeting and didn't have to be pursued up to the pavilion, because that one probably would have reached the boundary boards otherwise, 30 metres away from the actual boundary ropes. Kuhneman bowls, Davies defends on 95 for 5. I suppose we wouldn't call them the boundary boards. They're the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion. It's a side view, not chosen by many, as this one's run down by Davies, down towards third man. There'll be 1, they'll turn, they'll come back for a second. Ul Hassan throws on the turn, but Davies is comfortably back for 2 more. He moves on to 8 in the total, under 97 for 5. Just in terms of the geography, we remain towards the grandstand side of Sapphire Gardens. As Kuhneman bowls, short flat fired through outside off stump, no shot from Davies. And they've used that area of the ground for all 4 home championship matches so far. So there's an area of 4 pitches that have all been used next to each other. Kuhneman bowls, defended by Davies. Ball runs down towards leg slip. It is seized by Asa Tribe, backpedaling from short leg. And it's the end of Kuhneman's over, 97 for 5. Davies 8. Geddes has 12, top scorer in the innings so far. Max Holden with 42. Been 2 wickets for Gorvin, 1 apiece for Van der Hoogten, Harris and Kuhneman.
Oh, it's out of the way for me, isn't it? What am I doing? I was about to say something. Goodbye.
Oh, thank you very much. That was well timed. Oh dear. Success of good comedy. Timing.
Comedy of errors.
Comedy of errors. James Harris then prepares to start a new over. I know the BBC Sport website is fascinating, Kevin. As Harris is into bowl and passes the outside edge as Geddes pokes forward and makes no contact, and however long he holds the pose, he still's made no contact. It was a nice defensive shot, just down completely the wrong line. 97 for 5 as Dylan Griffiths will describe the rest of this Harris over.
Thank you, Nick. As Harris comes in past the umpire, good length, pushed away to the covers, no run. As Middlesex approach the 100, but Glamorgan will be delighted with the day's play. Picked up the wickets at the right time as well. Just the disappointment of that drop catch a few overs ago of Van der Hoogten's bowling. As Harris comes in again, past the off stump through to Cook, the wicketkeeper, no run. Next wicket so crucial on the timing of it.
Yeah, Middlesex already under pressure. Glamorgan will be obviously looking to press on as far as possible through this Middlesex batting order tonight, with possibility of bad light likely to preclude a full session.
Like not too bad at the moment. Harris, and that's an excellent shot past mid-off, and that'll go for 4 runs. Well timed, full delivery on the front foot.
Yeah, Geddes timing that one sweetly. It's probably his best shot so far.
Takes him on to 16 off 52 balls. It's a patient innings, as it needs to be, from Geddes. It's a better ball. Fuller delivery from Harris. It's blocked by the Middlesex batsman.
Yeah, Met Office reckons we should be all right for tomorrow's play. No more than a 30% chance of rain at any given time. Monday still looks extremely dodgy.
Should be a decent crowd in tomorrow then, if the weather is supposed to improve. Harris struck straight back at the bowler, end of the over. And Middlesex past the 100, they're 101 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, really do encourage people to come down tomorrow, because we do hear a lot on social media, quite rightly, backing the virtues of county championship cricket, but crowds here not huge for the championship. Usually around the mid-hundreds rather than thousands. They will be hoping, of course, that the thousands do descend for the T20 Blast, the first home game being against Surrey on Tuesday, June the 3rd, and then a Friday night date as well at the beginning of June, which really are the ones most hotly anticipated by the club treasurer as far as the county fixtures are concerned, as Kuhneman starts a new over and Davies, having got rid of point, pushes forward. Silly point, that is, and there's no run. The match against the West Indies, England against the West Indies on Sunday, June the 1st here. 5-figure crowd already assured, or at least the tickets have been sold for around 11,000, I understand. But it's about, 3/4 full. Hopefully it will be completely so by the time that date comes around. 101 for 5 here, Middlesex. There's Kuhneman bowls. Davies, very dead bat. I'm not quite sure why they took point away quite so soon, because apart from one very wide delivery that was put away, Davies has looked largely on the defensive against the Australian Test left arm spinner. And that one is another one that's offered a bit of width, and it's been put away again by Davies down towards backward point. Ul Hassan gives chase in vain, and it's another boundary for Davies. Moves on to 12 and the total to 105 for 5. I wonder if Kuhneman is possibly struggling with this quite brisk breeze at the moment.
2 balls. 4 balls he has bowled. They have been dispatched for 4 runs.
Here he comes again. Bowls. This one's more accurate and is driven to mid-on. 105 for 5. Remember, 2-3-4 is the follow-on target for Middlesex to reach to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Kuhneman will come back around the wicket now. Try his luck with a different angle. He's back on his stumps quite a lot, and that one's defended. And if there is any inconsistency of bounce, I mean, I know we're on day 2 and maybe there shouldn't be, but if any inconsistency of bounce, and Davies might be in trouble there. He's 12 off 21 deliveries. Geddes has a largely watchful 16 off 54 deliveries, and Middlesex are going at exactly 3 runs and over. 105 for 5 off 35.
I was asking you earlier, Nick, it's not a regular thing for a county to sign a player just for one match.
Doesn't happen very often in the second division. That's the likes of Surrey might drop in a superstar for a cameo at the Oval.
Boy, leave our mates alone.
Harris then, new over. Oof. Well, they're appealing behind the stumps, but the bowler wasn't, which is always a strong indication.
Well, with Labuschagne and Carlson there, 2 excitable sorts flanking Sam Northeast in the slips.
$105 for 5. Geddes on strike. Right-handed batsman. Bouncer, well, he can be deemed a bouncer. Didn't trouble the batsman at all.
No, it didn't get up a huge amount. Went by a roundabout head high, but Geddes was comfortably able to avoid it without taking too much action.
Third ball of the over, past the umpire. Ooh, that lifted, and it was in Cook's hand for a split second before he dropped it.
What did that hit on the way through? Be interesting to see the replay of that one. It did appear to take off somewhat. Is that a chance? I think it might be off the arm rather than the glove.
Peach of a ball.
Yeah, I think that's off the forearm. I'm not going to write that one down as a chance. I may be wrong.
Certainly Geddes in a bit of problem there as Harris comes again. Well defended that time. to the football, and the Sunderland have secured their place in the Premier League. Injury time goal, 95 minutes, beating Sheffield United by 2-1.
Pray for whoever's sat next to Martin Emerson right now.
Harris, another good ball. It's been a good over, in fairness. Just past the off stump. Tempted him.
Yes, just to explain the comment from the background, the Martin Emerson, the BBC Radio Newcastle cricket commentator, is an avid Sunderland fan. You might say rabid. So he'll be bouncing up and down in delight.
Final ball of the over. Defended again. So Middlesex, after 36 overs, 105 for 5. Davies on 12. Geddes 16. Trailed by 278 runs.
A gritty battle for survival for the visitors, as Middlesex face potentially another 22 overs, as I've kept saying. It's unlikely we'll go the distance because of the light situation, and well, I may be right occasionally. But it's a funny old game. Matt Kuhneman, 6 overs, 1 for 15, claimed the wicket of Lewis deploy. Bowls, and Davies defends.
Taking the silly point away, have they?
Yeah, I'm not sure why, because he's not played many aggressive shots apart from the 2 that were wide outside the off stump. They've preferred to put the man in the ring at cover. Forward goes Davies, very, very watchfully. You'd think he was in the last few minutes of the game, really, wouldn't you? The care that Jack Davies is demonstrating over his defensive prods. That's short and flat, and that's the bad ball that Davies was waiting for, and he takes full advantage. Flat batting it away through point for 4 runs, and that's 3 times that Kuhneman has done it in the space of this 7 over spell, and he really has been put away by Davies. Moves on to 16, 109 for 5.
Same spot every time.
Indeed. Moves level with Geddes at the other end on 16. Here's Kuhneman again. Forward goes Davies, back into defensive mode. And to be fair to Davies, he's batted anything remotely on the stumps and looked to lash into the occasional wide delivery against the Australian left armour. This one's tucked away on the leg side by Davies, straight to Carlson at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Last ball of the Kuhneman over. In he comes. Balls. Davies prods forward. Again, it trickles to mid-wicket. So the one scoring shot the boundary off that over. Middlesex are applying themselves sensibly here after the way in which Lewis deploy was at the 5th wicket, looking to get hold of Kuhneman and hit him into the River Taff, skying it high to mid-wicket, where Bevan took a well-judged catch. And it's to be another over from James Harris, who in the last over beat the bat several times.
Yeah, partnership now is at 24. As Harris still forcing it back. $109 for 5.
It's funny on virtually empty ground, isn't it? You can hear absolutely everything from the players.
It's like being back in the COVID days.
Oh, don't.
No. The only perk positive of that period was no traffic leaving the grounds. As Harris comes in over the wickets, and they go for one run to give us a mid-off.
It was strange. I did a Wales England Rugby International at the Principality Stadium, and we're used to 74,000 people roaring their heads off. And Wales England, there was a blast of loud music for about 30 seconds after the final whistle, and then they whacked down the fader on that, and oh, hang on, we've just seen an international Wales England game. It should be noisier than this, and you're commentating up here, and then you realise there's absolutely nothing in the background for you to work against.
I remember, where was I? Preston against Swansea, I think. I was commentating in the Welsh language, and Swansea scored, and obviously, you know, decibels go up a bit, and a few of the Preston players who weren't playing were in the stand, and just the look of disgust I had as Harris comes in. Turned away on the leg side, no runs.
Yes, let's hope those are never repeated, those days of the silent stadia, even if Wales did pull off a rugby Grand Slam. Or a title, sorry.
Just a little lull in the proceedings at the moment, as Glamorgan desperately try and get the 6th Middlesex wicket. That's the off stump.
And in cricket, I suppose the byproduct of that period was that county video streaming went from a sort of nice option carried out by the better off counties to a universal system, really, that everyone managed to put online some sort of video streaming, even if it was just off the 2 fixed cameras, which has continued throughout.
Harris to mid-on, no run. Just 1 run off the over so far. Final ball of the over then. Harris from the Cathedral Road end. Past the off stump again, and just a little look down at the wicket from the batsman Davis, but no damage done from Middlesex point of view. 110 for 5.
Yes, Harris is continuing to pass the outside edge of the bat once or twice in each over. A few pairs of shorts being sported up on the Middlesex balcony, despite the less than ideal weather conditions, but it's shorts and hoodies largely by those who have batted or aren't due to bat very soon. Those who are to bat in this innings: Zafar Goa, Toby Rowland-Jones, Navir Sharma, the teenage seam bowler, and Dane Patterson, the South African. So Geddes is on strike to Kuhneman for the first time in quite a few overs, and allows the first ball to turn away from his off stump. The left armour Matt Kuhneman, 1 for 19 so far. He's just dropped 3 short that have all been put away to the cover boundary, but this one is clipped by the right-handed Geddes up to wide mid-on, and they go through for a single. So Kuhneman is back to bowling at the left-hander Davies, which he has been doing for most of the last half hour or so. Middlesex 79 for 4 at tea. Since then they've lost Deploy, Court Bevan bowled Kuhneman for 17. 2 wickets for Gorvin, 1 apiece for Harris and Van der Hoogten. Max Holden's 42 is the best of the Middlesex innings so far. So can these two put together the big partnership that Middlesex supporters have been hoping for in response to Glamorgan's 383, where they had the one huge partnership of 228 for the 4th wicket. As forward plunges Davis in defensive mode once more. The Glamorgan innings very stop-start affair. 3 wickets down for 52, then the huge stand and 2 centuries in the middle, Northeast and Carlson, and then really Chris Cook's 47 holding together what there was from the lower order. The last 7 wickets fell for 103. 3 for 49 this morning. As Kuhneman waiting, Davis settles, Kuhneman bowls, and that's nicely cut away down towards 3rd man. Backward point has to run round, and they're comfortably back for a 2nd run by the time Ul Hassan can get there. Hand of apologies for a slightly scruffy throw back to Chris Cook. 113 for 5. 2 more to Davis. We're off Nelson fairly quickly.
Yeah, slightly quicker ball that time.
Kuhneman bowls, driven into the covers on the bounce, fielded by Bevan. Hammered down hard into the ground.
Just wondering if Harris will be kept on for the next over.
Yeah, he's beaten the bat quite a few times. A little bit expensive going at 4 and over. Kuhneman bowls, Davis forwards, plays towards point. They think about a single. It's intercepted by Tom Bevan, looking to make an impact in the field. He's taken the 1 catch, didn't manage to do so with the bat on his first match of the season. I wonder if he might get a bowl, but we've just seen the 4 bowlers used so far as Richard Dawson and David Harrison, one of his assistants, going for a perambulation.
Just getting the steps in.
Get the steps in. Try and influence something into happening in the middle. Maybe offering a word or two to a bowler fielding on the boundary. But no, it is Harris to continue.
Yes, indeed. 1 for 49 so far for James Harris. Comes in against the Geddes. A strong appeal from Harris and from the slip cordon and Cook, the wicket keeper. Umpire says no.
Harris inquiring why it wasn't given, and the replay may throw some light on that. It's doing quite a lot. It's come back quite a long way from outside off. Maybe just hitting a fraction high, but it was certainly worth inquiring. And I think had we been in a test match, it probably would have been sent upstairs.
Decent first ball then from Harris. Geddes just taps the back. No run.
And I'm still hoping that someone will invent a basic and maybe simplified version of the technology that can at least review some things at county level.
Is there talk?
No, it's just my wishful thinking, I think. But you think everything's on video these days.
Harris. And he's caught! That slip, well, he lashed out at it. Geddes, and well taken in the slip cordon. And that's a big wicket for Glamorgan. Carlson, was it? Who took the catch. And more problems for Middlesex. They're now 113 for 6.
That was an extravagant shot from Ben Geddes and flashed really to Kieran Carlson head high, and he needed to hold on to that one, otherwise it might have rearranged his nose. Geddes thinking it was a possible 4 ball, looking to dispatch it through the covers, thick edge. He's gone for 18. Second bowling point for Glamorgan with the fall of the 6th wicket, but just nipping in the bud. Little stand that was beginning to develop of 28 runs. So Glamorgan not having to wait too long between wickets at any stage. That partnership survived for just about 11 overs, but Middlesex really have lost pretty regularly since they went into bat at 25-1 today.
Haven't been able, have they, to build any kind of partnership, the Middlesex players?
Well, they haven't quite had the rhythm, have they? Because there was a long delay after the first session. 90-minute delay. Well, that often interrupts the batter's concentration, and then we came back and then we had the tea interval relatively quickly after that. So they haven't been able to get stuck in of Middlesex at all, and they haven't quite shown the application, because looking back to yesterday, Sam Northeast played and missed probably several dozen times, and particularly in the early stages of his innings of 122, but he had the experience to say these things will pass, and rode out the storm. The pitch got easier, the ball got softer, and with Kieran Carlson playing a rather more attacking role at the other end in his century, Glamorgan really did put together a big partnership that Middlesex have so far not quite found the application and the technique to do so.
Trailed by 270 runs. The follow-on is 234. Middlesex currently 113 for 6. Zafar, the new batsman, left-handed batsman. So Harris, fresh after taking that wicket, comes in past the umpire again, and customary appeal from behind the stumps. That's one thing I'll take away from today.
You'll
Nick.
get used to it, Dylan. Don't get too excited about an appeal. You have to judge them in terms of volume, intensity, length of appeal.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
Sincerity of the bowler's face while looking at the umpire.
Sun is out once again. Harris. Oh, was there a little edge? Yes, there was there?
Well, it looked as though he was walking.
Well, he was
there.
walking, wasn't he?
Zafar certainly moved a long way. Zafar looked as though he was heading back to the pavilion, but he's fooled us all. Keeper and slips.
He was going.
The movement, yeah, strange. Zafar sold us a dummy there.
5 paces. He stopped, and then he's back. Harris. This time up, Zafar just lets it go past the off stump. Good over from James Harris, and from Glamorgan's perspective, 113 now for 6 wickets.
Yes, Glamorgan just using the 4 bowlers so far, the 3 seamers and the spinner Matt Kuhneman, who I guess they can look to tie up an end, but it looks as though Kuhneman's spell has actually just come to an end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. Ul Hassan. So Ul Hassan has been the 5th seamer at times during the last few weeks. Today is the 4th seamer used. He's taken 6 wickets at an average of 50 this season, so he's not quite a frontline seamer, but bowling at a similar pace to Andy Gorvin. If he can keep it as accurate as Gorvin, he's a useful part of the Glamorgan attack. Northeast still signalling adjustments. Now Davies is ready to face and defends again. He's got a very good dead bat, Jack Davies, hasn't he? The ball doesn't go very far at all when he's looking to defend.
Not too much foot movement, but he survived so far. 18 from 36 balls.
So for once we see the shadow of the floodlight pylon. The across the outfield here at this Cathedral Road end as Ul Hassan is in to bowl, and Davies watchfully playing towards mid-on. No run. The emergence of the sun means that maybe we will be able to keep going till 7 o'clock. Looking at the skies this morning, I never thought that would be possible. We will have lost time during the course of the day as Ul Hassan bowls and Davies defends to mid-off. There's no run. Of course, we will be able to add 8 overs to the playing time tomorrow if conditions allow, so don't plan on too early an exit up to Llanfair PG.
No, I'll be here till the end, Nick.
113 for 6. Ul Hassan bowls, driven off a thick edge by Davies. There'll be 4 runs down to wide third man, and pretty safe. Don't think he was looking to play behind square, but it didn't really matter. It was all along the ground and was behind tribe at point. 117 for 6. Davies moves to 22. He's the second top scorer of Middlesex's innings, behind Holden's 42. Ul Hassan bowls. It's a better delivery. Davies plays no shot through to Cook.
Yeah, pitched it up. Ul Hassan.
If you missed it earlier, I'll give you the test result. Cover your ears if you're going to watch the highlights on iPlayer. England won by an innings and 45 runs, and Shoaib Bashir took 6 wickets. Ul Hassan bowls. That's close to the outside edge. Davies manages to get his bat out of harm's way. Goes through to Chris Cook. 4 runs with 1 boundary shot off Ul Hassan's first over. 117 for 6. Middlesex are exactly halfway now to the follow-on figure of 234. There's still 266 in arrears overall, and there are potentially 17 overs still to be played this evening. You weren't doing anything this Saturday night, were you, anyway?
No.
Hold on to it, because Glamorgan are, particularly Welsh listeners and viewers, because Glamorgan are on the prowl now.
Safer for me to work, Nick. Harris continues. Wicket in his last over. Past the umpire once again. And who's pushing forward? Zafar. Didn't look too comfortable with that defensive stroke. Just tapping the wicket. He's in a good rhythm at the moment, James Harris. $117 for 6. Bounces another one. No problem at all for Zafar that time. A waste of a ball, really.
Could be hordes of delirious French people thronging the streets of Cardiff tonight after Bordeaux's 28-20 victory over Northampton. Forward power apparently did for the Saints in the second half.
Harris past the outside edge once again, through to Cook. 3 dot balls so far. It's a survival mode for Middlesex at the moment. Harris looking for his 3rd wicket. Again, Zafar not interested. Left-handed batsman, wise decision.
In the world of rugby union, plans for a first World Club Cup in 2028 after unanimous agreement from the relevant leagues. At the moment, the Champions Cup brings together quite a few countries, doesn't it, with South Africa being involved.
Harris. We can hear the fans down below. Appreciative of that ball from Harris once again. No runs off the over so far. Well, Zafar still hasn't got off the mark. Final ball of the over. And this time he is off the mark with aplomb, and that'll go for 4 runs. Caught it well on the up, and that moves Middlesex's total on to 121 for 6 through extra cover for 4 runs. He'll feel better.
Nicely timed by Goa there, and nice to see Glamorgan running around between overs, cognizant of the problems that they had over several weeks, where they were docked points or docked a point in the match at Lords for a poor over rate, and then got down to -5, I think, at one point in one of the subsequent matches, and were left running around in the closing stages of their victory at Kent. Zainul Hassan is in and bowls. No shot played by Davies through outside off stump. At tee they were +1, so they are obviously acknowledging that that was a problem, and if they're in place just 20 seconds earlier for each over, that makes such a significant difference over the course of a session or an innings. Al Hassan, short sleeve shirt despite the blustery conditions, is into bowl, and Davies on the defensive, playing it back to him. The pitch fielded by the bowler in his follow through. No run. Marnus Labuschagne waving his cap at slip, possibly saying, "Can I have a bowl? Come on." Labuschagne slightly surprised that we haven't seen him bowl in the match and a bit so far for Glamorgan. As forward presses Davies, playing it out to cover, fielded by Kuhneman, and there's no run.
Might have more of an influence with the ball than he did with the bat so far.
Yes, he's struggled, hasn't he? Innings of 0, 4 and 23. He'll be even more desperate than usual to get a decent score in the second innings. As Al Hassan bowls, Davies pressing forward watchfully. Back to the bowler. Labuschagne, we've seen him for Glamorgan bowling seam, off spin and leg spin. Mainly leg spin when he started with the county, but he did bowl a day of off spin and got 4 wickets in a long bowl, which baffled even the Glamorgan coaches who weren't expecting it. As forward presses Davies and plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Now it's Matt Maynard, and he just said, "Oh, it's Marnus, isn't it?" You know, hasn't tried his skill before in the professional era, and does pretty well when he tries it for the first time. But he's also bowled seam when necessary, and I think has bowled more seam than spin in recent seasons. Through outside off stump, Davies playing no shot. Oohs and ahs as the cordon tried to give the impression that the ball had skimmed the varnish off the off bail. 121 for 6, 15 overs to go this evening. Davies has 22, Goa has 4, and the follow-on target is 2-3-4.
And Nick will take a well-earned rest.
Go and do a quick bit of tapping in the back row there.
You're not going to Pontcanna again, Nick?
No time to catch up on Division 11.
Harris. Another strong appeal. Down the leg side, possibly.
Strong appeal. Had a few of them over the last few overs from James Harris. 2 for 53 now in his 15th over. As we welcome Kevin back.
Thank you. Emerge from a dark room as I just have.
Defended to mid-on. Zafar, the left-handed batsman.
He was through that a little early, wasn't he, Zafar? Very nearly dollied it up into the onside, but just about checked that shot.
But it's a strong tail, he was saying.
It is, with Roland Jones next. Sharma and Patterson aren't the strongest 10 and 11.
Oof. Flashed at it outside his off stump. Zafar.
But it's very much this partnership and next, and there's a lot of runs to score. There's still 113 shy of the follow-on target. First things first, avoid the follow-on and see where you go from there. 113 more. Very, very capable, this pairing and the next, of doing that. But they've got to do it.
Psychologically get it down under 100. Harris just lets it run through again. Outside his off stump. Zafar, who's on 4, then he was on 22.
Yeah. So yeah, fair old fight back still needed, isn't it? So first things first, just avoid the follow and see where the game goes. I mean, just they've got 4 wickets left to do it, but we've said from ball 1, and we've said pretty much from the fall of that 4th wicket, and even before it fell yesterday for Glamorgan.
Harris again dealt with out to the covers by Zafar.
Middlesex have to find a partnership to come close to matching, and now they do need one. But if they want to go to parity, then they need to find one to match it. But even a 100-run stand now, that sees them to the follow-on. But it's a match so far that's been dominated by one partnership. Other than that, the match has followed a very similar flow.
Into the final hour. Foolish delivery. Mid-on again, no run. And that is the end of the over. Maiden over from Harris, and Middlesex remain on 121 for 6. They trail by 262.
It was roughly at this stage yesterday when Middlesex required a ball change. As I understand it, was really misshapen. That ball, 42nd, 43rd over. At that point, Glamorgan 3 down and then managed to settle into that partnership. And was it the change of ball? Was it the fact that it's a new ball pitch, which is what Higgins relayed back overnight? Well, Middlesex will certainly hope that it's a new ball pitch, because 44 overs in, this is the point where they'll be hoping, Middlesex, that they can start to really build this innings. As this ball's short.
It's a great catch.
It's gone straight to mid-wicket. It's pulled straight to mid-wicket by Davies, and well, he really got hold of it. But he's picked out mid-wicket, and he'll hang his head as he walks back in somewhat disbelief. It was slammed into the hands of the mid-wicket fielder, and well,
It's Bevan, was it?
I think so, but I mean, it wasn't that short. Davies rocking, but I mean, that's a stunner. Wow, just seen the replay, one-handed. I mean, off the bat, you were thinking four.
Davis was caught by Tom Bevan.
Bevan, it is one-handed stunner to dismiss Davies, and he won't believe it. And it's hard luck when you're caught by a stunner like that in the infield, really. 1-2-1 for 7, Middlesex. Davies gone for 22.
Yeah, just dived high, didn't he, to his left-hand side. Agile, one-handed. So he departs for 22, and from Middlesex perspective, once you start to think partnership is building, Glamorgan just get that wicket at the right time, and Davies departs for 22.
Yeah.
You've mentioned it more than once, Kevin, just build that partnership, but he can't do so.
No, and You know, that's sport, isn't it? It's cricket at the moment as it stands. You know, who's put their hand up in this game, and it's Northeast and Carlson. And Middlesex desperately now need a pairing to put their hands up for Middlesex and respond somehow. These are the pair that saw at home against Kent, Safa Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones. Gohar with that huge 6 into the grandstand to win it for Middlesex with only an over to spare and only a couple of wickets standing. At that point they were 8 down, so a 9th wicket partnership. They need an 8th wicket pairing here of 113 to avoid the follow-on. After that it's Sharma and Patterson, and they went bang bang in the last game. They were gone in consecutive deliveries in Middlesex's second innings, and Rowland-Jones was hoping to shepherd the situation and farm the strike, but not to be. At the moment he's still got a fine batter at the other end, and indeed to some extent Rowland-Jones at this point is batting for Gohar, but whenever this partnership is broken, then it might be a case of whichever one of the pairs left, they're going to have to start throwing bat at the ball, try and grab these runs quickly. But yeah, look, it's sport. One side's allowed to play better than the other, and at the moment, as I say, the difference in this match is that partnership, isn't it? Here's Ul Hassan, first ball to Rowland-Jones, left alone outside the off stump, a little bit of shape away from the Middlesex skipper. That zipped through, didn't it, from Ul Hassan? He's got a little bit of pace about him, skiddy bowler, not the tallest, broad-shouldered.
And he was the first to run and congratulate Bevan.
Well, I bet. Thanks, mate. Just bought me a wicket there, and it wasn't a long hop at all. As I say, it wasn't that short, and you thought, well, Davies has seen that well. It was a bit of a pick-up shot from Davies, really, wasn't it, as opposed to a hook or a pull. He was on the back foot, but it wasn't that short a ball as Rowland-Jones turns into the onside. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run. A fabulous catch that, wasn't it?
Took everyone by surprise.
Well, it did, as I say, off the bat. I was thinking boundary.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, you often see fielders throw themselves around, but despairingly, as forward goes Rowland-Jones, and it's eased up to mid-off, and there's no run. Not for the cameras. Not for the camera, that one. A good dive. But
Initially I thought he was going the other way, but he just adjusted his body to go to his left.
Yeah, brilliant. And Middlesex needs some brilliance from somewhere, don't they? As I say, they don't feel like they bowled badly yesterday. It might have been a fraction short. Higgins mentioned that in his overnight interview. Oh, that's a lifting ball from Ul Hassan to Rowland-Jones, who ends up with the glove off it. Now, first it moved. That really did straighten on the Middlesex skipper. We'll see if we get a look at that again. But, it started to... whether it was swing or seam away from him, it may have been late swing, but it may have just been off the surface, and that's where Gohar's tapping at that spot now. But striking higher up as well than Rowland-Jones was expecting. Glove off the bat, no harm done, fortunately, from a Middlesex perspective.
Gets him off the mark.
Oh, so yeah, it was indeed gloved, wasn't it? Or bat-handled, as forward goes Gohar, defending into the onside. Dot ball to end the over, a single off it, that Rowland-Jones run, but a wicket to begin it. 1-2 for 7, that Bevan stunner.
Yeah, the highlights from a fielding point of view on the second day of play here at Sophia Gardens.
Change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end. Returning to bowl, Andy Gorvin.
Yeah, so
Gorvin.
James Harris taken out of the attack for the time being. Andy Gorvin from this Cathedral end.
1-2 for 7. Yeah, we mentioned that very useful contribution, 47 by Cook down the bottom, and that does look crucial now, doesn't it? Those runs, Middlesex having aspirations of wrapping it up for 350, no more this morning. I mean, it's only 33 off the total, but equally that's they'd only be 80 away from the follow-on right now.
Sprints. There's Gorvin. Wayward first delivery. His first spell was from the the river end. 2 for 19 so far. Middlesex in trouble, and hoping to see the day out without losing any more wickets. There's a minimum of 12 overs to be played after this over from Gorvin. Good length ball, played on the leg side, no run.
Pressure situation this, isn't it? And it will be for some time for Middlesex. It could well be if they're following on as well. All that's still to come though. There's a job to be done in the meantime.
Yeah, to remind you, 234 is the target to avoid the follow-on. And he comes again towards Roland Jones. So mid-off. No run. Shining that ball. Van de Hurten. Trying to get a bit of swing for Andy Gorvin. Wide of the off stump.
Gorvin. Interesting one really for Glamorgan now. How aggressive do they continue to be? Go at the off stump, keep it on that off stump bit. Batters will look to score off the stumps, of course. So you have to be wary of just straying too straight.
Nope.
He's just a little wide at the moment, though, isn't he? It's a little like Sharma last night. Where would Roland Jones really like it now? And that's the ball being hung wide outside of the off stump. What he doesn't want is that ball fizzing around his knees.
Hasn't got his line so far is opening over this spell, Andy Gorvin. Final ball of the over to Toby Roland Jones, Middlesex captain. Oof, that was a better ball. Thought about it, took his bat away. End of the over, 122 for 7.
That's exactly it, isn't it? It's exactly what we're talking about. The batter does not want to have to think about things, and the most amount of thought is required when that ball's nagging that channel, just passing the top of off stump, as that very ball did. 1-2-2 for 7.
By the way, Kevin, I've got you the Barra Breath ingredients.
Oh dear.
Mixed fruit, sultanas, raisins, currants, strong hot tea, self-raising flour, mixed spice, muscovado sugar, 1 free-range egg beaten, and honey to glaze.
You missed about 100 E numbers there.
If you're not sleeping tonight, that's why.
All Hassan's in, bowls and forward goes Zafar, and there's no run. I've resisted so far, have you?
Yes, I have.
Well done.
I have. I took your example.
For now.
First day, gotta take things easy.
Although I did go in twice on the lasagna, to be fair. Well, there was so much going to waste today. Webby only had a small portion, you see, so. All Hassan in bowls and forward goes Zafar pushing back, and there's no run. Oh, that's what I've got to ask you.
Go on.
How's the food at Wrexham?
Well, they might be listening, so I don't want to upset them too much. The sausage roll is good.
Yeah.
Sausage roll is the best one.
They being Deadpool and...
No. I think there's a local company that supplies the pasties and the sausage rolls.
Here's Ul Hassan in bowls, and this ball's clipped away backward a square for a single. And Zafar Gohar moves to 5. Yeah, it's more Wolverines a cricket fan. He's Australian, isn't he? Rather than the Canadian and the American.
Yeah, hopefully with their life in the championship.
Have you interviewed him yet?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Actually,
Who's your favourite?
Oh, I can't say. Can't say. But what I will say, both are very, very approachable, and happy
Most Americans are.
Yeah, they are.
And Canadians.
Yes.
There's a full ball which beats Gohar, angled across by Al-Hassan. And Australians, I should add as well, Hugh Jackman, in terms of all the Australians involved in cricket. He's Australian, isn't he? He's not Kiwi, he's Australian.
Australian, isn't he? Yeah.
He must be a cricket fan, mustn't he? Yeah, they should have got him to buy Cardiff, shouldn't they? The Welsh Fire. Never mind.
Yeah, there was a lot of rumours, wasn't there? Yeah, there was a lot of rumours.
Oh, it would have been great, that.
Reynolds and McElhenney, but no.
So for Gohar awaits as Al-Hassan bowls. Up on his toes, that's a lovely shot. Back down the ground. Get at least a couple hit. Van der Houten giving chase. And he's going to beat him. Oh, the hot boy. That was a laboured chase, wasn't it? All the way I thought he's got this. It just kept on going. He barely did. But 4 runs it is.
Yeah, I think he's surprised himself.
127. 128 for 7. So wait, they're still on the pies. You haven't got to the Gourmet Championship now, so it'll be gourmet stuff this season.
Hopefully. Because I think when you get into the Premier League, they've got to supply you with the hot food.
Oh, really?
The press have got to supply you with hot food.
Al-Hassan bowls, and this ball beats Zafar. Length ball lifting past the edge of the bat. Lovely way to win the over. 47 down, 128 for 7. Do they still have a tea urn like we have here at...
They do, yes, yes.
They still have a tea urn?
Yes.
I was expecting a fancy coffee machine for you there.
No.
Yeah.
No, still a tea urn, and I'm a bit of a traditionalist, so I always got to go for the Bovril. Just the
You
one.
can still get hot water out of the fancy coffee machines. It's having the fancy coffee machine that's the key. You don't have to use it.
Yes, it's that chat, isn't it, where you get the best food at a football ground or a rugby ground or a cricket ground.
Well, we get in trouble when we venture too far from cricket on the commentaries, don't we?
Gorvin. Getting back to him from Toby Rowland-Jones.
But dragging you into food chat is allowed.
Oh, of course.
I was thinking, how can I do it? And I thought, food. There we go. We'll get it on food. There must have been a day where they splashed the cash on the food for you though, and you turned up. And we weren't expecting this today, were we? Or a bit of cake brought along. Did they do cake at football?
Well,
really.
Again, as Gorvin sprints in, defended by Rowland-Jones to mid-on, no run, 128 for 7. When we had teams in the Premier League, the Welsh clubs in the Premier League, Swansea and Cardiff, Arsenal was always a good one. Yeah.
Arsenal, the Etihad was good.
Etihad was good. And they had sweets there as well.
Stamford Bridge had sweets as well. Yeah. It's about the only thing I miss about covering football is the Premier League lunches and dinners.
Gorvin outside the off stump. No run. But I'm still excited about the Sunday roast tomorrow.
I know.
Like breakfast.
So when Middlesex gets to the Premier League, the MCC will start giving us hot food again at Lord's. Is that what you're telling me?
I couldn't possibly comment.
So did Webby tell you how much he loved the sandwiches at Lord's this year? Ed Bevan walked out in protest. He went and got his own. Good old Bev.
Gorvin. Struck well by Rowland-Jones to mid-off, no run. And 4 dot balls so far. 128 for 7.
So you fancy yourself a bit in the kitchen, do you? All those ingredients you've looked up, are they going to be... Are you cooking up a storm tonight?
No. I wouldn't, it's not my own house, so where I'm staying tonight.
Oh, steady.
Gorvin. And he's caught. Well, Gorvin just outside the off stump. Rowland-Jones went for it, but great hands from Tribe in the covers, and that's another Middlesex wicket gone. It's now 128 for 7, 8, 128 for 8, and head down from the skipper, and it's another great catch.
Yeah, it was that flowing drive of Rowland-Jones. And I look back at the last 2 wickets and I'll say, oh, come on, really? Brilliant catch by Tribe. All right, it didn't keep it down in the try, but it wasn't a ridiculously loose shot. It wasn't a poor shot from Roland Jones. They have to score runs. They've got to try to get past that follow-on. Where are you going to score the runs? It was an orthodox drive, but he didn't keep it down. Gave the fielder the chance as a result, but good catch. Driving its cover, and they get down and get underneath that as he did try. But similarly, the catch before, which was a worldie. So Middlesex will feel a bit rough about wickets 7 and 8, but overall the damage was done before that, wasn't it? And overall, as I say, the damage was really done with that 4th wicket partnership yesterday. It was a big, big partnership, and it puts pressure on, and that pressure is told on this Middlesex first innings. So Sharma makes his way down the steps, and Zafar Gohar now is going to have to be quite calculated about this. I guess to some extent he can play properly with Sharma, but they did go 2 in 2 last week, bang bang. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Sharma and Patterson gone in consecutive deliveries, and Roland Jones was at the other end, desperately need both of them to block. So it's left to Gohar to decide how does he go about it. Does he trust Sharma for a bit to play straight? You keep blocking and let me try and score the runs. I think they probably have to. They're so far behind the follow-on, it's got to be that. But the point is, how many deliveries does he allow Sharma to face, or does it become that game of cat and mouse where it's 4 balls to Gohar with the field back, and then he drops the single, and Sharma's got 2 balls and over to face. Interesting to see. It's Gohar's game now, really, to decide whether he trusts the youngster and said, no, look, we're going to play properly. You play properly as well, and then I'll start swinging if it's down to Patterson at the last. But yeah, tough now for Middlesex. Big wicket, the skipper. He can score. As brilliant a batter as Gohar is, and we've seen that a lot already in his time with Middlesex, but Roland Jones's destruction with that bat in hand is something that can rapidly score runs. The destruction's being done with the ball at the moment, though.
And they've still got around 40 minutes to survive Middlesex before close of play, because the light isn't too bad at the moment. Gorvin comes in, final ball of the over, and it's a wicket maiden for Andy Gorvin. Good figures, 3 for 19, 128 for 8. And Middlesex trail by 255.
You better drop a call to your other half, by the way. That's gonna.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
That's going to make the highlights. I'm afraid it's going to go everywhere. it's out there now. I'm not staying at mine tonight. Oh, steady. Oh, he's caught. That's on the county champion.
In the covers as well. Yeah.
That's on the county championship reel this evening. I'm afraid I'll get the call into the other half if I were you quickly.
Oh, phone the solicitor now.
Yeah. Hassan's in, right arm over, he bowls, and that's punched away into the offside by Gohar. He stands up tall, he might get 4 for this. Goodness me, his timing's been good today, hasn't it? A long chase for Labuschagne there to collect that one. Just inside the boundary rope at deep point, racing away off the square as it was. I already saw that one down the ground from him. He's a fine batter. Zafar Gohar, 12 from 23 now. He's on 130 for 8.
Got 4 missed calls, by the way. Better not.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. How long is it going to take him to get that one clipped up? Hassan's in. Gohar, bowl short. Oh, it's a bouncer that Gohar goes after. It's a hook, but through it goes for the gloves of the keeper. Beating him. It was sharp, that, wasn't it?
You're a bad influence.
Yes, I am. And I enjoy it greatly. I do my best to get Webby, but he's known me for too long now over the years. Can't get much past him. Three slips. Crouching down. Here comes Hassan. He's in, bowls, and that's driven by Gohar. Toe end of the bat, though. It trickles away into the covers. Kuhneman takes charge of the situation as he gathers it up.
Morgan fans down below us enjoying what they're seeing at the moment. Bit more atmosphere. These late wickets.
Hassan to Gohar. Oh, snaps a square drive at that one. It was almost a front foot cut from Gohar, but into the ground. He hit it fiercely. It did win. I mean, it went so quickly that you're thinking, is that straight to the fielder on the full? But bumped into the hands of point fielder, which is Tribe. My apologies, I called him Labuschagne a moment ago. He's got very similar mannerisms to Labuschagne and a similar gait. It is a ball which brings an attempted cut from Gohar off Ul Hassan. I thought I heard a little nick for a moment as that went through, but I think maybe what it is I actually looked at the stream to get it straight on, which is to my right hand side because the camera's straight in line, and as the ball went past the bat, just heard a little nick. Well, actually what it is the stream's a split second behind, so it was actually the ball hitting into the gloves of the keeper. Here he goes. Balls and open face from Gohar, and he does look in the form of his life with the bat at the moment as he eases that one down to deep third. He moves to 12, 134 for 8, and a fine shot from Gohar. So Middlesex trailing by 249. They are 100 runs away from avoiding the follow-on at 134 for 8.
Yeah, might as well go for it. Situation Middlesex are in. Play on the front foot.
Well, I think that's what Gohar's got to do. I don't think he needs to be reckless yet, and I don't think he needs to farm the strike just yet, and he's showing no intention of doing so. He's going to back young Sharma. But, yeah, as I say, it's a difficult one for Gohar now as how he manages this situation, because as he stands at the non-strikers end, this could all be over in 2 deliveries.
Yeah, Sharma's on strike. Facing Gorvin. And that came off the outside edge, and that's gone raced away for 4 runs.
He got into a good position to play, but it was definitely an edge. Let's have a look and see how. You talk about head over the ball, angled bat, and playing it late with soft hands. He was pushing it a little, wasn't he? Quite hard hands, but it goes off the thick edge down to the vacant deep third, as you rightly say.
So he's off the mark. Is Sharma
96 to avoid the follow-on. Leave it to me, Zafar, he said.
Yeah, just get underneath the 100 mark. 138 for 8. 4 slips. Defended well.
Yeah, in behind it. I mean, he certainly looked as though he can play straight, and in any innings that he's been out there so far, it's like, okay, technically, he's not afraid of it. Firstly, which days gone by, numbers 10 and 11, it was kind of clear the front foot, wasn't the back away, but technically he does all the things correctly. So the only problem is when you're at this stage of an innings, it could all be over in 2 balls.
Well, he's clipped another one down the leg side for another 4 runs. Came off the pad, wasn't it?
No. Yes, you're right. I could have sworn on the watching that straight on that was off the body, but a lovely little glance,
wasn't it?
Well done, both of you. Yeah, I said for sure that was a lovely little fine glance. Funny though, isn't it? It's a fine glance, but if the keeper gets a hand on it, it's a loose shot down the leg side.
Well, 2 boundaries off the opening 3 balls.
Gorvin bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Sharma. Through it goes to the keeper.
142 for 8.
We've just got a message from the boss. Is he all right?
I think he is. I think he is happy.
Get on with it. Get on with it. Up your game.
I've been back at school. To the final half hour's play of the evening here at Sophia Gardens. Full length ball and dispatched once again through extra cover, and that will go for another boundary.
Yeah, nice shot, isn't it? And say everything seems right. Stands up tall, drives it away. Lovely.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. I don't need to finish that phrase.
No, he races on to 12 though. 12 off at 6 balls. 146 for 8. Expensive over. 12 off the over so far. Last ball, Govin, and defended well. Sharma, so he stays on 12. Middlesex 146 for 8. And they trail by 237.
Yeah, only Davies and Holden to pass 20 at the moment. Holden making 42 at the top. Looked good, didn't he? 42 from 60. Played some lovely drives down the ground. He was consistently beaten though by Harris as well. The ball has been heavily on top of the bat, but for one partnership. Davies 22, caught by a stunner by Bevan at mid-wicket. 8 overs remain today. We weren't quite sure we'd see them all. 7 o'clock finish. We're heading towards, possibly even beyond. Here's Ul Hassan, 1 for 17 from 5. He's right arm over from the river end with the ground staffer perched on the hover cover. Ul Hassan's in, bowls, the left-handed Gohar struck on the right hip as he backs up and tries to work into the onside, but the ball trickles away harmlessly and the bowler collects from his own toils.
Yeah, it's been a strange day weather-wise, hasn't it? Because just after lunch we were thinking, will we get any play at all? Because the drizzle was coming in, quickly disappeared. We lost an hour and a half's play.
Two slips in a gully behind the left-handed Gohar as Ul Hassan bowls, and up tall Gohar stroking into the offside. They've set back deep backward point now, which is an interesting move with a fair few runs to play with here, but protecting that boundary, keeping Gohar in check. I mean, he did carve a couple of lovely shots away from there, didn't he, to be fair?
Yes. Just pauses for a while.
Ground staff poised probably just because they're thinking it's a late finish as opposed to some rain coming in. Ul Hassan gets on to skid past the outside edge of Gohar's bat, halfway forwards that, but the ball didn't really get up, and he just makes the hand signal of that one just nipping away from him, but also it did keep low, and it was on the bounce that it was taken by the keeper. See it from behind. Length ball, it shot along. I tell you what, balls like that, we've seen plenty of seam movement, but that really didn't get up at all. Balls like that put more pressure on Middlesex to get past this follow-on. Then he bangs in the short one, which is clever from Ul Hassan. Gohar goes for a pull. He then replays an uppercut. Made no contact with the first, and obviously didn't with the second either, as it goes through to the keeper. But it's game on in the middle at the moment. Glamorgan heavily on top. Middlesex up against it in Cardiff.
Hasn't pitched many short balls, has he, Ul Hassan, so far?
No, but I like the theory of that, though, having just bowled one that kept short as he goes again. This was edged and over! Over gully it goes. Length ball this time. Gohar through the kitchen sink at that, and to some extent, fortunately, he did, because if you're going to flash hard, and over gully the ball flies, and outstretched hand thrust into the air by Kieran Carlson, and well, after a couple of the catches, the 7th and 8th wicket that we saw, expecting him to drop to the ground and then leap back up in celebration, but not so. It flew over him. And one more it is, sorry, because there is a deep third back. But 147 for 8 it is. Sharma has strike.
I haven't seen the replay of that as yet. It looked like a difficult chance, in fairness.
Yeah. This ball's a beaut, and it's edged and gone. And there we go. It's what we were saying. 9 and 10 can go so quickly with Ul Hassan at the other end. But that was the last ball of the over, so Gohar will have the strike. Middlesex are 147 for 9, and catch taken in the slips. A lifting ball from Ul Hassan. Well, we've seen one in this over keep a fraction low, and not for the first time. We've seen an extra bit of bounce found on this second day by the Glamorgan attack. That one snared by Carlson at third. Sharma has to go for 12. Middlesex 147 for 9. There's the replay just to see just how much. See where it pitched. Yeah, it's got big on him. Takes high up the outside shoulder, and Carlson rolls from a wide third slip in front of second to take the catch. In fact, he's a pretty tight third slip. He's not that wide at all. But lovely lifting ball, good pace, good bounce, and taken through. I mean, there was nothing untoward about that delivery. It was more the fact that if you see one keep low from that end, just a couple of deliveries back, then you see one that just finds an extra bit of lift. Nothing alarming, but an extra bit. Then again, Middlesex have got a lot of work to do in this game. 236 behind, a long way short of the follow-on. 137. What am I saying? 137, 87 shy of the follow-on. It's Dane Patterson. Steps over the boundary rope. And, it was all the talk at Lords when Zafar Gohar struck that 6 to win the match, and everybody asked him, how nervous were you? You were the number 11, and at 10th wicket, the 9th wicket partnership was still going, and that's what won it, the 9th wicket partnership for Middlesex. But Patterson was to be next in. Game on a knife edge. Kent just needing 2 to win, 2 wickets to win. Zafar Gohar thumps the 6. Patterson rips off the pads in the dressing room and, you must have been nervous. No, I wasn't nervous. I can bat. I was fine. First baller in the last innings. And, when he does come on to strike in this one, because that was the end of the over, then Zafar Gohar will be needing a fair old bit of support from his South African colleague. 147 for 9.
Carlson's third catch in the slips, I think, as well, in this innings. So, last wicket partnership. Yeah, 234. We were mentioning is the follow-on. It'll take a huge effort now to try and get anywhere close to that target. Gorvin will continue from his Cathedral Road end, around the wicket to the left-hander. Well,
there you go.
Yeah.
Again, that's died. That's skidded through. A big heave-ho attempted by Gohar outside the off-stump there. A slight shuffle towards the pitch. It wasn't much of a shuffle, to be fair. It was the thought that counted, really. It was really just a swing of the bat, wasn't it?
Wasn't convincing, was it?
It was just the swing of the bat, yeah. The feet didn't really go anywhere.
Gorvin past the umpire and beats him again, and good ball, lifted a bit.
He's going to have to swing, isn't he? He's going to have to counter now. With Patterson at the other end, and you see the ball before shoots through a little, that one lifts. I mean, we're not talking about Jamaica in, when would that have been, 1990, corrugated iron roof, remember? It was up and down, and they had to walk off the field, abandon the test in the first innings, with all the England players being hit by the battery of tall, fast West Indian bowlers. I'm not talking about anything like that at all, but there's noticeably balls keeping low now.
Gorvin again getting a bit of lift from that delivery.
Yeah, exactly. A small skiddy bowler, isn't he?
Yep.
But he's lifted a couple in the over, and the first ball bobbled through to the keeper. So
decent figures, 3 for 31.
Yeah. A penny for Dane Patterson's thoughts that the non-strikers have bowled so well, but...
And that is edged away for 4. Well, Zafar Gohar. So, relieves a bit of the pressure. Thick edge.
Yeah, there was an element of intent about that. As you say, it went finer than he intended. Second slip rolling away. It was along the floor, but over the top of it, back foot just... He was looking for a guide. I'm not sure he meant to guide it quite that fine, but...
This stage, Middlesex will take anything, won't they?
Well, it's 150 up.
Yeah.
And it's, 83 now to avoid the follow-on, which... Never say never, but it would surely be one of Gohar's finest hours with the bat. Should he be able to pull this off for Middlesex? Middlesex have won games when following on before, but the pitch here is a bowler-friendly pitch, so they've got an awful lot to do. You're genuinely saying, right, okay, well, if you are falling on, you've got to go out and hit 400 yourself and set them 170 to win.
Yeah.
And again, weather comes into that as well. So
yeah, we've mentioned before the forecast it isn't great for Monday, but Gorvin and outside edge again, nowhere near where he aimed for, but it's gone for another 4.
It's on. 79 to avoid the follow-on. Yeah, Gaffer giving it, Gohar giving it the charge.
Came down the wicket, didn't he?
Gaffer. If I give him a name there, Zafar Gohar, Gaffer. That's his nickname.
Thought Nick was the gaffer.
Yeah. Alex Stewart's nickname that, wasn't it, the Gaffer?
He's the gaffer. Remember that programme? Too young, are you? Govin under edged court, and that is the end of the Middlesex innings. Govin's 4th wicket, and Middlesex all out in their first innings for 155. They trail by 228, so a good day's work from Glamorgan's perspective. Caught at second slip, and Glamorgan players just coming towards each other, congratulating each other, and they'll be delighted with what they've achieved so far.
They will. Excuse me. 4 for 39. Gorvin applauded off there. That's a lovely ball. Gohar squared up by it, and Marnus Labuschagne taking the catch. Well, will they or won't they? I think they almost have to because of the weather forecast, but we'll see. You know, they might say 52 overs. It's only not even at the halfway stage of the match yet. Do they go out and knock some runs off themselves? So who's that running off first? Is it a Glamorgan opening bat number 6? No, it's Van der Gutten. Is he going off to quickly run back on? I mean, it looks by the way they're running off as though it's the bowlers that are running off and the batters are easing themselves off, which suggests to me the follow-on will be enforced. So how many overs have we got left today, actually? So, I tell you what, enforce the follow-on. Lose 1 for the 1 you're in, so it's... well, we're not in one now, are we? Because that was last ball of the over, so it's 4 left. So 2 overs lost, 4 overs, you would imagine, for Middlesex to have to face tonight. We'll take a short break.
Yeah, I think
we'll go and find out. We'll go and find out whether the follow-ons in force. I'd be amazed if they didn't, because an option of having Middlesex 1 or 2 done. Oh, hold on a minute.
What's that noise?
Hover cover. Have they called stumps? It may well be. Well, the way that Glamorgan charged off suggested to me that I didn't see them take well, this will come as a great relief for Middlesex if that is the case. I did not see them take any sort of light meter reading, which one of the umpires is calling.
They have been forced to follow on.
Yeah, so a theoretical. No, you can forget about that scorecard business. The theoretical four overs remaining today, says the PA. However, spitting with rain, says Nick Webb. The hover cover is on, and I think we can just about at 6:45 say that's that for the day. But as cricket is cricket, you never know. The umpires are still out there on the edge of the boundary. There are 4 overs of the scheduled day left. Follow on enforced. The Glamorgan balcony are looking for instructions from the umpire. They're all out on the edge of the balcony and looking down. The umpires have gone nowhere.
1 wide, the only extra in that total.
1 wide, the only extra in that total. Well done, Higgers. The Glamorgan balcony.
You want to carry on, don't you, from Glamorgan's point of view?
I'm amazed that the hover cover was brought out like that by the home ground staff, because even if they could get out there for 1 delivery tonight, they'd give anything to do it, Glamorgan. Umpires are still out there, but it looks as though they might be giving up now. I mean, is this just precautionary in the 10-minute interval that we have? No, more covers are coming on. Wow. I tell you what, if I was home casualty, look, I mean, all the players are on the balcony out there, and they're kind of saying, "Look at how bright it is, umpire." They're pointing to the sky, aren't they?
But you're right. The hovercraft came on so quickly.
I mean, they've been poised for some time, the ground staff, but surely they get instructions from the team and from the ground. I mean, look, that's the analyst, which is Harrison, isn't it, for Glamorgan. He's out there looking up at the sky at the moment as if to say, well, what are we doing? The Glamorgan balcony are befuddled, I would suggest. They were all a little befuddled. I mean, the ground staff are packing up for the night here, but the game is not off yet. Well, stumps have not been called by the umpires. They're down there, hats on, coats on. And look, here you go. Some of the Glamorgan players are coming out. What are they doing? Have they mistakenly thought it's stumps? Because it seems extraordinary to me. Absolutely extraordinary.
Well, the supporters, a few down below us, are leaving.
Yeah, I mean, because they'll be looking at the covers going on, thinking, well, that's that. But we're looking at the conversation between Glamorgan and the umpires right now. But it almost feels as though the conversation needs to be between Glamorgan and their ground staff.
Confusion reigns.
Oh, I mean, these are some of the best bits of cricket commentary. Well, is it raining? I mean, that seems to be the conversation out there. It's not raining. If it's not, why are we not playing? The ground staff are slightly looking sheepishly over at the umpires now. The covers at this end haven't been put on just yet, the run-ups, but the drainage pipes have been sent either side of the hover cover. And, yeah, I mean, the umpires still have not left the field. They're right by the gate. We're not done yet. Middlesex themselves, I mean, and again, I think look at the point. Why are they putting these covers on? That's clearly a point being made right now by the Glamorgan dressing room. What is going on? They're looking at the ground staff as if to say, why? What are you doing?
Well, the umpires are still deliberating. They're coming back out, but by the time it takes to get this hovercraft off and get the covers back off, you're looking at another 10 minutes.
The umpires are walking, aren't they? I mean, it shouldn't. They should. That's why I think they're saying, why on earth are the pipes out and why are the ends covered at the bowlers' run-ups? The umpires are halfway between the boundary rope and the gate, and I think they're preparing to give up the ghost as well. But there's some serious double hands on teapots here, and I think there'll be a little bit of upset. Look at the Glamorgan balcony; it's packed right now, and one or two of the ground staff do seem to be hesitant to pin the covers down at this end. The other end,
no, they're going
they've
back
got
in,
somewhere to be.
They're going back in.
Yeah, I think that's it. Well, I love cricket. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. You couldn't make it up. I mean, one end it's fully pinned down, and the other end, the bowlers' run-ups, they haven't bothered yet. They're thinking, yeah, I'm not so sure about this. But the other end, they've got plans tonight. They're like you. They're not sleeping in their own bed tonight. No, they're pinning down this end as well now. That's got to be it, isn't it? Mr. Hignall will be announcing to the ground.
That's another missed call I've got.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, that's going to be all over the county championship tonight. No, they're pinned down at one end.
The rain is still falling.
That's the least convincing announcement that Higgins has ever given. Is with the rain still falling, apparently, allegedly. That's it. We're off. We're done at 10-7. So we shall be back, weather permitting, in the morning when Middlesex will be following on. And well, this has favoured Middlesex slightly because if you're Sam Robson and Max Holden, you are doing a little jig of joy right now that you didn't have to come out and face even one delivery tonight. That's some relief. 4 overs they could have had to face. Now they can go out and get their. They can go out and, well, they'll open the curtains in the morning. It's Monday that's the rough day, isn't it? If we open the curtains in the morning, it's glorious sunshine, then they'll have to go out and say to themselves, right, 300. 383 is what they'll have to say. And then somehow hope that if there is time on the final day, then they've got enough to defend it. But it may be that the final day gives them no choice. But Middlesex, quite simply, tomorrow, they're going to need to go out and score. Well, they're going to need to battle all day, aren't they? And with it, hope that they're 300 plus on the board.
There we are.
Back in the morning. We're off. Yeah, we're off.
Look forward to it. Enjoy your evening.
Absolutely. My dear sir, you too. Good night from us all here at Cardiff.